Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Universal Lord. My sixth subordinate screwed me over so badly. Part 1. The two of them collided. Suyu suddenly woke up from a nightmare. It seemed that there was a thick and continuous black cloud in this nightmare, and a large number of iron hooves and iron cavalry charged at him alone. A large number of red streamers floated in front of Suyu. One by one, the black catfish hiding in the mud turned into red in the black and white world and attacked the torrent of steel knights in front of them. The two collided with each other. The picture was comparable to the 3D film and television effects of the top Hollywood special effects blockbusters he had seen in his previous life. One word, dazzling; two words, shocking. Suyu suddenly woke up. No. This is not a dream. It's a real experience. He felt his hands and feet trembling, especially his forehead dripping with cold sweat. It's real. Everything is real. A world called Turin is about to break out around the world like a plague. Everyone can enter this game in their dreams and become a battle lord, fighting for themselves and their own territory. Suyu coughed violently twice, looking at the surrounding environment. In the dilapidated rental house, there were extinguished mosquito coils and cigarette ashes. Others traveled back after a year or two, and encountered betrayal by their wives, relatives and friends. Swear revenge. But he is different. He discovered a secret of the Turin world. I don't know if this secret has been restored by the Turin world. If this secret has been restored by the Turin world, then he will probably regret it. This is a shocking opportunity, which is related to the strength of everyone's job transfer lord. Once I get this secret, I will have the opportunity to become the strongest lord in the Turin world. At least the potential should be the strongest among everyone. As we all know, the Turin world is a game of lord development. As a lord, you naturally have subordinates. There are heroes and arms under your command, and they fight together through command and strategy, but if Suyu can intercept the god-level lord profession, wouldn't it be superior to others in the first step? In the city of Dulin on the blue star, white raindrops floating in the sky, hazily hanging on the trees, formed pieces of thin and white slightly cold clouds. In class 6, many students were discussing. Did you have a nightmare last night? I suddenly dreamed of a shark in the ocean last night. The ocean was all around me. The shark showed a fin and chased me madly. It was so scary. I woke up in a cold sweat. Did you encounter it too? I dreamed yesterday that I turned into a cow, and there were thousands of minotaurs under my feet, fighting on the battlefield. They were as small as models, and I became huge. Suddenly, a red lightsaber fell, and then I woke up in pain. My goodness, you all had a nightmare. My parents also had a nightmare. They didn't even make breakfast for me in the morning. The students were all surprised. They were all having nightmares. And don't you feel strange? It has been raining for more than 10 days in Dulin City. It's so gloomy. I don't know if it's gloomy or not. Yesterday I dreamed that I was riding a horse and commanding the troops to kill people. Tilda. The news in the classroom was like scraps of paper, drifting in the wind, beaten by the rain, and sent to the trash can along the wet broom of the cleaning lady. In the streets and alleys along the way, white-collar workers were discussing on CB, and many of them were holding coffee. You had a nightmare. Do you know that there is a theory in psychology called collective unconscious? What does collective unconscious mean? Baidu yourself. The collective unconscious refers to the collective experience and spiritual sedimentation at the bottom of the soul formed by human ancestors in the process of countless years of evolution, which is manifested as the commonality of human beings. The white-collar workers are all highly educated, and many of them have taken psychology as electives. So when they found that everyone around them was having nightmares, they naturally mentioned this term. The scraps of paper followed the cleaning lady's garbage truck past the tall buildings in the CBD and into the alley. Have you heard? Many people had nightmares yesterday. I dreamed that I was standing and was suddenly pulled away by the hand of a skeleton underground. I was so anxious that my pants fell off. The skeleton hand pulled me deeper and deeper. Have you read The Interpretation of Dreams? It is said that all dreams seem to have meaning and will eventually come out of it. The subconscious is involved in reality and manifests itself. An unemployed vagrant who was eating breakfast, with his collar open, leaned against the wall crookedly, and spitted, "What this and that, I'll go to the arcade to play dinosaurs today." You're right, I dreamed of hundreds of crows flying over my head yesterday. I was stunned at the time, and the next second, I was surrounded by the crows, pecking me. The cleaning lady continued to sweep the wet road, sweeping a plastic milk can into the dustpan along the way. The scraps of paper continued to float and were ravaged. In the garbage treatment plant, Several people wearing sanitation workers' uniforms were also discussing the arrival of the nightmare. And this rain, it's really endless. Hurry up and send this batch of garbage to the incineration plant. Don't let that old woman complain again. Who said it wasn't? The garbage on this rainy day has become sour. Municipal services are not easy to do. The cleaning lady sent the garbage to the garbage truck, and the scraps of paper followed the garbage truck to the incinerator in the hazy rain. Vehicles along the way turned on their searchlights in the rain, and many vehicles had their windshield wipers turned on. The half-moon-shaped wipers brushed the rain back and forth. In a Nissan sedan, the woman in the passenger seat suddenly tilted her head and said, "I'm a little sleepy. Yesterday's nightmare was a bit scary. I need to sleep for a while." The man in the driving seat smiled and said, "Okay, I'll call you when we get to work." The woman hugged the seat belt tiredly, leaned against the windowsill and fell asleep. But when the garbage truck with bamboo and wooden brooms hanging on it drove past, the driver looked at the sight in front of him, and suddenly it turned into a stream of colorful colors. "Wife, wake up, look, it's suddenly bright in front." His wife was still sleeping, without any movement. The man's sight penetrated the windshield, and a large area of strange glass color seemed to form a bright tornado-like cyclone. It was like a cluster of bright planets, attracting all forces to approach. The man turned his head in horror and found that a strong wind suddenly blew in the rearview mirror. The wipers were struggling to turn back and forth under the storm. He watched a pedestrian being attracted and pulled into the vortex by the dazzling colorful glass-colored vortex. The world seemed to be collapsing, and the wind and rain-like airflow made the visibility around lower and lower, until the wheels of his Nissan Jetta car made a friction sound with the wet ground. No, the vehicle is out of control. The cars on the road, the garbage trucks of the sanitation workers, and the surrounding forests, the fallen leaves of the trees blown up by the wind all converged towards the colorful vortex. The woman who was sleeping soundly in the co-pilot seat suddenly saw a picture of a bright star in front of her. "Welcome to the world of Turin. Please walk to the other side in the rainstorm, and choose your new role on the other side." The woman was shocked. "What is going on? Am I too sleepy because of a nightmare? How come I suddenly got here?" Quote. She couldn't understand what was happening in front of her. But everything was real. In front of the storm, there was a white passage leading to the other side. She was guided by something in the dark and walked forward step by step, and then she was swallowed by the majestic white light. The truth is that the world is in chaos. Overnight, the normal city of Turin, and even the entire provincial capital, and all over the world fell into a nightmare. In fact, only Su Yu knew that this was not a so-called nightmare at all. It was a portrayal of the game world invading reality. Su Yu watched the ancient gate in front of him open, and the strange rain in Turin washed the bronze old copper door. The light illuminated everything in all directions, and Su Yu laughed. The secret he mastered should be in the character selection of Turin Game Rebirth this time. You know, if you want to enter the game, everyone must first create a character. And the characters. The subordinates initially attached to the Lord or related to the nightmare at the beginning. He vaguely remembered that before he crossed over, the subordinate characters he awakened were a group of third-level red catfish, and they were fighting against a group of Frant Empire cavalry, which belonged to the second-level arms. Lancers, cavalry, monks, griffins, centaurs, zombies. Each lord will obtain the original attached arms before entering the Turin game. The professional feature I awakened in my previous life was called Lord of Mud. This lord profession has a 30% bonus to the intimacy of mud creatures, which also limits the future development space, and the world's top lord professionals have top talents ranging from A level to S level. The talent rating of Lord of Mud in my previous life was only C level at most. Su Yu watched the bronze gate slowly open to him. Boom. Countless seraphim and black dragons were fighting in heaven. Those terrifying behemoths threw stones at the dark fortress in the distance, and the Cyclops let out a shocking roar. It was normal from the beginning to hear. After all, Su Yu had played Heroes of Might and Magic in his previous life and knew the content inside, but the next scene became extremely strange and shocking. Wind King, the Nameless One, Lord of the Deep Space Sea, Hastur. A large number of Carcosa residents wearing yellow robes were chanting hymns in a low voice. From a bird's-eye view, the entire planet seemed to be shrouded by the majestic wind and yellow sand. The Lake of Hari, the Yellow Seal, and the Carcosa tribe were performing a sacrifice. In the middle of the Lake of Hari on the planet, an evil god wearing a yellow robe, whose face could not be seen clearly, appeared in front of the world with strange fluctuations. His arms and body were full of tentacles like tentacles. Su Yu was shocked on the spot. Cthulhu. A black flying entity with sharp claws and tentacles. I didn't travel through the Turan world for long in my previous life, but the fusion of heroes of might and magic and Cthulhu alone is terrifying enough. Su Yu looked at the bizarre scene in front of him, and an inexplicable expectation rose in his heart. The secrets he mastered could turn the process of creating a character into a god-level lord profession. Once he mastered this profession, he would be the most handsome guy in the entire Turan world. And just when he felt the fear brought by the terrifying evil god, Lord of the Deep Space Star C, Hastur, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at Su Yu. Congratulations to the player for receiving the blessing of Hastur, the Yellow King of Cthulhu. You have unlocked the DLC chapter in advance and received a special blessing from the evil god in advance. Yellow King, Hastur said with a smile. Interesting little guy. Su Yu didn't know what impact the evil god's blessing would have on the future Lord construction. He just opened his mouth in shock, because Hastur in front of him was not a cutscene CG, but a real god. Doesn't that mean that the Old Ones, the Lord of Relia who has been hiding in the sea for hundreds of millions of years? Is Cthulhu also alive? So many terrifying evil gods are still alive. Yellow King, Hastur said. Help me find Cthulhu. I have something to talk to him about. Interesting little guy. Yes. What can Su Yu do? He can only agree. The behemoth who threw the boulder before suddenly raised his head and glanced at Su Yu. Congratulations to the player for receiving the blessings of the Cthulhu evil god, Lord of Relia, and Lord of Luan, Cthulhu. You have unlocked the DLC chapter in advance and received the special blessing of the evil god in advance. The two evil god blessings are upgraded and combined into Luan Yellow Seal SSS level. Luan Yellow Seal. Growth. The host learns any evil god-related spells, skills, and lord ability effects plus 300%. Immunity. The host reduces the damage caused by the evil god by 75%. Goodwill. The host's intimacy with the evil god is permanently increased by 100%, and the Cthulhu evil god will have a favorable attitude towards the host. Malice. The host will cause all the righteous gods of the metaverse, the ancient gods, and hostile external gods, who hunt down the old rulers to attack the host. Moth is one of the incarnations of Cthulhu, and its image is a group of cold clouds with blue, green or yellow fluorescence. At this moment, these yellow fluorescent cold mists are shrouded in the eye sockets, and have not been noticed by Hastur, the King in Yellow. Human, become my followers and help me get rid of the seal. Su Yu's face turned green. It is true that he got some benefits, but he became the sandwich between the conflict between Hastur and Cthulhu. The conflict between the two evil gods of the Old Ones has lasted for tens of billions of years. No one can tell the winner. Please choose your lord profession and the location of the territory you will land in the Turan world. A familiar voice from his previous life came, and Su Yu looked at the huge map of the Turan world. The vastness of this map far exceeded the Farron continent in Dungeons and Dragons. It was nearly as large as tens of thousands of Farron continents. It was simply vast and boundless, much larger than the spread of Blue Star. Of course, this was called a large map by the players on the forum before. In addition to this huge map of the Turan world continent, there are also a large number of various planes. The plane characteristics are completely different: the steel plane, the crystal plane, the soul plane. Su Yu felt the disappearance of Cthulhu and Hastur, the King in Yellow. At this moment, his right hand suddenly lit up. Now, quote. Su Yu fiercely clicked on the imperceptible crack in the upper right corner of the character creation in the Turan world. In the previous life, a hawkish man, out of curiosity, studied the opening animation and the creation of the Lord character screen for 72 hours, and finally found the strange loophole in the upper right corner. As long as you put all your finger thoughts into it, you can get the world's only profession. This opportunity in the previous life has not disappeared for 72 hours. In this life, we must not let hawkish people have god-level professionals. This opportunity to become a god-level professional belongs to me. Quote. Su Yu looked at the blessing of the SSS-level evil god on his panel, plus the reward of the god-level lord hero. It was self-evident how powerful it would be, so he was looking forward to it. On the other side, all humans, people from Dragon Country, Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, and Gentleman Country were all dragged into a nightmare overnight. In the Turan forum, posts were posted fiercely and intensively. It was like a Weibo message rolling as fast as a waterfall. Ivan doesn't like dogs. I entered a brand new world. Is there anyone in the forum? There is a clownfish next to me now, which seems to be a first-level subordinate. I want to go back to the sheep village. I awakened the second-level lord profession, elite guards, and commanding the guards will gain 20% combat power blessing. Quote. Landslide. My professional talent for creating a lord is, military flag, and the morale of all first and second level soldiers is increased by 15%. Subordinates have appeared. The monsters in the nightmare scene before have become our subordinates. My subordinate is a second level purple wolf. Chrysanthemum is not delicious. My subordinate is a fourth level dragonfly. Fourth level. A large number of forum posts are constantly exposed. 99% of the national lords have not obtained subordinates above the third level, so when a fourth level subordinate suddenly appeared, the forum suddenly pinned the post of the fourth level dragonfly subordinate to the top. I am so looking forward to it. I wonder if we can go back to Blue Star. The talent of the lord profession is very important. Creating a character has determined the future direction and 80% of the fate, but don't ignore the importance of hard work and struggle. We can change our fate. Subordinates plus professional talents are the two most important things. Don't post your secrets on the forum, otherwise it's equivalent to exposing your trump card. What are you afraid of? The map of Turin world is so big. I am more curious now, will I be resurrected after dying once, or will my body just die directly? Quote. Su Yu looked at the scrolling forum, and a black crack light came from the crack, covering him. There is only one chance to awaken the professional talent of the god-level lord. So he took it. It means that the god level in the previous life. The Eagle Sauce players will completely lose their chance. Eagle Sauce's Scant looked at the character creation screen seriously and began to try to find loopholes and bugs. When I find a chance, I must destroy the Dragon Country's lord and let the power of Eagle Sauce's lords suppress the Dragon Country. Eagle Sauce is the world's hegemon. What is Dragon Country? How dare it challenge and dominate Eagle Sauce's status as a great power? The top players of Eagle Sauce began to contact each other through the friends column. Scant didn't care about the ticking expressions of his friends. He suddenly noticed that a red crack in the upper right corner suddenly disappeared. He suddenly felt empty inside, as if an unpredictable great opportunity in the dark had left him. He was inexplicably a little lost. Why is this? Does fate also exist in this Turin game? Why do I have the illusion that I am dominated by fate? The great Cthulhu opened his evil eyes and looked at Su Yu and the Eagle Sauce player. Billions of blue planets of human beings fell into a deep sleep. This kind of great power is actually nothing. Cthulhu can do it. It's just that some worlds can accommodate their Cthulhu evil gods and billions of foreign gods, countless old masters. This terrifying power is far more terrifying than pulling a planet of human beings into the game. It makes people feel more awed. Little guy, I hope you don't go the wrong way. Cthulhu Fortin, like a gentleman in a tuxedo, 18th century suits, pipes and record players, and revolvers with broom patterns, all formed a neat collection in his room. To some extent, Su Yu has become half of his heir. Of course, Hastur is the same. The red cracks in the cracks seemed to have received and controlled part of the power of the Turin world. The moment his finger touched the cracks, a large amount of black and red slurry flowed into his body. Logically, everything was fictional, but now the real world has been invaded by the game, the Turin world, and the billions of people in the human world can be dragged into the Turin world. What's impossible for him to get a god-level job when his finger touched the cracks? What are the red things? What are these substances made of? Su Yu understood that these things were originally irrelevant to him. Now the most critical issue he needed to think about was what kind of god-level profession to obtain and how to establish a territory to gain advantages in the era of universal lords. Not long after he crossed over in his previous life, he only had 30% of the intimacy bonus of the sea-level silt lord and 30% of the silt creatures, which was not a big deal at all. In this life, he wanted to completely change this situation. I'm sorry, Scant. Subordinates, what level will my subordinates be? As Su Yu absorbed these red and black substances, a large amount of silt overflowed from his body. It was like a silkworm pupa transforming into a butterfly. Su Yu was surrounded by a bright red light, illuminating the opening scene around the slightly dark medieval bronze castle. Congratulations to player, Su Yu, for obtaining the God-level Lord class, Lord of the Divine Realm S-level God level, gold only. As the only S-level God level class winner in this Lord game, you will receive a special God level hero gift package. Your game number is 001. Lord of the Divine Realm S-level God level class, you can summon an S-level subordinate, including hero lords, every natural month. Dragons, demons, elves, angels, dwarves, goblins, and high-level heroes of all races are eager to fight for you. The heroes you recruit gain 100% loyalty and cannot betray. You will be regarded as a great and wise divine monarch and receive the blessing of the field. The ruler of God will illuminate all darkness and drive out all evil. On the path of the Lord, you are always sacred. Orthodoxy deserves the care and grace of the gods of the multiverse. Su Yu looked at the scene in front of him with an expression of infinite shock. He said with ecstasy and disbelief. No, that's not right. No one in the past life has ever obtained this, God of gods, God-level Lord profession. Summon an S-level subordinate every natural month. This is too abnormal. Many professionals in the past life may not be able to recruit C-level subordinates. And now I have the blessings of the two great Cthulhu evil gods. Is there something wrong with the God of gods profession? Su Yu's shocked expression could not fade away. His eyelids kept twitching. He only felt a force drilling into his body and brain. In an instant, his temperament underwent many subtle changes and became majestic and sacred. That's right, at this moment, Su Yu seemed to be naturally blessed with three special aura buffs of monarch, holiness, and majesty. He looked extremely righteous, just like the great ruler and monarch of the Middle Ages. People would have the urge to bow down to him at first sight. One look at him shows that he is a wise monarch. In the previous life, the eagle saw scant. I remember that after he touched the rift, he made a statement on the forum to show off the whole process of obtaining an S-level profession. Because the S-level profession has unique characteristics, he did not hesitate to post the whole process, otherwise I would not have known his secret. But the problem is that the S-level Lord profession that Scant awakened is not the great Lord of the divine system. Instead, it is the S-level Lord profession, Behemoth King. His Lord profession feature is subordinate strength plus 125%. At the same time, he has the bloodline and violent power of the Behemoth, and is favored by the Behemoth clan as if he were their own son. Plus, Scant's companion subordinate at the beginning is a young 4th-level Behemoth hero. This caused him to be like a dragon at the top of the food chain from the beginning, with crazy expansion of territory and rapid leap in strength. Scant's nickname in his previous life was Behemoth King. Behemoth King no longer exists in this life. Isn't my godly lord, an S-level profession, much more powerful than Behemoth King? Su Yu laughed heartily, and had to admit that it was easy to grab other people's opportunities. It's so cool. This kind of pleasure of intercepting halfway is really addictive. More importantly, Su Yu intercepted the opportunity of Behemoth King, Scant this time. As one rises, the other falls. Eagle Sauce's Scant will not be as arrogant and domineering as in the past. In the Lord War in the previous life, I don't know how many Lord players of Dragon Country died in Scant's hands. This is a conflict and contradiction between national destiny and national destiny. The stronger Su Yu's side is, the more Eagle Sauce will be weakened. Originally, Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce were mortal enemies, just like the two evil gods, the Wind King, the Nameless One, Hastur and the Lord of the Snail, Cthulhu, who had natural conflicts and contradictions from the camp and could not be changed at all. Su Yu's profession was received, and the next step was naturally to obtain subordinates. In the Turan world, every lord who enters the Turan world will have his own companion subordinates. Companion subordinates will be stronger than ordinary subordinates. Cherish it well, and there is even a possibility of training it into a hero. But if Su Yu remembers correctly, most of his companions in his previous life were low-level soldiers below level 3, which was related to the nightmares he had before. The more terrifying the nightmare, the stronger the companion soldiers. This is actually a disguised test. What is my companion soldier? Is it related to the evil god, or is it related to my god-level lord talent? He smiled and walked forward. In this life, as the Lord of Dragon Country, as the Lord of the Divine System, and the Blesser of the Evil God, he must become the god-level pillar of Dragon Country and the strongest group of people in the national Lord game, and severely suppress the Lords of Eagle Sauce and Neon Country in the future national war. I hope the companion servants can be more powerful, just don't give me a 6th-class servant. But it doesn't matter. As an S-class God-class profession, the Lord of the Divine System can recruit an S-class servant every natural month. It doesn't matter if it's a 6th-class servant. Near the dark cemetery, a young skeleton man laughed. Not bad, starting with a C-class Lord profession, Skeleton Elder, the skeleton's casting, attack speed, and movement speed are all increased by 12%, plus darkness immunity. But this skeleton's head is a bit ugly, I wonder if it can eat. There are 12 first-class white skeleton servants beside him. He decisively posted a post on the forum. C-class Lord, Skeleton Elder, starting with 12 first-class skeleton minions. I don't know what level it is, forum friends can appreciate it. Awesome. C-class Lord profession. The op is awesome. He appeared in a position that suits him. I saw a miserable elf guy before. He went straight into the territory of the dwarves. His subordinate soldiers were killed and he was captured. And just at this moment, the information in a post caused a huge stir. I suspect that the world we live in is not a virtual game world, but reality. In this Turin World Lord game, if you die more than 3 times in a short period of time, you will really die. Everyone must pay attention to your personal safety. You will be weak the first time, and extremely weak the second time. When your body can't bear it, you will be killed. D-level professional green-skinned orc guard. The subordinates I got at the beginning are garbage. 2 first-level orcs are few in number and poor in quality. F-level lord peasant. Is there a good brother to take care of me? Why did I become a goblin? Where is the elf? I am an F-level goblin. Female elf, please throw yourself into my arms quickly. Have you discovered that everyone awakens to a different race? There are some are goblins, some are dwarves, and some have become orcs, werewolves, and so on. I have become a hobbit now, so short. I want to go back to my rental house to eat potato chips and drink Coke. I don't want to play here anymore. As the vice president of the Golden Eagle Guild, a large guild in Dragon Country, Yuan Hong looked at his awakened B-level orc warlord, and the 3 extremely powerful 3rd-level orc leaders beside him and said, "How many guild members are nearby? Can we gather together?" He saw that the forum was basically immersed in novelty, but as a professional player and the vice president of the guild, he needed to integrate the power of the entire guild and start studying how to establish his own territory. Now they have completed the job transfer and obtained the subordinate stage. The question is, how to obtain the Lord's territory. The friend bar jumped up, and the guild staff Daoyi said, "Vice President, if the race and the map position conflict, I am afraid that it will be impossible to establish a territory. I can only find some steep places." The first member was a ghost creature. He entered the monastery area and was killed by the monastery's holy magic and monks one after another. Now the guild members who died twice dare not revive nearby and can only be randomly reborn in other places. Our first goal and task is to find a base where we can survive safely. Yuan Hong asked, "Has anyone in Longguo awakened the Lord profession above a level now?" No one has found it. Keep paying attention to the forum. Yes. A 2nd-level companion werewolf. A white man looked at the subordinate beside him and said to the person next to him, "I want to resell him. How much are you willing to give me?" A 2nd-level bison subordinate. A 1st-level elf. "Why am I so unlucky?" Quote. A 2nd-level big-eared monster. Why do some people on the forum get 3rd-level or even 4th-level soldiers when they are born? A girl looked at the farmer asked, "Are you sure it's a 1st-level creature?" The farmer's subordinate looked timid. Master, I can be a thief after I get promoted. But the thief is still 1st-level. The forum was filled with wailing and voices, because more than 90% of people cannot get 2 strong subordinate assistants from the beginning of the Lord's Road, so those 3rd-level subordinates on the forum are regarded as the standard. Respected as the strong. Level 3 subordinate ghost mummies, can kill the opponent, with a low probability of gold coins. Location. Long Country, Longlong Guild's Advance Captain Lu Dongqi, subordinate Level 3 Water Element, Level 3 Wind Element, Level 3 and Earth Element. The Longlong Guild is recruiting people. Talented people from all walks of life are welcome to contact us. The requirements are for subordinates of level 2 or above, or lords with professional talent level of C+ or above. People in the forum are envious of this post. It's an ordinary 1st-level subordinate. You still have 3 3rd-level subordinates. Do you want to live? Level 3 female priestess. Level 3 ghoul. Haha. They said that although my dwarf gunner subordinate is only level 2, there is a chance that he can be trained to become a hero. Foreign Eagle Sauce professional players, Josiah, got 7 4th-level subordinates, Wood Spirit Venerable, so awesome. There is a guy named Amuro Namashima in Neon Country, who got a 4th-level subordinate Ghost Shadow. In various gossips in the case of flying all over the sky. In the game of Turin World, the 4th level has been worshipped as a god. Every player began to be curious and explored this new world like a newborn. Of course, some people don't like Lord battles and don't want participating in this great change, spending the whole day in a daze, traveling around, but such people are still a minority after all. Urban white-collar workers, former bosses and bosses of large companies, presidents and members of gaming guilds, students with the teacher, hundreds of millions of people around the world, it can be said that all people are involved in this game of Turin World. We can only accept the rules here helplessly. The populations of Dragon Country, Eagle Sauce, Neon Country, White Elephant Country, all poured into the Turin World. In this context, someone asked, does anyone's companion subordinate have a level 5 or higher existence? Impossible, no one's starting subordinate can be above level 5. 3 deaths in the Turan world means real death, and secondly, the subordinates are unlikely to exceed level 5, and subordinates above level 5 are even more likely to be it's like a dream. It doesn't exist in the forum of this game. Just look at the search terms and you will know that no one has obtained a subordinate above the 5th level. The 4th level is already a god. Turan world, near a cliff, red maples grow everywhere. The fluttering red maple leaves shroud a man who is sacred, dignified, and full of monarchy in the shadows of the trees. What is my subordinate level? Quote. He turned his head away. A short classical aristocrat in black velvet and a 19th century bowler hat smiled and said, "Hello, Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte is reporting to you. Who do you say you are?" "Napoleon III. Su Yu was shocked. Suddenly, the person in front of him said, "Oh, I'm wrong. I'm actually Mr. Charles Hugo. Have you read what I wrote? Notre Dame de Paris, Les Miserables. I have been called the Shakespeare of Valencia. You can call me Mr. Hugo. You can also call me a member of the House of Lords." The man was born with an aristocratic temperament, but there were so many loopholes in his words that Su Yu couldn't listen anymore. Wait, what's your name? Charles Hugo. Charles Hugo is Victor's son. You liar, you said you were Napoleon III. Su Yu was completely confused. I'm forced to think about what's going on with my subordinates. Why are they pretending to be nobles in their previous lives? 19th century noble etiquette. A male noble in a uniform and a sword on his waist, with a small tuft of beard, scratched his head. Then I am Karl von Clausewitz of Prussia. Su Yu, I'm sorry, I don't want to believe you anymore. Okay, then I can only be forced to introduce myself. Su Yu said. No need, you are my companion subordinate, I am the lord and you are the minister, I can view your information. Su Yu didn't want to talk nonsense with the old 6th subordinate in front of him. He wanted to lie to himself at the beginning, so his loyalty is probably not very high. But, is his rank probably very high? Especially his outfit of a 19th century French noble. Could he really be a special hero? Don't think too much, open the subordinate panel, and everything will be clear. Su Yu decisively opened his game panel. The Turan world will teleport everyone to an unknown place. Next to him may be a dragon's nest, a giant dragon lake with emerald dragons, a dangerous undead territory, or even dark creatures in the underground castle, or the territory of ghouls and vampire monarchs. In short, you have to adapt to the environment as soon as possible and figure out the dangers nearby. Then you can plan to establish a territory step by step. In his previous life, Su Yu also read the forum, so he naturally knew what they discussed on the forum when they opened the server. That kind of novelty was something Su Yu didn't have, and he didn't want to waste time. So he planned to make a quick decision. The subordinate lord panel opened, and there were columns such as friends, trading, forum, equipment, subordinates, etc., which were perfectly integrated with the site. The moment that subordinates column was opened, Su Yu's face was numb. 9th level, Silver Palace, Devil Lord, Abraham von Heinrich Anatos, attributes, skills, loyalty, 100. This unit is a hero creature. As a devil, Abraham likes to stir up wars between the lords of purgatory and the abyss. Lies and deceptions are his specialty. Hero. Su Yu didn't know whether to be happy or worried. He had seen the subordinate panels of other players on the forum. Those subordinates below level 4, including level 4 subordinates, all have ordinary colors in their attribute panels. The panel color of the elite is green, and the colors of stronger ones will be more varied. However, the attribute panel of the Devil Lord Abraham in front of him is a dazzling bright silver, which is very unusual at first glance, similar to the golden light of his own god-level lord. Level 9. Didn't the forum say that there would be no subordinates whose level would exceed level 4? What shocked Su Yu even more was the large number of question marks caused by the hidden information in these panels. Doesn't it mean that the subordinates in front of him are too far behind him in strength? He is unable to detect the attributes of the other party. And what does the question mark after the loyalty of 100 mean? Will he not bite me back? Suddenly, just when Su Yu was feeling mixed emotions, the noble man from the 90th century in front of him suddenly drew his sword. The bright noble sword was about to pierce his throat before Su Yu could react at all. Lord Devourer. It's over. This is not an ordinary subordinate, but a 9th level hero. Abraham von Heinrich Anatos, the 9th level, Silver Palace, Devil Lord, smiled. Since you summoned me to this material world, I will reluctantly kill you, the summoner, and then enjoy my new life of fraud and destruction in the material world. Tilda haha. Thank you, honorable Lord, my beloved monarch. But just when Abraham was about to pierce Su Yu's throat with a sword, he found that the great Lord in front of him was full of divine majesty and extremely disgusting sacred aura. His expression was cold, as if he had expected his assassination. His silver noble sword, which was about to penetrate his neck for 5 millimeters, stopped abruptly and could not get close. What? Su Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. Although he looked calm and composed on the outside, he was actually terribly frightened. If he was killed by the backlash, wouldn't it be a big loss? And let a devil lord harm the world of Turin. But he suddenly found that the power of the Lord of the Gods was activated at the moment of being attacked. The heroes you recruit gain 100% loyalty and cannot betray. Will this effect take effect on the companion subordinate Abraham? Is he a hero I recruited? Is he a hero? Until the moment the long sword was against his neck. Su Yu understood that he had made the right bet. The other party could not hurt him at all. Haha. Abraham suddenly pressed down his sword, knelt on the ground, and said with a respectful expression, Great Lord Su Yu, the great ruler of the divine system, you are the future master of the world. As your humble servant, I am willing to serve under your throne forever and become an insignificant chess piece in your rule of the multiverse. Please accept my loyalty to you. His assassination action was directly changed to holding the sword with both hands. The noble's arrogant demeanor and arrogant and playful expression before turned into compassionate piety and loyalty at this moment. This old six. The old man was very angry, but he was very angry. 9th level, Silver Palace, Devil Lord, Abraham von Heinrich Anatos, attributes, skills, loyalty, 100. Su Yu stared at the system panel, as if he wanted to stare out flowers from it. He already knew that this old six subordinate was a Hell Devil Lord. In addition to the old six characteristics of hero, lord, and 9th level subordinates. Even if there is 100% loyalty, Su Yu is a little speechless in his heart. Devils are best at bypassing rules. Will this guy collude with others and kill me in the end? It seems that he saw Su Yu's doubts. Abraham von Heinrich Anatos bowed his head and smiled. You are the master of the future great court. As your humble servant, I am willing to offer you the highest loyalty and become your most loyal follower. Please accept my loyalty. He knelt on one knee, stepped forward to hold Su Yu's right hand and kiss his wrist. In an instant, Su Yu's mouth twitched. He realized something. This old man wanted to assassinate him again. The silver thread and light made Su Yu, a newcomer who had just entered the game, feel a huge threat. But this threat disappeared under the influence of 100% loyalty. How could this happen? Abraham looked at the 2 consecutive failed assassinations of this human with a stunned expression. He found that he seemed unable to do anything that would harm this human lord, even, some forced him to be loyal, and those who were maliciously deceived by the master-servant contract. Is he going to be a servant? Being a servant to a stranger. He tried again out of disbelief. Eye of insight, dark steel cable. A hall filled with cold mist suddenly appeared under his feet. The original mud forest floor suddenly turned into a silver palace made of mirrors. The terrifying impact was about to attack Su Yu, but Abraham himself flew out. His 90th century dress was all messed up and embarrassed by the mud, dirty rotten leaves, and bird droppings. Loyalty. -74. Loyalty. 100. Su Yu's eyelids jumped. This guy still wants to attack him. Su Yu frowned and began to think. What was the conflict between him and the subordinate named Abraham in front of him? First, he was too weak, and the subordinate was too strong. The second point was probably that his, God of the universe, and the devil were too incompatible, right? What if he was the Lord of Hell? Maybe he will be killed. Hell doesn't care about human feelings. The devil comes from hell and also from the abyss. Su Yu's Lord profession is completely incompatible with Abraham's camp. Su Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Since it may be a camp problem. Do you want to show your skills? You can give it a try. Su Yu thought to himself. He did what he wanted to do, and suddenly a dark and cold spiral eclipse appeared on his body. The power of the spiral eclipse symbolized the evil god power of Cthulhu Futin. The yellow seal lit up on his forehead. That was the terrifying evil god power of the King of Yellow, Hastur the Wind God. In an instant, Su Yu seemed to have changed from an extremely sacred, monarchical and righteous king of the chosen. The image was alienated and degenerated into a spokesperson for an evil god. Sudden change. Abraham von Heinrich Anatos was shocked. What is this? Evil god. He sensed the great power of the evil god Cthulhu. That kind of power belongs only to the old ones. How could a holy lord have the power of the evil god of the old ones? Abraham looked up at Su Yu in shock, knelt on the ground, and said, "So you are the heir of the great evil god. No wonder you can summon subordinates. From now on, your subordinates are willing to follow your lead." Loyalty. 34. Loyalty. 100. The loyalty on the panel suddenly jumped to the positive side. Su Yu was relieved. Although he didn't know what the impact might be, now the two of them are finally thinking about the problem from the same camp and angle. At least they are now members of the evil camp. Abraham. But sir, I was severely injured and defeated by the seraphim of the temple camp once before. My subordinates suffered heavy losses and my strength was severely damaged. I'm afraid I can't help you. Su Yu's eyelids jumping like crazy. This old six. He knew this guy didn't want to work for him. No. Immediately explore the surrounding environment and situation for me to see where it is suitable to establish a territory. Well, then I can only carry out the task reluctantly. Cough cough. Abraham's face suddenly turned pale and he staggered out. I thought he was some weak and downtrodden nobleman, who knew that this guy was a 9th level devil. Old 6. The great lord of the divine system, S-level god level occupation, you can summon an S-level subordinate, including hero lords, every natural month. Dragons, demons, elves, angels, dwarves, goblins, and high-level heroes of all races are eager to fight for you. Su Yu shook his head. Now he should use his ability as the great lord of the divine system to continue to summon the second S-level subordinate. If others on the forum knew that their lords were so powerful, they would probably go crazy. At the beginning, everyone else is a lord below level 4. Level 4 is basically the top in the forum. I started with a level 9 devil lord. Although it's a little old, it's not useless. Let's see who will be summoned for the second time. 10 dark elves are killing monsters around the forest. The dead tree spirits drop loot and resources such as wood. Jojo said to the friend communication. I don't know where I am now. Anyway, I will settle down first. Well, the B-level Lord Talent, Dark Walker, has the ability of eternal night vision under his command and can increase the combat effectiveness at night by 50%. From now on, I will fight exclusively at night. He laughed. 10 level 2 dark elves swept towards the distance. At this moment, he had a feeling of mastering a powerful force. But at the moment when he kept moving forward, a terrifying light. It lit up in the distance. It was like a grand and magnificent gate of heaven, quietly tearing through the night, and endless holy light was tearing through the gate of heaven like it was free. What is that? What the hell? Jojo walked forward with a shocked expression. You are burned by the power of light, and all the dark attributes are degenerated by 37%. You are burned by -10 health points, -10 health. You can't even get close. What is so domineering? The gate of the temple has been summoned. I saw an angel with 2 wings growing on his back, exuding powerful power. His expression was indifferent, and he slowly flapped his wings and stood upright in the sky. The golden sight and the pure white power immediately shocked Jojo to the point of confusion, and he turned on the recording function directly. Do you know what I saw? Someone summoned an angel. Opportunity, absolutely a great opportunity. This NPC may have a mission, I have to go over and take a closer look. Before Jojo could react, he found that his health had dropped to 1/3. This burning damage is too terrible. My subordinates, we have to retreat quickly, otherwise they will all be burned to death by the holy light of the temple. Dark elves are underground creatures in the dungeon. They are naturally afraid of the existence of light. There are countless fluorescent mosses in the dungeon. Dark elves have mastered night vision skills and are natural assassins of the night vision dark system. At this moment, after this group of dark creatures met the angel, they began to be melted by the holy light like candles. -3, -3, -4, -5 inches damage values kept popping up above their heads. Jojo was overjoyed. He must have found some extremely strong special NPC. He walked over to take a look. The angel slowly flapped its wings and fell from the heaven, kneeling on one knee to a majestic, domineering, and sacred young man. The angel kneeled. Is he God? It is said that angels serve God, who can make an angel kneel. According to the common sense of heroes of might and magic, angels are also mercenaries of the lords, especially the holy lords and churches, who will hire angels to come down to the earth to expel and defeat evil, but let the angel kneel. What the hell is going on? Aren't angels the most noble species in the multiverse? Don't they only worship God? Why are they kneeling to the young man in front of them? Even lords and angels are hired, and the real angels are in heaven. Could it be that this young NPC is a real god? This is too outrageous. Jojo was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he only saw the angel with his right hand pressed against his left chest, kneeling on one knee and saying, "Respected Lord of God, Europa pays you sincere respects." Jojo listened. The word, God Lord, made him think that the young man in front of him was a very cool NPC. If he knew that Su Yu was also a player, I'm afraid his mentality would explode on the spot. The king of the world, the king of the world. Su Yu looked at the archangel summoned by the Lord of the Gods, with a happy expression, thinking that he finally had a big stone dropped. Although Abraham, the sixth subordinate, is a ninth level, he is a big devil. No one knows what sixth level operations and tricks he can come up with. Angels are completely different. Whether it is the cherubim, the angel of virtue, the fighting archangel, the angel of power, or the seraphim who dominates everything, they are all extremely powerful and loyal. Loyalty, trustworthiness, justice, and holiness are the labels of angels. So Su Yu directly switched to the aura of Lord of the Gods. In an instant, he approached the angel in front of him as if he represented the chosen one who interpreted justice. Get up, Europa, from now on you are a member of my territory. Although I haven't established a territory yet, I believe that with a top life like you, our territory will become extremely glorious in the future. Europa held Su Yu's hand. His heart was restless for a while. He felt the potential power in the body of this lord. He was afraid that he might really become an upper-class figure in the multiverse in the future. His potential was almost unpredictable and extremely surging. This made Europa, as an angel, also very curious about Su Yu. At this moment, Su Yu naturally opened the attribute panel of Archangel Europa. As for the human lord next to him, he had no time to deal with him because he was too weak. Archangel Europa, 9th level. Attributes: Strength, 74, Agility, 6, Constitution 12, Intelligence, 8, Gnosis, 4, Charm. Skills: Aid, Divination, Resurrection Magic, Detect Evil, Reading Magic, Teleportation, Heal the Wounded. Loyalty, 100. Archangel Europa has the potential characteristics of the upper third level angel, the Throne Angel. The ruler of the Throne Angel, or the concrete incarnation in front of the people, is the Archangel. The conditions for promotion to the Throne Angel are unknown at present. Su Yu was stunned. This attribute is another bunch of question marks. He asked himself, let alone 2 ninth level subordinates in his previous life. Even a 4th level subordinate, he couldn't get it. In his previous life, when he was a time traveler, his subordinate was a 2nd level catfish. As a result, now he is in the Turan world, mastering the God level Lord, Divine Lord, profession, not to mention the blessing of the evil god, but also recruiting 2 ninth level subordinates in succession. It can be said that he is almost invincible at the beginning. I'm rich. The only thing that Su Yu feels a little sorry about is that Archangel Europa is not a hero, and Abraham is a special Lord hero, but looking at the notes below, Europa still has the potential to evolve into a seraph in the future. Su Yu has read a lot of information about angels in his previous life. Angels are divided into 9 levels. The lowest level is ordinary angels, followed by archangels and power angels, which are the lower 3 levels. The middle 3 levels of angels are Lord, virtue, and energy. The upper 3 levels of angels are called seraphs, cherubim and seraphs, although the Archangel Europa in front of him does not have the potential to be a seraph in the future. But the seraph is also one of the 3 upper angel levels. Apart from anything else, this potential alone is already very strong. At this moment, the Cold World transmission voice of Turan World came. Congratulations to the player for summoning the S-level 9th order subordinate Archangel Europa. Do you want to announce it to the world? Don't show off your wealth. No. But the next moment, Su Yu's face turned green. All server broadcast. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Su Yu for successfully summoning the 9th order Archangel and receiving special rewards. Free attributes X20, random Lord treasure X1. All server broadcast. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Su Yu for successfully summoning the 9th order Archangel and receiving special rewards. Free attributes X20, random Lord treasure X1. What's going on? Jojo looked at the young holy lord in front of him with a dull expression, and the scene of the angel bowing down. He couldn't imagine it. The guy in front of him was actually a player. Player. Big boss, super big boss. He was completely shocked. Not only that, but the entire server forum of Turan World was blown up by this shocking system-wide broadcast. Turan World is a game for everyone to participate, not just for himself. Jojo could already imagine what kind of fluctuations and storms this incident would cause. This is not it. He opened the forum immediately. 9th level subordinate, are you kidding me? It's going to explode. Su Yu, the Lord of Dragon Country, is he from our Dragon Country? These Eagle Sauce, Neon Country, and Russian Bear are going to explode. This is too awesome. We don't even have a third level subordinate. He summoned a ninth level subordinate at once, and chose to broadcast to the whole server. Too fierce. Is this the real boss? If it was a fifth level or sixth level subordinate, they might envy, be jealous, or even be amazed, but Suyu is a ninth level subordinate. The gap is too big, each level of subordinate will crush the next level. What does a ninth level subordinate mean? It means that you are invincible from the start. Eagle Sauce Forum. The dragon people cheated. The dragon people must have found a bug in the game. The word, Turin, is obviously a foreign game. How could the dragon people get the ninth level subordinate? Did he hatch the dragon egg next to the dragon's nest at the beginning? That's not right. He should be hunted by the dragon, right? Scantor looked at the broadcast screen of the whole server angrily. 20 free attribute points. He looked up at his panel. Strength 4, Intelligence 5, Agility 2, Spiritual Power 3, Charm 7. None of his attributes exceeded 10 points. As a result, the guy named Suyu got 20 attribute points at once, and the Lord Treasure at the beginning. Plus the terrifying increase of the ninth level Lord. How strong will he be? Scant felt somewhat depressed and crestfallen for no reason. It's still the initial stage of the game. Don't be discouraged, Scant Brody, you are the pride of the Brody family. He is different from the S-level God-level Lord who awakened in his previous life. At this moment, his talent, the Lord has become an A-level Behemoth Messenger. He can summon Behemoth and has a 70% blessing on the affinity of Behemoth, but it is too different from the God-level Lord characteristics of the Behemoth King in his previous life. Not to mention controlling the Behemoth bloodline and the 125% increase in power, that is impossible. It can be said that Suyu's existence, from the beginning, has ruined Eagle Sauce, a God-level Lord. The Forum of Neon Country was also completely blown up. Suyu summoned the 9th level Archangel, which was a full server announcement in the Turin world. 20 attribute points, and precious Lord treasures. Cheating, definitely a cheater. Apart from cheating, I don't think there is any way to get a 9th level subordinate. Amuro Namashima gritted his teeth and looked at the announcement broadcast to the whole server. His 4th level subordinate, the Ghost Shadow, was already a very strong existence. Let alone the 9th level, he had never seen what a 5th level subordinate looked like. As a result, a 9th level strongman suddenly appeared in the Dragon Country. The pressure is too great. Suyu from Longguo, I will remember you. All the major Neon guilds are going all out. Find the Longguo Lord named Suyu and win him over to Neon, no matter what the cost. Eagle Sauce, find Suyu and win him over. Find Suyu, we need to make a deal with him. The Longguo side is even more excited, because this time the system notice for the whole server. Almost all the Lord players in the Turin world want to find Suyu, the top god level Lord, and the guilds want to win him over to their own guilds. The official Longguo hopes that he will join the national forces, while other small forces hope to climb up the high branches, worship this big guy as a teacher, and become his thigh pendant. It can be said that a stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Jojo's expression was dull at the moment, and he communicated with a senior member of Longqing Guild. I may have found this Suyu boss. What did you say? You found Suyu. A 9th level subordinate professional. Even if it is not a high-level Lord profession, this kind of starting advantage can definitely make the strength of the Longqing Guild usher in a qualitative leap. Now the elite player Jojo said that he found this Suyu, is it true? Is he making fun of himself? Jojo was shocked and said, President, he noticed me. Jojo's face was full of shock. The Archangel followed the young man who exuded a mysterious aura. He was walking towards him step by step at this moment. He was clearly wearing ordinary linen and cloth clothes. The terrifying sense of oppression made Jojo's breathing stagnate, and his heart beat violently. Big boss. Suyu smiled and said, I want you to help me find someone. Find someone. Find who? Jojo stuttered. This person's aura is too strong. He looked at the boss Suyu in front of him and vaguely felt that his expression was gloomy. It seems that he has no happy expression at all, but is very angry and suppresses his anger, as if he has a grudge against someone, which makes Jojo even more scared. Suyu gritted his teeth and said, Abraham von Heinrich Anatos, find this guy for me, I want to cut him into pieces. He originally wanted to make a fortune in silence and live a shameful life. As a result, a system prompt suddenly came. Your companion subordinate, Abraham von Heinrich Inatos, made the right choice for you, and will broadcast the glorious deeds of the host summoning the ninth level subordinate to the whole server. Su Yu said angrily, Abraham, come out. He couldn't figure it out at all. Why can this sixth level subordinate interfere with the choice of the system announcement? However, Su Yu was not blinded by anger. He reacted quickly. Abraham seemed to have really made a contribution. If I don't make the summoning of the ninth level subordinate public and broadcast it to the whole server, I'm afraid that the 20 free attribute points and the randomly drawn treasure rewards will be lost. Name: Su Yu. Occupation: Lord of the Divine System, S level God level Lord the Only One. Blessing: Yellow Seal of the Snake, the only SSS level Evil God. Blessing: HP: 210, Mag: 110. Strength: 6, Agility: 4, Constitution: 6, Intelligence: 9, Gnosis: 10, Charm: 12. Free attribute points: 20 points. Lord's Treasure. Life Amulet. Effect: plus 1/5 life of the soldier, life recovery speed 10%. Su Yu laughed. In the early stage, let alone 20 attribute points, even 2 attribute points would probably make players break their heads. The attributes added by those primary treasures are often plus 1, plus 2. As a result, he got 20 free attribute points at once. Abraham, the sixth one. As a Lord's Treasure, the life amulet can increase the health of all subordinates by 15 points and the life recovery speed by 10%. You should know that after a Lord War, the recovery of the soldiers' injuries is the top priority. Being able to recover quickly means being able to fight faster and reduce the probability of death. Although this Lord's Treasure of the life amulet is not so outrageous and powerful in the early stage, it is also very rare. Abraham's figure appeared not far away. He laughed. Jojo raised his head and looked at the 90th century mustache nobleman in a tuxedo, his face full of confusion. NPC, this person must be an NPC now. It can't be a player, right? Boss, is he the one you were looking for? Jojo pointed at Abraham and asked. Who would have thought that Abraham would kneel down in front of Su Yu on the spot? Great Lord, I am also helping you make the most correct choice. We are in a companion relationship. As your companion and subordinate, my loyalty is witnessed by the sun, the moon, the heaven and the earth. What? Companion and subordinate. Jojo only felt a stream of heat directly hitting his forehead, followed by a dizzy feeling. The ninth level archangel was not his companion and subordinate. The great noble in front of him was. Su Yu was angry. Shut up. Didn't you see that there was someone next to him? You must have deliberately leaked the information, right? This old sixth Abraham must be dealt with. Although Su Yu said so, he was indeed blessed in disguise. Without Abraham, the sixth brother, he probably rejected the broadcast to the whole server. He also missed the 20 free attribute points and the initial Lord Treasure. Su Yu didn't know whether it was the impression of the Lord of the Divine Ordination or the impression of the SSS level Evil God's blessing of the conch yellow seal. His luck seemed to be a little too good in this life. He casually put the 20 free attribute points on physique and intelligence. His physique became 16, and his health soared to 310 points. His intelligence increased by 10 points. His magic power also became 210 points. He was still cautious and chose the life-saving attribute. Abraham, Europa, next I need to find a suitable location to build a territory. The second is to kill monsters. Can you protect my safety and find the core of territory construction? Su Yu said this because he was afraid that his speed would slow them down, but seeing the expressions of Abraham and Europa, he said, forget it, let's act together. Archangel Europa said, my lord, I can act with you, and let this hero act alone. Su Yu nodded with satisfaction and said, Abraham, you can move freely, Europa and I will go another way, and light up the surrounding map as soon as possible. Abraham bowed his head deeply and smiled, yes, great master. Jojo was not far away, and seeing that the three were about to go their separate ways, he hurriedly said excitedly, boss, what about me, what about me? Su Yu looked puzzled. If it were before, he might have killed the player in front of him directly in order to hide his strength. If the guy in front of him was the Lord of Eagle Sauce or Little Japan, he would have killed him without saying a word. But seeing that the player spoke dragon language, Su Yu still planned to give him a chance. What's your name? Jojo, my name is Jojo. Su Yu said, it's quite dangerous to establish a territory around here. I advise you to hurry up. You have already wasted a lot of time. Ah. Jojo thought to himself, that's right. Now the Turan world is in the stage of land reclamation. The strongest ninth level archangels in front of him are racing against time. Who knows what kind of rewards the First Lord player who successfully establishes a territory can get. Boss, you are right. Now is the stage of land reclamation. I won't waste time with you. See you again. Su Yu nodded. His first server-wide broadcast was indeed a bit shocking, but it didn't mean that the players of Dragon Country were all fools. Seeing the Turan world opening up, they naturally had to race against time to become the first lord to establish a territory. Boss, can you add me as a friend? Okay. Jojo confessed. I have sent your message to the guild. It may be reported on the forum. Don't blame me. I understand. It's human nature. Big picture, boss. Su Yu led Europa away. Seeing Su Yu disappear, Jojo sighed in his heart. He knew that he had to act as soon as possible. The establishment of the territory and the opening of the wasteland were imminent. Now the map was dark, and at least the map had to be opened. As for worshipping the boss, he was not that boring. Everyone was in a hurry. Don't delay each other. It's a complete waste of time to flatter and boast. Now that he has the boss's favor and goodwill, it is naturally possible to go further in the future and even attract the boss to join the Longqing Guild. Second level Harpy Nest, quantity, many 50 to 99. Standing on the high slope, Su Yu looked at the monsters guarding the copper mine in the distance and said with a smile, Europa, let me see your strength. Yes, master. Su Yu thought that it was fortunate that Europa was not a sixth-rate person, and she was extremely beautiful. It was rumored that angels were not divided by gender. I wonder why Europa was so beautiful and had such a good figure. She looked as beautiful as Aphrodite. Was she a man or a woman? The wings of the archangel vibrated, and the pressure of the ninth-level top life. Just approaching the harpy nest. The morale of the harpy people suddenly plummeted. Then there was a rout. What's going on? The morale collapsed before the opponent's fight. Su Yu looked at the distant scene with a surprised expression. He was walking now. Generally speaking, the Lord should have his own chariot and. Su Yu thought it was a pity and regret. Although Abraham and Europa archangels are both ninth level, neither of them can be ridden. It would be best to recruit an S-level subordinate who can be ridden next month. Black dragons, red dragons, emerald dragons, gods Dagon, Phoenix sea demigods, behemoths and other giant and large alien creatures can all be ridden. Su Yu is really a bit uncool walking on two legs now. Ah. Tilde. A wailing sound came. Archangel Europa can no longer be described as crushing. The aura and pressure of the ninth level life force directly collapsed the morale of this group of less than 100 eagles. Su Yu occupied a copper mine. Seeing that more than 30 eagles surrendered, he did not intend to take this group of burdens with him. Just let them continue to garrison the copper mine and fend for themselves. It's just that copper mines and other resources need to be sent over regularly. You explore the foggy area on the map, experience plus 100. You have successfully achieved an epic victory. A group of harpies surrendered to you and are willing to help you guard the copper mine. A group of harpies told you the location of an abandoned territory in the language of the orcs. You get abandoned territory map. Oh. Su Yu really felt that his luck was a bit too good. He just killed the first batch of monsters and got the territory map. The key point is that the 9th level Archangel Europa mastered the language of the orcs. Otherwise, the intelligence of the harpies could not be exchanged with them. An abandoned territory. It's a good idea to go and take a look. If the location is good, just build it directly. At this time, a light rain fell over the Turan world, and a server-wide broadcast appeared. Congratulations to the Eagle Sauce player Claude Johnson for successfully establishing the world's first territory, and received rewards. Free attribute points X5, territory construction blueprint X1. Congratulations to the Eagle Sauce player Claude Johnson for successfully establishing the world's first territory, and received rewards. Free attribute points X5, territory construction blueprint X1. Su Yu thought of his experience in his previous life and thought that the speed was indeed very fast. After all, the Turan world has just been opened up. The speed of high-level players in other countries should not be underestimated. Congratulations to Dragon player Yuan Hong for successfully establishing the second territory in the world, and get rewards. Free attribute points X4, gold coins, wood, silver mines X100. Congratulations to Deguo player Kilgot Constant for establishing the third territory in the world, and get rewards. Free attribute points X3, wood X50. Su Yu shook his head. He wasted some time on the career selection screen at the beginning, and then wasted some time on summoning the 9th level angel subordinate Europa, so he still needs to make some efforts to catch up with the first echelon. Let's go, Europa, let's go see the abandoned territory. Understood. Several waves of monsters were killed in succession. The monsters nearby were not too terrifying. They were all first and second level monsters. But Su Yu overlooked a factor. Abraham von Heinrich Anatos. Old sixth subordinate. He was dressed in aristocratic clothes, and elegantly greeted Su Yu from a distance in the forest, smiling, "Master, look at what this is." Abraham smiled elegantly and said, "I took it from my territory. The Silver Palace Hell is not too far from here. I have a large collection in my treasure house. Do you think this thing is suitable?" Su Yu's face was full of doubts. "This is also fine." He suddenly looked at Abraham's attribute information in astonishment. He seemed to be both a hero and a devil Duke of Hell. The Duke is a symbol of status. Maybe he doesn't have a territory. Hero Lord. The attribute of this Lord was completely beyond Su Yu's expectations. He thought he had to struggle and find the territory from the surrounding environment. As a result, he looked at the props in front of him. He was completely distracted. The process of establishing his territory in his previous life can be said to be barely successful after thousands of setbacks. What about now? Destroying everything with ease, pushing forward all the way, Su Yu even had a feeling of doubting life. Is it that simple? God-level territory construction stone. Use it to build a God-level territory. Simple description. But it set off a huge wave in Su Yu's heart. You should know that there are rewards and server-wide broadcasts for the establishment of ordinary territories, but the rewards for the establishment of God-level territories are higher. Is this the benefit of companion subordination? Su Yu raised his head, looked at Abraham, and asked, "Where is the location? Where are the resources nearby that are abundant and suitable for developing territories?" There are cliffs everywhere near the forest, and the Turan world is floating with long and fine rain, which hits the leaves and falls on Su Yu's arms. The moist and cool feeling was almost the same as the real world. The smell of soil was also coming, and the drizzle rolled up a light mist on the leaves of the forest, but it did not wet Abraham's figure and the feathers of the angel Europa. Abraham said respectfully, "According to the 10 Commandments of faith, the location of Moses' journey to Canaan, I calculated it. Our promised land should be in the south." Su Yu was stunned. "Why are you acting like a charlatan at the critical moment? God's promised land, you are a devil, how did you get involved in the Bible? The promised land, Moses, Canaan. Are you a devil?" Su Yu kept complaining in his heart. But it should be said that although Abraham's character was a bit stupid, Su Yu still planned to listen to him. Let's go south. Yes. The Archangel Europa, who was extremely beautiful and should be described as perfect, took a leaf that Su Yu had touched and put it away in a place where Su Yu didn't notice. Her expression showed a strange redness, and her fiery red lips and snow-white figure were strangely covered with rose red. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. Kui Da Chong of Han Kingdom successfully established a territory and obtained +1 free attribute point. King Chu of Long Kingdom successfully established a territory and obtained +1 free attribute. Su Yu knew very well that there would be 100 people with +1 free attribute, and after 100 people, no more people would continue to receive rewards. However, when he looked at the glowing, white jade-like God-level territory building stone in his hand, an idea inexplicably came to his mind. I wonder if there are any special rewards for establishing a God-level territory. The territory is also divided into levels. In the previous life, about 1 to 2 months later, someone established the first God-level territory reward, if Su Yu remembered correctly. The reward for the God-level territory should be 15 free attribute points, plus special building drawings and other rewards. He gently wiped the territory stone and followed Abraham to the south. Abraham stepped on a dead branch, which made a crisp sound. He said, "Master, there is a place near the lake in the south, which is rich in resources and very suitable for establishing a territory, but there is also a problem." Su Yu asked, "What's the problem?" In his sight, Abraham's appearance has the firm and serious side of a 19th-century aristocrat, especially the 2 small tufts of mustaches that are raised, coupled with a serious expression. It is difficult for people who see him for the first time to know that he is actually a 6th-class man. His appearance is enough to create this sense of contrast, Su Yu thought. Abraham said, "The problem is that our territory may develop too fast and too well, and it has surpassed others." Su Yu rolled his eyes and almost couldn't help but stab Abraham. Of course, he has no weapon in his hand now. This 6th-class man, if his words are so unreliable, is his plan to go south really trustworthy? At this moment, Su Yu was a little shaken. He glanced at the charming Europa beside him. He had been immersed in the joy of being promoted to a god-level lord before, and had no time to look at her appearance. Now looking at Europa, he found that she had a kind of appearance and beauty that was beyond the world and could only be found in the non-material world. Slender legs. The waist was very slender, and the appearance could naturally be described as perfect. More importantly, the lips were very thin, like the links of leeches, and the luster was extremely soft. She wore an ordinary white velvet short skirt below her waist, and leather boots under her feet. The upper body was a wrap wrapped in gray cloth, which seemed to be a wrap made of strips of cloth. It felt like the bandages wrapped around the weapons in the comics were untied. This dress should also be called a bandage suit. It also looked a bit like a mummy. But she has a great figure, with a perfect curve. Her angel wings have been retracted. The Archangel Beauty, who is nearly 1.72 meters tall, is actually very eye-catching next to Su Yu. She seemed to notice the gaze of the master, and because of loyalty, she gently nodded to Su Yu. The face under the chestnut hair looks about 18 or 19 years old. Obviously a beautiful young woman. Su Yu was a little embarrassed, scratched his forehead and said, Europa. How old are you this year? I don't know. I have a rather presumptuous question, can I ask it? Europa turned her eyes to Su Yu and said, You are the respected God-ruled Lord. Since ancient times, heaven has said that the rulers and lords of the world are granted by God. As a god, the great God has given power to the Lord, you naturally have the right to ask me questions. Su Yu was a little surprised. A thorn blocking their way was cut off by a silver sword, and Abraham stepped over the thorn bush. Su Yu followed closely. He didn't expect that he had such a high status in the eyes of Europa, the angel. Divine right of kings. It doesn't seem unreasonable. Although the Turan world is a parallel world, everything in the game is real, and even abolishes reality. It would be funny if Europa and Abraham, the two subordinates, were really regarded as NPCs and artificial intelligence. Su Yu looked at Europa's curious eyes. The dusk and darkness of the sky seemed to gradually fade away from the clouds in the distance. The stars dotted the sky, and the twinkling stars seemed to be winking at everyone. Su Yu asked, Are you a man or a woman? Europa. Woman. Su Yu wondered, Aren't angels genderless? Europa said, Initially, angels can be genderless. Female, but my power is only at the level of an ordinary archangel, not at the level of the three higher levels of seraphim, cherubim, and archangel. Their forms can even be transformed into 2 pairs of 36 pairs of sacred wings covered with billions of eyeballs. Do you know the true form of seraphim? Quote. Su Yu was completely silent. Indeed, the real higher angels are recorded in the Bible and many classics. Seraphim, such as Michael, the Lord of Heaven, have unfixed forms. Sometimes seraphim can become a red dragon that kills evil. Sometimes seraphim becomes a red-haired Lord of Heaven who commands war. Some people say that his hair is dyed red by blood. In short, the image of religion has never been clear and fixed, and it is unknown what impact the worship of faith has on heaven. Su Yu said, Do you have a love affair between a man and a woman? Europa looked at Su Yu seriously. As a subordinate, I am willing to sacrifice my soul and everything for my lord. Do you want to sleep with me? Ahem, ahem. A 19th century nobleman handed over a book from somewhere. Master, how about this book? Book. What do you mean? Quote. Su Yu reached out to take the book handed over by Abraham. Strangely, Abraham did not reach out his hand. His side seemed to be transformed into a mercury ripple. A pair of animal arms stretched out from the mercury ripple. The hairy animal arms did not have any bad smell, but it made Su Yu wonder what level of species the creature behind the book-handling arm was. Abraham, the 6th brother, is hiding too deep. Su Yu found from his performance that he seemed to have a connection with his territory. A lord. Supporting another lord, the final result is either to achieve some weird purpose, or to fatten him up and then annex him. Su Yu has no doubt that Abraham von Heinrich Anatos, who is also a lord, devoured his idea. After all, his loyalty was negative from the beginning. Fortunately, I still have the blessing of the evil god's spiral yellow seal. I wonder when Cthulhu and Hastur can help me. Otherwise, Abraham really can't suppress it. Su Yu took the book handed over by the beast arm. Take a closer look. The Guide to the Fall of Angels. Europa also turned her head and glanced at Abraham. The atmosphere between the two was a little cold and stiff. Su Yu quickly closed the book, his heart pounding wildly. This old man. He stepped over the dead branches and the humus layer of the forest, and directly changed the subject. How long will it take to get to the promised land? Quote. The beautiful female angel, Europa's tall and graceful figure, exuding a sacred aura that was extremely amazing, asked, Great Lord, do you need me to use prophecy? Prophecy. Yes, within the known scope, prophecy can provide a lot of effective map information. There is even a chance to directly read out the unlocked fog map. Su Yu said, "Of course I have to use it." He didn't understand how Abraham could be like a charlatan before, knowing where to build a territory before he even explored it. Now the answer seems to be right in front of him. It is likely that Abraham also knows prophecy. The two ninth-level subordinates confronted each other silently. Su Yu could vaguely see that the eyes of the 19th-century Buddhist nobles seemed to show a hint of contempt for angels. Europa also had disgust for Abraham in her eyes. Forget it. One of them is from the holy camp and the other is from the evil camp. No conflict broke out at the beginning. If they continue to stay in my territory, won't they have internal friction? An archangel and a big devil. It's impossible for them to live in peace. What should I do? Su Yu looked at the scene of the two people's silent confrontation and fell into deep thought. The old man was in trouble. Su Yu felt a little headache. One of his subordinates was the Lord of the Silver Palace, a big devil, and the other was the Archangel, a top-level soldier in the temple. One was kind, and the other was evil. It would be strange if the two sides could get together. They had just been summoned, and the problem was exposed. There would probably be trouble in the future. He also had to find ways to solve this problem. At this moment, the Turan world issued a prompt. Your subordinate Archangel Europa launched the prophecy. You obtained some map information, and you obtained the Lord Experience plus 1200. Su Yu was shocked and turned his attention to the map of the Turan world system. He found that nearly 12 unknown areas on the map had been illuminated by Europa's prophecy. This spell is a little too convenient. Su Yu then asked, Abraham, is there the so-called promised land in the lit map system? Your subordinate Abraham has marked the special place. So a red light appeared in the system map. The red light was very clear in the map. Su Yu looked at the place intently, thinking that it was indeed a good place. Abraham's voice came from his ear. Master, there is an artificial lake on the right side of this area. The key point is that the resources are very complete, including mithril, gems, stones, crystals and other minerals. Europa said tit for tat. Master, there is also a portal to the foreign plane here. Oh. Su Yu was naturally very interested when he heard the news of a large amount of mineral resources. The resources in the Turan world restricted the development of the territory. He wanted to develop the territory into a god-level territory, which naturally required the support of a large amount of resources. However, in Su Yu's mind, resources are not the most critical. Because the player forum can trade and interact, this is the information he knew in his previous life. He can buy resources from other players by selling things. So resources are not the most restrictive condition for developing territory. But the alien plane. The value of this kind of thing is too great. Think about it, what does it feel like to have a private back garden next to your world? Of course, some extremely dangerous alien planes, once opened, may be like breaking Pandora's box, causing disasters and endless troubles. But Su Yu's strength, his subordinate level is all 9th level. The strength is close to invincible. Other players are afraid of being counterattacked by the alien plane. Is Su Yu afraid? He is not afraid at all, and even a little excited inside. He stretched out his right hand and said, forward. Abraham didn't even look at Europa, but Su Yu felt a conflict between the two. He stood between the two, and the atmosphere was very stiff. Su Yu even remembered Abraham's old nonsense. But sir, I was severely injured and defeated by the seraphim of the temple camp. My subordinates suffered heavy losses and my strength was severely damaged. I am afraid I can't help you. Did he fight with the angel before? Su Yu looked up at Abraham suspiciously, but didn't see anything unusual from him. Forget it, don't think about it. Build up the territory first. We have to catch up with the first echelon in the land reclamation. He rushed along the way and defeated many small monster settlements. You have won an epic victory. 16 big-eared monsters want to join you. Do you accept them? You have won an epic victory. 7 cave orcs want to join you. Do you accept them? Su Yu directly accepted this group of surrendered soldiers and was about to establish a territory. The more people, the better. However, he was still a little short of resources. Fortunately, Abraham and Europa did not ask him for crystals or money. In his previous life, Su Yu saw many greedy subordinates on the forum of Turan world. If you don't pay, run away. That's too embarrassing. After walking for a while, Abraham said, Great Master, we are here. Oh. Passing through the jungle, Su Yu pushed away a fir leaf that blocked his view. Next to the flat grass, golden sunlight poured down from the sky, as if it had squeezed out the dark clouds around it, forming a brilliant scene of dark clouds against golden light. The sunlight was slanting, forming a Tyndall effect. There were jumping fish in the lake, flashing with waves like fish scales. There was even a lagoon next to the territory. Lake. Suyu inexplicably thought of the fishermen in his previous life. If they found this scene, they would probably be very happy and shocked, right? However, the most urgent task at this stage is to build a territory as soon as possible. He glanced at the forum and found that the quota for 100 territory construction had been used up. They counted the number of players who built territories in the world's top 100. There were only 17 in Longguo, which was considered to be average. The most in Eagle Sauce were more than 30 people, especially the first place got 5 free attribute points, which made other players very envious. Suyu walked forward and scooped up a handful of water. The golden water reflected the light of the sun in the sky. The moist air of the fur blew his hair away. At this moment, from Europa's perspective, the handsome Lord Suyu, the great lord of the divine system, drank a sip of natural lake water with his waist straight, and held the territory building stone high in his right arm. The mighty divine power flowed out of his body, and a golden ripple gradually formed around him. The territory has been established. Europa's face flushed, and she subconsciously took out a leaf that Suyu had touched. She gently put it in her arms. I like it very much, Lord. Her legs couldn't help but become tense. Abraham was also beside him, looking at the picture, with a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he had regained the demeanor of a 19th-century noble lord, and like a member of the House of Commons, looking at Suyu, reminded him of his youth, and his heart was also touched. All server broadcast. Congratulations to player Suyu, the first to establish a god-level territory, and obtain free attribute points x15, hero talent passive skill x1, god-level building blueprint x1. All server broadcast. Congratulations to player Suyu, the first to establish a god-level territory, and obtain free attribute points x15, hero talent passive skill x1, god-level building blueprint x1. With the outbreak of the all-server broadcast, players around the world were shocked. What's going on? 15 free attribute points. Isn't this the boss who got the 9th level subordinate at the beginning? His name is Suyu. Oh my god, are you crazy? God level territory. Are there still levels of territories? How come I didn't know that? Yuan Hong frowned and looked at the scene in the distance where the orc leader was seriously injured and had to rest. Suddenly, a notice from the server-wide broadcast appeared in front of him. He said with a stunned expression, it's him again. Suyu. The world's first god-level territory after the 9th level subordinate. How did he do it? The guild elites beside him were also shocked. The 9th level subordinate is already very abnormal, and the god-level territory is added. Another elite player said, the most important thing is that he is the lord of our dragon country. Yes, as long as he is not a foreign player, we can accept it. During this period, many Eagle Sauce lords on the Eagle Sauce forum discovered Dragon Country players and posted videos of abusing and humiliating them on the forum, wantonly provoking, stirring up ethnic conflicts and hatred. Their racial problems can no longer be covered up. This is a strategy of seeking war and new conflicts, also known as conflict transfer. You can't deal with the racial conflicts between yourself and the blacks, so you come to us. I heard that no less than 100 players were killed by the Eagle Sauce Bald Eagle Guild. Players who die 3 times are completely dead, Eagle Sauce. Yuan Hong said, we must find this player named Suyu as soon as possible. Okay, no matter what the cost, we must let him join our guild. Understood. The Lord of Eagle Sauce, Claude Johnson, had a livid face. He looked at the broadcast of the whole server and gritted his teeth to command a medieval-style serf to carry coal into the machine. Hurry up and work, or I will whip you to death. Yes, sir. Am I not the first player in the world to establish a territory? Why do you give me 5 free attribute points and give him 15 points? God-level territory. What's the difference with ordinary territories? Claude Johnson, the player who successfully established the world's first territory, is the pride of Eagle Sauce. At this moment, the global broadcast sounded in front of the players of Eagle Sauce, and all the players of Eagle Sauce had their faces swollen. The pride at the beginning, the momentum of Claude Johnson establishing the world's first territory and being promoted to the First Lord, was immediately suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom. 9th rank subordinate, plus the first god-level territory. I'm afraid a monster will appear in Dragon Country. This kind of guy must be strangled in the cradle. The Eagle Sauce forum was filled with indignation. They were all eager to find Suyu, while Dragon Country was the opposite, overjoyed, and also full of jealousy. Envious, all the leaders of the major guilds in Longguo couldn't sit still and began to publicly post Su Yu's personal information on the forum. In the social bar on the lower right corner of Su Yu, the number of friends added has become 999 plus. Jojo, who just added him as a friend, sent congratulations. Boss, awesome, awesome. Where is your territory now? Can I come over? Players all over the world are going crazy, why don't you check the forum? Su Yu naturally ignored Jojo, meeting him as fate. If you don't meet him, it's another story. He smiled and watched the 15 free attribute points arrive. Name, Su Yu, occupation, Lord of the Divine System, S-level God level Lord, the only one blessing. Yellow Seal of the Snake, the only one, SSS level Evil God's blessing. HP, 310, Mag, 210. Strength, 6, Agility, 4, Constitution, 16, Intelligence, 19, Insight, 10, Charisma, 12. Free attribute points, 15 points. The more you go, the more you will be rewarded. He decisively allocated 5 attribute points to strength, and strength increased from 6 points to 11 points. Agility increased by 6 points. Agility increased from 4 to 10. Su Yu gave the remaining 4 free attributes to Constitution. If he remembered correctly, after each attribute exceeded 20 points, there would be special rewards. As a special professional, the reward for him would only be stronger than that of ordinary professions, not weaker. Congratulations to the player for breaking through 20 points in Constitution and obtaining the hero characteristics. Royal Demeanor, Hero Leadership Morale +5, Defense +2. Ha ha ha. Su Yu laughed. This harvest is not small. With 15 free attribute points, plus the 20 points he had obtained before, he definitely had the tendency to develop into a hexagonal warrior. Others' curves were all in a hexagonal shape. Su Yu was different. He had a full hexagon. No weaknesses. Charm will affect the number of subordinates you can command in the future. You can also add some appropriately, but it's a pity that it's gone. He continued to look at the reward. Hero Talent Passive Skill X1, Host obtains Hero Talent. Backstab. The side attack damage bonus of our troops plus 15%. Not bad. Flanking is suitable for the knight's charge. After cutting into the opponent's troops from the flank weakness, there is not only a 15% side attack damage bonus, but also the trampling and collision damage of the cavalry. I am afraid that I will become a very powerful battlefield cavalry user in the future. God Level Building Blueprint X1, Host obtains Shrine of the Gods. This building can be used to worship a great true god, so that the host's territory can obtain the protection and blessing of the god. Building requirements: 100 units of crystal, 20,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of gold, 500 units of mithril. Since the host is the first player in the world to unlock the god-level territory, this building can be built for free. Su Yu looked at the picture and was shocked. God-level building. Free construction. This is too outrageous. Is this the server-wide reward for the god-level territory? The god-level territory that appeared a month later in the previous life now appeared in his hands ahead of time. However, he did not take it lightly, but became more cautious. My troubles and hidden dangers are still not small, let's start the construction. The second goal is to build the territory hall. 16 big-eared monsters and 7 cave orcs began to obey Su Yu's call and worked busily to build the Lord's Hall. Su Yu immediately said to Europa, now lead the troops to collect nearby resource points, copper mines, iron mines, crystal mines, windmills, don't miss any resource points, and gather all the soldiers whose morale has collapsed. Su Yu was a little regretful that Europa was not a hero, otherwise she could lead the team, and non-heroes would be weakened. Failure to recruit all the surrendered subordinates will result in penalties and losses. Yes. Europa knelt on one knee and decisively accepted the order. Abraham stood leisurely on the side. Su Yu said, Abraham, you have made great contributions. The subsequent development of the territory requires resources, and the focus is still on food. You are responsible for supervising the production of food for me. The great nobleman of the 19th century said respectfully, leave it to me. As a result, Su Yu watched him disappear in a flash. How could he seriously supervise the work? There was no way. Who made him the sixth? Su Yu had to choose to keep Abraham or Europa. Now his own safety was the biggest weakness. Once other players or lords of other countries, any unexpected risks and crises in the Turan world attacked him. He died. There would be nothing. After I died, the world was a ruin. Therefore, Su Yu's safety has always been the top priority, so Abraham must stay by his side for any reason. Similarly, at this time, Su Yu began to check the god-level architectural drawings of the Temple of the Gods. The Golden Territory is huge. Su Yu looked at the territory space marked on the map. In his previous life, Su Yu remembered that the territory he had just established was probably only the size of a football field. Later, as the level of the territory increased, the scope would continue to expand. But now, he looked at the space range of his god-level territory, which directly covered an area of more than 40,000 square meters. This place could accommodate tens of thousands of grandmas dancing in the square. There are many advantages to a high territory range. On the one hand, it is to build freedom. On the other hand, resource output will increase the number of residents in the territory. Let's not talk about anything else. Other territories cannot accommodate too many refugees. Su Yu's side may be able to form a population density similar to that of the heyday of ancient Rome in the future. The modern population density is also very high. Only by laying a good foundation can there be future prosperity. The Temple of the Gods. This building can be used to worship a great true God, so that the host territory can obtain the protection and blessing of the God. Construction requirements: 100 units of crystal, 20,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of gold, and 500 units of mithril. Build it for me. Su Yu directly slapped the golden god level building drawings in his hand. Boom. As if the power of the gods emerged, the huge temple appeared in the eastern part of his territory. The majestic and vast temple of the gods gradually took shape. It seemed to be carved and cast by the power of the invisible Turin world. The pavilions, beams, and the strange eaves all reveal a kind of domineering and aloofness, which matches his status as a lord of the godly lord. The god-level territory matches the god-level building. Soon the building in front of him took shape. Su Yu felt the breath of oppression, which was a special feeling brought by the gods. One by one, beautiful women with graceful figures, shrouded in black cloaks and wearing white veils, appeared out of thin air around the ancestral hall. Su Yu looked surprised. Maid of the ancestral hall, 5th level soldiers, 16 people. Su Yu was confused. There are high-level soldiers responsible for guarding the god-level building. Please choose the true god enshrined in the Temple of the Gods. Players are requested to carefully choose the statue of the true god to be enshrined. Once selected, it cannot be modified. Su Yu was worried. The SSS level evil god blessing on him now has two tendencies in the Yellow Seal of Loyan. One is biased towards Hastur, the Lord of Wind and King of Yellow Seal, and the other is the powerful evil god of the Old Ones, Cthulhu, the Lord of Loyan in the Water Camp. These two people are in conflict. Choosing either one will offend the other. Hastur, the king of yellow clothes, even attacked Cthulhu's daughter and had a deep hatred for Cthulhu. There are naturally allies and alliances between evil gods, but since there are alliances, there are naturally enemies. The two are feuds that have lasted for billions of years. You must know that the Earth has only existed for billions of years, and the lifespan of humans is only 100 years. The advent of the Turin world means the improvement of human lifespan in the future, and it is also the overall evolution of the entire human civilization, but it is imminent. Or which true god to choose? What should I do? The old man was so angry that he had to face the enemy. Su Yu couldn't help but hesitate. The shrine of the gods can only choose one god to worship. This means that if you choose Kesuli, you will definitely offend Hastur, the king of wind. If you choose Hastur, it is equivalent to directly offending Cthulhu. Why not choose some other god? Su Yu had no choice but to refer to the opinions of his subordinates, but there were also contradictions and conflicts under his command. Europa. My lord, please offer sacrifices to the great god for the Temple of the Gods. Abraham von Heinrich Inatos first saluted Su Yu gracefully, and then slowly said, Master, if you want to choose God as the worshipper, why not choose Satan in hell, or Demogorgon in our purgatory abyss, and Jubilex who controls the cooking bed of chaos? I can assure you that offering sacrifices to these gods will bring more benefits, and they are direct and explicit benefits. First, you can get the right of the abyss to invade the surface material plane. Well, the territory we are in is now called the material plane. Second, you can corrupt other subordinates and become your loyal abyss troops. Third, you can establish an evil sect. Europa immediately interrupted. Enough. The great Lord of the gods calls for existence under the throne of God and the banner of the gods of justice. You should believe in, and the only object you believe in is God. Abraham's expression was as dangerous as the surrounding fir forest. Those woods give people a sense of deepness, depth, and blindness. Angels are a group of stubborn guys. They only know how to worship the so-called God monarch, and they don't even know whether God exists. Shut up. Justice and evil are like water and fire. Su had a headache. Two ninth-level subordinates quarreled, a devil and an angel. It is normal for the two of them to quarrel, normal, right, but he vaguely sensed something unnatural in this quarrel. This unnaturalness came from Abraham von Heinrich Inatos. Su vaguely felt that this old six seemed to be guiding Europa to quarrel with him. No, what is this old six doing? The moment Su realized this, he suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. Temple Maid. Level 6 corrupted soldier. This troop is being corrupted and tempted by the devil. He is secretly interfering with my choice again. The big devil is cunning and scheming, while the angel is innocent and kind. In Su's opinion, Abraham might be deliberately arguing with Europa. Then, through this quarrel, he delays time and secretly corrupts the temple of the gods. Once the status of evil orthodoxy is determined, Europa and other righteous creatures will find it difficult to compete with him. People's thoughts are fast. Su, who realized this, knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately said to the option of worshipping in the temple of the gods. I choose to worship the great, Lord of Relaya, and, Lord of Lu Yan, Cthulhu Fudan is the true god worshipped in the temple of the gods. There is no way, now even if it risks offending the Wind King Hastur. A decision must be made. Once the great devil Abraham offers up Demogorgon, the demon prince, in his faith, Jubilex, who controls the hotbed of chaos, and even Satan, his territory will be completely out of control. The so-called divine right of kings, Su is very clear that there is a situation where the tail is too big to be removed. Once he establishes a connection with the abyss. With Abraham von Heinrich Inatos, a pure old sixth child, his territory will never be at peace. He may even be held hostage and coerced, and completely transformed into the Lord of the Abyss. On the contrary, although the evil god Cthulhu is more terrifying and more powerful. As a member of the Old One's camp, Cthulhu is not the kind of chaotic evil who kills innocent creatures. On the contrary, as the Lord of Water, Cthulhu is one of the few evil gods among the Old Ones who has reason. And he can be called an evil god. For the Silent City, the subordinates of Relaya, those deep divers, the followers of the evil god, the constraints are not so strong. The Wind King Hastur is different, more dangerous, and more disorderly. In Su's understanding, if you don't want the situation to get out of control. For the god-level building of the temple of the gods, choose the gods to be worshipped. Neither God nor Satan. Even more unacceptable. Maybe, as Abraham von Heinrich Inatos, the sixth son, wished, he would worship some evil gods of the abyss and purgatory. So his choice of Cthulhu was a compromise. It was just a compromise. There was also a problem, that is, once he was discovered by Hastur, the king of wind, he would be targeted by another powerful old one and evil god. But it's better than being completely dragged into the chariot by Abraham von Heinrich Inatos, the sixth son. Su's inner fluctuations were too intense at this moment. He was now like the king of Prussia. He was tied to the Emperor William I, who established the unified chariot of the Northern Federation, by the Prussian Iron Chancellor, Bismarck, who believed in militarism. The Prussian Empire was indeed very strong during Bismarck's 20 years in power, but Prussia was destroyed later. If God wants to destroy people, he must first make them crazy. I can't be led by Abraham, otherwise I will destroy myself sooner or later. Su clearly realized this and was determined to stop Abraham, the sixth, from delaying time. Abraham von Heinrich Anatos's face suddenly changed. Master, no. Boom. The clouds that rushed into the sky accumulated thunder and lightning, cumulonimbus clouds. The coldness mixed with green mist formed a gray tapestry above. The clear sky suddenly turned into a rainy day. In the cold and misty clouds, the surrounding fir trees were swaying with the strong wind. Su clearly saw a terrifying, huge tentacle that covered the sky and the sun, which was about to stretch out from the height of the clouds. Gradually, the image of Cthulhu's terrifying body seemed to appear in front of him, and the tentacles were surrounded by cold rocks. It seemed to be another world, a world that belonged to the evil god alone. Well done, little guy. Abraham von Heinrich Inatos was shocked. Which evil god is this? He suddenly remembered the scene when he wanted to murder Su and was threatened by the terrifying evil god's power. At that time, he was still unknown and surprised by the power of Cthulhu in Su's body. At this moment, this surprise has completely turned into shock. An ancient existence beyond the rank. Ancient, evil, terrifying and huge are Abraham's first impression of Cthulhu. The huge tentacles like octopuses have extremely ancient skin. It seems that it has existed for tens of billions of years. The cold particles above touch the ancient beach rocks of the evil god world in another world Relaya. Cthulhu stretched out its tentacles, and the area of the entire god-level territory was as high as more than 40,000 square meters. But it seemed that it was not as big as a suction cup on its tentacles. It's so shocking and terrifying. Su Yu's san value dropped wildly at this moment. The san value is a sign of the frenzied reaction of mortals spying on gods in the Cthulhu pantheon. Once the san value of ordinary detectives, evil god tracers and explorers in the 19th century is zero, they will go completely crazy. Some of them even end up worse than death. Cthulhu's body only shows a billionth of the tip of the iceberg. Its true body is shrouded in cold rain and fog. The rain and fog blocked everyone's sight. The system prompt sound of the Turan world suddenly came to Su Yu's ears. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. Congratulations to the host, the god-level building, the temple of the gods, enshrines the only true god, Lord of the Snake, Cthulhu Futin. You are blessed by the evil god Cthulhu, and you get free attribute points +25. You get a special talent, Cthulhu's followers. Get blood of the old god ruler. Your camp has changed, and the camp has changed too. The old god ruler, Cthulhu. Su Yu looked at the figure of Cthulhu slowly dissipating in the mist. He looked surprised. 25 free attribute points. He clicked on the system panel to check the attributes of Cthulhu's followers. Good guy, I didn't know until I saw it, and I was shocked. Cthulhu's followers. You will be regarded as Cthulhu's followers, and you will gain Cthulhu's favor and some of the evil god's power, with strength +15, agility +10, and charm +10. The star spawn of Cthulhu will regard you as an ally. Dagon and the Deep Ones regard you as an ally. Cthulhu's followers, Deep Ones, and Innsmouth people regard you as an ally. A large area of dense ally information actually filled the screen. 35 attribute points, strength, agility, charm. This reward is simply too terrifying. In the previous life, the players were rewarded with 5 free attribute points at most. He is also the first player in the world to establish a territory. Most players can get 1 free attribute point, which is already a blessing. I got 35 free attributes in one wave. Add 25 points, a total of 60 attribute points. This wave of rewards is too explosive. Su Yu looked at the second reward with joy. Blood of the old god ruler. You have obtained the blood power of Cthulhu and taken the first step to become the old god ruler, the evil god of Cthulhu. The blood of the old god ruler is burning in your body. Su Yu suddenly felt that the world around him, including his body, became boiling hot. Like an ant steaming in a hot pot, his whole body turned red. But after a while, this tingling feeling disappeared quietly. He looked down at his mutated right hand. An evil octopus tattoo appeared on his right hand. The symbol appeared and disappeared. He felt his blood turning from boiling to cooling. The host has obtained the divine power mark of the old ones, and the current state of the divine power mark is latent state. Su Yu looked up at the sky, and he knew that he had made the right choice. If he worshipped some abyss lord, worshipped some god, I'm afraid it would be impossible to get such a high reward. Only Cthulhu would be so generous. God and Satan believers are all over the world, and the church, and the evil forces in the multiverse have too many of their believers. With so many believers, it doesn't matter to them whether there are offerings in the temple of the gods. On the contrary, Cthulhu has never been so respected. Others regard him as an evil god, and the Cthulhu pantheon is a powerful but small circle. So Su Yu's offerings can directly attract Cthulhu to descend. Can he make God appear? Can Satan appear? It's impossible to imagine it with your toes. The huge tentacles above the fir forest slowly dissipated like mist, and Cthulhu's voice became more and more distant. Little guy, do a good job. Abraham and Europa were completely dumbfounded. One of them wanted Su Yu to worship God, and the other Lao Lu wanted to delay time and secretly replace the gods worshipped in the temple of the gods with evil gods. Now, there is no fun. Spoiling the fun. The master is so strong. Europa's eyes were a little fanatical. She had a deep love for Su Yu hidden in her heart, and she had a morbid feeling. At this moment, Abraham felt. This master named Su Yu seemed to be hiding a little too deep. Not only did he see through his conspiracy, it also directly caused the descent of the terrifying old one in the multiverse. Abraham von Heinrich Anatos was wary of Su Yu, and his loyalty increased by more than 20 points. Of course, the great devil himself had no loyalty, and Su Yu showed a strong aggressiveness. This master showed great potential. And capital. Naturally, it will attract other people. Should I call my friends over? I wonder if the master can subdue them. The style of the temple of the gods suddenly changed, and the surroundings became simple and ancient. To describe it in words, it has a Cthulhu flavor. The mysterious runes, a breath of Cthulhu's deep-sea relia permeated the temple, and Suyu felt that his territory had expanded by more than 10,000 square meters. He smiled and said, "Okay, the matter of the Temple of the Gods is over, and you two don't fight. Keep working and prepare to accept refugees. As a lord, how can it be possible without people under the rule?" However, at this time, Suyu looked at Abraham with his eyes rolling around. "This old six. What do you want to do again?" Suyu looked at Abraham suspiciously, and sure enough, just when he thought the situation had been settled. "Your subordinate Abraham helped you spread your information and rumors in the multiverse, and you get +1 legend degree of Purgatory Abyss." Suyu hadn't had time to communicate with this old man, and issued a message to gather refugees and officially start building the territory. System prompts came to my ears. As a companion subordinate, Abraham helped you make the choice of the whole server announcement. All server announcement. Congratulations to player Suyu, the first player in the world to build a god-level building and worship a true god of the K system, and get free attribute points x10, random lord talent x1. Suyu was almost angry to death. This old man. However, besides being angry, it would be a lie to say that he was unhappy, because he had another great harvest this time. Name: Suyu, occupation, Lord of the Gods, S-level God level Lord, the only one. Faction: The Old Ones, Blessings, Yellow Seal of the Snake, the only one, SSS level Evil God Blessing Cthulhu Followers, Blood of the Old Ones Mark. HP: 425, Mag: 310. Strength: 26, Agility: 20, Constitution: 20, Intelligence: 19, Gnosis: 10, Charisma: 22. Free attribute points: 35 points. Player Strength, Charisma, Agility Breakthrough 20 points, gain the talent, Strong Toughness, your toughness increases by 15%. What stage, but his wave is really too much of the income, and there are already some. By the way, there is a reward for random Lord Talent X1. How to use these 35 points of free attributes. Suyu didn't intend to tangled about the sixth old man in Abraham. During the pioneering period, he had to accumulate advantages and develop the territory as quickly as possible. The forum exploded again because of the broadcast message of the whole server. What the hell? Can the god level building involve new rewards? Suyu seems to believe in a K-type evil god. It's really awesome, K-type. He has broadcast 3 times to the whole server in such a short time, once for the god level lord profession, and once for the establishment of a god level territory. Is there any law? Is there any justice? The players were completely furious. And in this atmosphere, the trading auction house system of Turin World was quietly unlocked. Because more and more Lord players have established territories in the whole server, the trading and auction house functions of the system have also been officially opened. Who knows the location of Suyu's territory? I want to join him and become his younger brother. The territory war is about to begin. Everyone, please announce the coordinates and form an alliance. The Deep Space Players Guild is recruiting people. If you are willing to provide information about Suyu, I will collect information about him for a fee. Now all the players in Dragon Country, and even the world, all the players in the world, know about Suyu. The old man was very happy. Because Suyu's race is still human, it didn't take long for refugees to come and serve. First level refugees. They are hungry and cold. As a lord you need to give them enough food and a place to live. After owning a house, refugees will be transformed into farmers. Oh my god, Angel. This is a great and holy lord. I will ask another group of refugees to come over later. They are building a territory and may need our help. A large number of shanty towns and dilapidated garbage dumps bloomed around Suyu's territory. Suyu frowned and looked at the shacks. Europa, how many refugees came in the first batch? Because the Turin world is close to reality, the system attributes and the Lord panel do not include all refugees in the information. Europa said, "My lord, the number of refugees we accepted in the first batch of the territory is about 1,400. So many." Europa explained. On the one hand, the refugees came because of the angels, and on the other hand, it was the influence of the god-level territory. Suyu nodded. The attraction of the god-level territory is at least 200% of that of ordinary territories. It is definitely much stronger for refugees and special NPCs than ordinary territories. He said, "You go out and collect resources first, especially gold coins and food. Food is the most important. If these refugees don't have enough food, they can't be transformed into farmers. The first step is to build the city hall." "Yes, master." Suyu gently rubbed her head. The 19-year-old girl Angel looked very beautiful and a bit like his sister. It's a pity that he has no relatives in this life, which makes him feel a little regretful. The chestnut-haired girl angel has a beautiful face and will definitely grow into a queen in the future. Now she has a graceful feeling, especially her breathtakingly long legs, matched with leather boots. And the cloth wrap that is as tight as a strip of cloth makes Suyu feel a little guilty. I have to prepare armor for Europa. In a game like Turin World, armor and protective gear are still very important. Cloth clothes are basically equivalent to naked clothes. The global broadcast did not reward many pieces of equipment, all of which were talents, which made Suyu feel a little regretful. Now equipment has become his shortcoming. Let's do it step by step. First, solve the problem of refugees and shacks. We need to build houses, and then the town hall. Then we can collect taxes. Money is not obtained out of thin air. It must be obtained from external battles, refined from gold mines, traded in trading auctions, and obtained from taxes. Where does the tax come from? Of course, it must be from the residents of the territory. Suyu is a lord. He is not a lone ranger who fights alone. Europa felt a big hand stroking her long hair. Her expression was calm. But when she turned her back to Suyu, an intoxicated and flushed expression appeared on her face. The great lord of the gods touched me. His hands are so warm and his movements are so gentle. I really want to have something happen with him. Adam and Eve in heaven ate the forbidden fruit and fell into the world. There are also fallen angels among angels, called fallen angels. Some guardian angels come to the world and are willing to make peace with mortals. Angels also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Europa likes Suyu very much. She likes the smell, the objects she touches, and she even wants to have something happen with Suyu now. No one notices her psychological changes. She also has the tendency to be a sixth-rate person. She secretly put the leaf that Suyu touched on her chest, and then slid into an indescribable position. The leaf suddenly had a special cheese smell. The smell of cheese, mixed with the smell of Suyu, formed a new thing. At this moment, Europa's perverted and weird feelings were satisfied, and even tempted her to go further. Suyu rubbed his chin. Why do I feel weird? Could it be that Europa is also a sixth-rate person? It shouldn't be. She is the sacred archangel. It stands to reason that just like the stewardess I met in my previous life, they are all symbols of holiness and synonyms of holiness. Angels in heaven are all very professional and ruthless, right? Suyu didn't know that he had completely misunderstood Europa. She is another kind of sixth-rate person. Seeing another group of refugees surrendering, I felt overwhelmed. This time there were another 40 or 50 people. Sir, we are fleeing from the barren mountains. There is a large group of refugees. Driven out by the dwarves. Furnace Castle, they all came from Furnace Castle. Suyu said. Wait, take a breath and talk slowly. Suyu learned from the skinny refugee Tajik that a dwarf called Furnace Castle occupied a territory in the north and mined minerals on the cliffs. The dwarves are skilled craftsmen in iron and forging, and are also very sensitive to mineral resources. Suyu was even more keenly aware of it. The north was occupied by dwarves. Doesn't it mean that there are big mines? How many people are there? Suyu asked the refugee. The refugee Tajik said. A lot, at least thousands of people. Lord, you can't be their opponent. Suyu laughed after hearing this. I have a 9th level Great Devil Lord Hero and an Archangel Europa under my command. How can I lose if they are both 9th level? Of course he knew that he couldn't be proud and complacent. But he really didn't care about dwarves. Besides, how could he let others sleep peacefully on his bed? Since these dwarves were next to his territory, there would be a war sooner or later if he wanted to develop his territory. It was just a matter of time. The refugees were still gathering. Suddenly Suyu looked at the system of Turin World in surprise. All server broadcast. Congratulations to the Eagle Sauce player Claude Johnson for completing a building. The Lord's Hall has been built. Obtained. Free attribute points x2, random weapon x1. All server broadcast. Congratulations to the Eagle Sauce player Claude Johnson for completing a building. The Lord's Hall has been built. Obtained. Free attribute points x2, random weapon x1. Suyu was surprised. It was already a book so soon. At this moment, Abraham was giving a speech to thousands of refugees on a temporary wooden platform. If you don't work, there are plenty of people who will. If you want to have enough food and clothing, how can you not pay? You must work overtime. Before 12 o'clock today, everyone should try not to rest. As long as you hold on until 5 o'clock in the morning, it will be light and you can continue to work. Tilda. Refugees. Yes, why didn't we think of it? This noble lord is right. We should work, otherwise we will be sorry for the protection of Lord Suyu. Su Yu looked at the picture with astonishment. The system prompt came. Your Lord Hero Abraham, activate the great demon talent skill treacherous. The work enthusiasm of your territory residents has increased, and refugees will soon join the territory construction work. Su Yu was shocked. He almost forgot that Abraham was not a demon, but a big devil. What is the devil best at? Isn't it to deceive people? The devils in the abyss spend most of their time corrupting mortals. The most common thing is to sell devil contracts to mortals. This old six finally played a good role. Su Yu clicked on the forum panel. He was going to visit the auction house and the trading house. Europa took the cavemen and the gnolls to fight and plunder resources. When he came back, there would be items available for trading. But before he could visit the auction house, the news on the forum made him laugh for a while. How to solve this refugee problem? My territory is full of these refugees. A lot of garbage and dilapidated shacks are piled up in my territory. They cry and clamor when they move, and they are unwilling to work. Who can stand this? Quote. No, I won't accept refugees anymore, there are too many, like locusts. The terrifying darkness. You are human lords, right? The skeletons here are obtained through recruitment, stupid humans. I summoned elves from the forest. What are refugees? Elf players and cemetery players said they couldn't empathize with the human lords. Many human players were fed up with it. Su Yu looked at the picture and murmured. Indeed, there were indeed many human lords who could not solve the refugee problem in their previous lives, which directly led to the bankruptcy of the territory. Some people would directly kill all the refugees, resulting in a decrease in the population in the future. If you kill all the refugees and spread your bad reputation, who will come to you? If you don't kill them, the shanty towns and stubborn refugees will not work, and killing chickens to scare monkeys and forcing them to work will not have the strength. This creates a dilemma. If you want to build houses, you have no resources, no money, and no manpower. But if you don't build houses, the refugees can't be transformed into farmers, and they still need to eat. Many lords are trapped by this dilemma at the beginning. Su Yu is different. Abraham, the sixth brother, uses the devil's bewitching skills. Let the refugees work in the territory like farmers. Su Yu can only sigh that the 9th level subordinates are so terrifying. What if the refugees don't work? They are all skinny and there is no special NPC. The probability of this game is too low. Yes, how to solve the problem of refugees not working. It stinks, my territory has become a stinking ditch. These refugees don't even take a shower, but they still clamor for food and shelter. It's uncomfortable to suddenly have more mouths to feed without paying anything. The human players were confused. Who knows? On Su Yu's side, more than 1,400 refugees, men, women, and children were mobilized by Abraham, the sixth brother. Carrying wood and timber, they went to build buildings. Some male refugees were excited to cut wood in the forest next to them. More than 300 people were mobilized by Abraham to cut wood. Aren't they starving to death? Abraham, don't be afraid of physical suffering. Whoever works well will be given broth. He didn't know where it came from, whether it was the broth from the Silver Palace territory. The steaming broth and the sweet aroma of the food immediately made the refugees explode. A refugee rushed over viciously. Give me broth. Give me broth. Hundreds of refugees suddenly rioted. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Universal Lord. My sixth subordinate screwed me over so badly. Part 2. The old man was so angry that he was lying on the ground. Su Yu looked at the picture in astonishment. Abraham smiled cruelly, and the silver sword across his waist suddenly flashed a cold light. With a flash of cold light, the head of a refugee flew towards the sky. He held up the head with long black hair, and blood dripped from his neck. This scene immediately shocked the other thousands of refugees. Come here if you want to die. Work and you will have broth to drink. If you don't work, you will have nothing. A message appeared in Su Yu's system prompt information log. Abraham activated the LV.32 intimidation skill, and the refugees triggered fear. Abraham activated the LV.32 fraud skill. Refugees. Work. Work. Work and you will have broth to drink. Tilda. Thousands of refugees were mobilized by Abraham. Su Yu couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this. At this time, system prompts came one after another. All server broadcast. Congratulations to Dragon player Yuan Hong for completing a building. The Lord's Hall has been built, and you have obtained free attribute point X1. All server broadcast. Congratulations to Dragon player Jin Sholi for completing a building. The Lord's Hall has been built, and you have obtained free attribute point x1. All server broadcast. Congratulations to Buddhist player Jean Charles Derrick for completing a building. The Lord's Hall has been built, and you have obtained free attribute point x1. Another large-scale screen refresh. Suyu thought that this global lord who is pioneering is really fast. But I now have 1,500 civilians, and the Lord's Hall should be built soon. Things are on the right track once one is completed. The refugees took hoes, broken wood picks, and some even directly dug the roots of the trees with their hands. Then they cut off the roots and dug the trees. Although the efficiency of digging wood is low, it can't stand the large number of people. Lord. Greetings, Lord. Good afternoon, respected Lord. The refugees looked at Suyu timidly, their faces and bodies dirty. Suyu said, build the Lord's Hall as soon as possible, and then build the houses and settle them down. Abraham said, there is another thing. What is it? He thought to himself, what are you going to do? Suyu always felt that Abraham could exceed his expectations. It was not easy for the big devil to make the refugees move. These refugees were almost starving to death, and now they were forced to work with the threat of the dwarves. He had no doubt that if he continued to exploit these refugees, he would be eating human blood buns. In less than a day or two, these refugees would starve to death, and then be exhausted to death, and there would be deaths. So the houses must be built as soon as possible. Abraham said, my lord, I found a great treasure. I hope you will let me place a few statues, and I will give this great treasure to you. Suyu fainted. Abraham intends to offer you a god-level territory NPC in exchange for the spread of the faith in the abyss. Do you agree with his request? Agree. Suyu is not afraid of being bitten by lice. I have accepted Cthulhu, and the Wind King Hastur has become my enemy. I have even offended the gods of the old ones, Cthulhu. Still afraid of the abyss. The main thing is that even if Suyu stops it now, Abraham, the sixth, will definitely act secretly in the future. So why not let him show his cards directly to see what cards he plays and what tricks he is up to? That refugee, send your daughter here. Sir, please don't. I am a widower and I only have this one daughter. If you want her virginity, you have to wait until she reaches adulthood. Abraham said coldly, foolish mortal. Suyu thought to himself that you, old six, can clearly distinguish between mortals and demons. At this moment, a timid and delicate little girl, who was only covered in black, folded her hands in front of her, lowered her head and dared not look directly at the two of them. Raise your head. Suyu looked up and the attributes of this refugee girl suddenly appeared in front of him. Jin Shoer 4th level succubus bloodline, half demon, golden only god level architect, strength 2, agility 12, constitution 16, intelligence 11, charm 43, loyalty 100. God. NPC. Suyu looked at the picture in shock. Abraham added fuel to the fire and said with a smile, from now on, you are the maid of the Lord. How about it, are you happy? Because of the passiveness of Lord Suyu, the loyalty of all subordinates is 100 points. So the maid raised her head faintly, glanced at Suyu, and then quickly lowered her head. I do. The whole server announcement suddenly came out. Don't. Suyu thought to himself, you, a fool, can you stop broadcasting to me? People are afraid of fame and pigs are afraid of getting fat, can you let me hide for a while? All server broadcast. Congratulations to player Suyu, who has dug up a god-level territory NPC in the territory. As the first player in the whole server to have a god-level territory NPC, you get free attribute points plus 5, random weapon x1, gold coins plus 500, mercury plus 10, food plus 1000. A Dragon Country player made a black question mark face. What's going on? Suyu is starting again. God level NPC. 9th level subordinate, God level territory, and now there is another God level NPC. Yuan Hong was in his own half-orc territory at the moment, watching a large group of green-skinned orcs working, and suddenly saw the announcement about Suyu on the server-wide broadcast. This time he even felt extremely calm. It's him again. Did you find him? I can't find him. Now the Turan world is in the server opening stage, where can I find him? And the map is thousands of times larger than Blue Star. I can't even trek through it. Even if I find him, there is little hope. All requests to add Suyu as a friend have been rejected. Trouble. This guy is too perverted. That's right, strong is not enough to describe Suyu. His territory is completely abnormal. Among so many lords, those who can stand out among global players are all outstanding people and geniuses, but Suyu. He seems to be the only god. How come the gap and chasm are getting bigger and bigger? God level NPC. What is the situation of his territory? Not sure. Now everyone is being tickled by Suyu like a cat's paw. There are even a large number of territory analysis posts about Lord Suyu on the forum. Some people even claim to be relatives of Lord Suyu and use their status to cheat money and resources. There are even quite a few people who are fooled. And Suyu looked at the system rewards like timely rain. Especially 1,000 units of food, nearly 10,000 tons of food, which can be regarded as a solution to the urgent needs of the territory. He was worried before that this group of refugees would be starved to death or exhausted to death, but now it won't happen. Abraham, good job. Who knew that Abraham's figure had disappeared? He began to investigate the corners of the territory, and seemed to have begun to study where to pile up the statues of the Lord of the Abyss. This old man. I wonder what the hell is he doing again? Suyu looked at the 5 free attribute points and the new random weapons that arrived, and looked at the little girl Jin Shuer, the god-level architect in front of him, and smiled. From now on, you are my territory. Go and gather your uncles and all the refugees, and prepare to make a fire and cook. Abraham played the bad guy to threaten the residents of the territory. Distribute food yourself. Play the good guy. Even though the loyalty of the refugees in the territory is full, they are particularly excited at this moment, and their morale has increased a lot. Your resolution to start the meal has greatly improved the low morale of the refugees in the territory. Morale of refugees in the territory plus 30 points. Suyu's passive talent, royal style, heroic leadership morale plus 5, defense plus 2. It only added 2 points of morale. Wow, a meal made the refugees' morale surge by 30 points. The main reason was that Abraham's deterrence and suppression were too harsh before. It is understandable that they rebounded from the bottom. Suyu laughed. Jin Shoer, as a god-level architect, can you help me build a new Lord Hall? Of course. Jin Shoer stared at Suyu blankly, her eyes full of admiration. She didn't know what her half-demon bloodline would bring to Suyu. The refugees lined up around the big pot to eat. Suyu watched the global broadcast and gave himself a random weapon reward. Arachne long sword black special, strength plus 2, agility plus 3. Slowness, minus 5 enemy creature speed. Sadness, minus 3 enemy creature morale. Life drain, friendly units suck 10% of blood. Arachne, a weaver who once challenged Athena for weaving skills, was punished after failure and turned into a spider. It will bring slowness and disaster to the enemy. Suyu was shocked. He had already looked down on the 5 free attribute points. But he was now in need of a handy weapon. The most important thing is that this weapon has blood sucking, which means that 10% of the damage will be converted into blood sucking, restoring its own health. This is very useful for lords like Suyu who need to save their lives. Special weapon, black frame. Suyu's expression was complicated. This thing should not be used by other lords. The good camp cannot use this kind of evil weapon. But I am not subject to any restrictions. Before crossing in the previous life, Suyu knew that many weapons in the Turan world were restricted by race. The special forest weapons used by the elves cannot be used by humans. The use of undead weapons by humans will cause negative effects, such as erosion by the breath of the undead and the erosion of the breath of death. The gains are not worth the losses, and the attributes may be reduced, or even backfired by the weapon. But Suyu is different now. He has the power of the great lord of the gods in his body. It is also the inheritance of the evil god Lord Cthulhu, and the camp is the camp of the old ones of the Cthulhu system. In this case, whether it is justice or evil weapons, they are very compatible with him. Seeing that the god-level NPC Jin Shuer was leading the residents of the territory to work. The refugees were well fed and well drinking. Now they were lacking only one thing, a place to live. The so-called food, clothing, shelter and transportation. Suyu had fed them now, and Abraham activated the devil's special skill of fraud, allowing the refugees to obey orders and start working like normal farmers. This was a huge advantage in itself, coupled with the huge number of nearly 1,500 refugees. It was impossible for Suyu's territory not to rise. As for the 40 remaining free attribute points, Suyu did not need to add them for the time being. Now there were too many gains. He needed to deal with these gains step by step. Holding the Arachne black sword, looking at the weapon that was completely black, as if it was possessed by a spider's nest. Suyu slashed it lightly. A big tree was cut off. This thing is also good for cutting wood, haha. Abraham was studying the evil god statue. He pointed to a place not far away and said, "There is a stone mine in front. Go and collect some stones for me. Go. There is meat soup to drink." The first words were orders. At the back, a group of refugees who were originally full heard that there was meat soup in addition to rice porridge, and they immediately became excited. Su Yu looked at Abraham, the old man, and shook his head. Under Jin Shoer's command, the refugees began to work. Isn't this Miss Jin Shoer, the daughter of a noble? We are willing to listen to your orders. Miss Jin Shoer. Miss Jin Shoer is beautiful and kind, just follow your orders. Su Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first god-level NPC in his territory was actually quite prestigious and majestic among the refugees. But forget about what you say about Jin Shoer. She is beautiful and kind. She is of succubus bloodline. She is also a half-demon. Time in the territory passed by little by little. The neon player Yido Jingjing completed a building, the Lord's Hall was built, and he got free attribute point x1. The Bear Country Dracoev completed a building, the Lord's Hall was built, and he got free attribute point x1. The 100 places were completed quickly, and the players in the Turan world were very enthusiastic about opening up new land. The speed was also very fast, and they were all catching up. However, they have gained more than 7 free attribute points so far. This is the total. Su Yu looked at his 40 free attribute points and couldn't help laughing. This is the gap. Abraham helped a lot as a 9th level companion subordinate. Time passed little by little. One after another, houses rose from the ground. Su Yu looked at the log information, but his expression became more and more surprised. Under the leadership of the god-level architect Jin Shoer, you completed the construction of houses, and the building level +1. You get second-level residential buildings. What the hell? Su Yu looked at a 2-story residential building in shock. God-level architect Jin Shoer completed the residential building construction, building level +1. You get a second-level residential building. On the one hand, the construction speed is extremely fast, and Su Yu feels that the quality of this residential building is at least several levels better than the second-level residential buildings in the previous life. Secondly, as a god-level architect, the building built by Jin Shoer is automatically leveled +1. Doesn't that mean, after the first level of the Lord's Hall is completed, it will be directly the second level? This is incredible. Many buildings in the second level cannot be unlocked in the first level. Including the troops recruited in the territory, the taxes of the Lord's Hall, and the output of resources, they all crush the first level buildings by 1 level. No way. It won't be the second level, right? Under Su Yu's command, the first batch of refugees with outstanding work efficiency moved into the houses. Ha ha ha, I have a house. Tilda. Thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord. Log information. 156 refugees of the player have been promoted to farmers in the territory. Level 1 farmers. Ordinary humans who lack combat power. Compared with refugees who are hungry and cold, they are the cornerstone of your territory. They can help the territory develop rapidly, build, trade, and reproduce. Su Yu looked happy. Seeing the first-level farmer who was obviously in better spirits and had become a little stronger. Counting Abraham's instigation, the morale bonus of his lord's skills, and the 30-point morale boost from being well-fed and well-fed. The speed of logging, mining, collecting stones, collecting berries and ingredients has more than doubled. In the afternoon, Su Yu, who sensed that Europa was about to return, looked at the huge building in front of him. What the hell is this? Thousands of farmers were busy for half a day until late at night. A domineering medieval noble castle with complicated patterns appeared in Su Yu's sight. Although it was not as good as St. Peter's Castle in the Bear Country, it was also quite ingenious. It was very beautiful and looked easy to defend and difficult to attack. Is this a bit like the noble castle in the 19th century in my previous life? Jin Shoer smiled and said, Lord, this is a building I imitated from the succubus castle in the abyss. What do you think? Looks good. This is basically a small castle, which is completely different from all the Lord Halls that Su Yu had seen in his previous life. As expected, you are the first in the world to complete 3 buildings. Do you want to make a full server announcement in Turan World? Task log. Jin Linger led 1,504 refugee farmers to complete the construction of the territory. Because the god-level architect passively occurred, the building level of your Lord Hall +2. So a shocking news appeared in the sight of all players. Don't. Su Yu looked up at Abraham, who knew that this 19th century nobleman, who looked like a Grand Duke, nodded slightly at Su Yu. Su Yu immediately knew that this old man had started again. Why did he feel a little familiar? All server broadcast. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Su Yu for completing 3 buildings. The Lord Hall has been built, and he has obtained free attribute points x20, and third level building drawings x2. Good boy. Is Suyu going crazy? Are you kidding me? A scream came. 3 books. Everyone has a 1-book base, why can you build a 3-book base directly? 1 attribute point for each person, how come you got 20 free attribute points? Is it cheating or a game bug? Or the designer's son? I don't accept it. Too abnormal. Everyone, I haven't even finished the first book, and he has directly reached the 3rd book. Is this game still playable? Try to pray that you don't meet Suyu in the future, otherwise I don't know how to lose. Losing is certain, I don't know how to lose with a little dignity. This strange gap. It has not narrowed at all, making players from all over the world feel humble and powerless. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Skank, the eagle sauce, said angrily, 3 books. Fake, this must be fake news. He is also one of the 100 Lord players who have completed the construction of the 1st level. Now he has just built a big-eared monster training camp through the 1st level. He can obtain the right to recruit 2 big-eared monsters every day through the 1st level construction. He was originally worried about the establishment of the tavern. The Lord must have heroes under his command, but the building requirements of the tavern are too exaggerated. 10,000 gold coins, plus more than 4,000 resources. You must know that the big-eared monster training camp and the Lord's Hall together are not as valuable as the tavern. A fraction is higher, so he basically wanted to give up. But he never expected that when he was studying how to develop the territory and go out to fight monsters and level up, the 3 books on the dragon countryside all appeared. Is this still a human? Scanter screamed, and the person was messy. The 3 books mean that the dragon country player named Suyu can directly recruit 3rd level monsters. Does he have money? And the buildings built are also directly 3rd level. The gap is too scary. Many Eagle Sauce players thought in a humorous way, I hope he doesn't have the resources to develop a 3rd level territory. His territory should have become a village now, right? A small town is not impossible. After all, none of us have seen what a 3rd level base looks like. On the other side, Suyu was also shocked by the territory in front of him. Lord Hall Parliament Level 3 Special produces 5,000 gold resources per week, and players can build Level 3 buildings. Level 3 Parliament can accommodate 2 councillors and 1 general, and each councillor can provide special attribute bonuses for the territory. Suyu looked at the 3 buildings in front of him with a shocked expression. Jin Shuer stood obediently beside him, waiting for praise with a smile. Suyu really praised her. Shuer, you are more than just a show, it is simply a show of destiny. He looked at the 3 empty places and immediately selected Abraham, the 6th, into the round frame. Suddenly, the 1st councillor had special effects. 1st councillor, Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte Napoleon III. The territory has been blessed by councillors. Productivity plus 40%, territory maintenance minus 40%. Ah! Suyu was stunned. What is Abraham, the 6th, doing again? Abraham smiled and said, from now on, I am the distinguished parliamentarian in the territory. Master, please keep up the good work and strive to establish the House of Lords and the Senate. It seems that I don't have much room and leeway to play in the House of Commons alone. I am still waiting to overwhelm the ministers in the House of Lords and the Parliamentary Assembly. Suyu couldn't help but be silent. The blessing attribute of this parliamentarian is a bit too exaggerated. What is the concept of 40% productivity? All the farmers' work, mining, stone mining, construction, and the speed of resource output have increased by nearly 40%. The original speed of farmers cutting trees was already very fast under the morale bonus. Now Suyu looked up at the forest in the distance. I found that the farmers' axes had already made the saplings smoke. The stone draft gave off sparks and worked hard. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm faster? Yeah, the stone that originally needed 5 drafts can now be broken in 3 drafts. Great. Tilda praised the great Lord, it would be even better if there was wheat wine. Suyu laughed after hearing this, thinking that there would be wheat wine in the future, and there would be a good life. For the name of the 2nd councillor, Suyu directly moved Jin Shoer up. 2nd councillor, Jin Shoer, the territory has received the councillor's blessing, the labor demand of farmers minus 30%. This effect is a little worse than that of the 6th Abraham, but the key is superposition. In other words, the work that originally required 3 farmers now only requires 2 people. With the blessing of the attributes of these 2 councillors. Suyu's parliament. Not only does it produce 5,000 plus gold coins every week, but it can also collect taxes from thousands of farmers in the territory. At the same time, there are special effects of the attributes of 2 councillors, productivity plus 40%, territory maintenance -40%, and farmer labor demand -30%. The development speed is abnormal. It's already an exaggerated level. In the previous life, let alone having such counselor attributes. I am almost laughing to death for a Jin shower as a god-level NPC. Now there are top subordinates like Abraham and Europa. By the way, Europa should be back, right? Su Yu is now waiting for Europa to come back, otherwise his current territory lacks resource transactions. He is also looking forward to the auction house in the market. Now when Europa comes back, he can complete the transaction in the market in exchange for the required resources. The old man was buried in the tomb, and the old man was buried in the tomb. You must know that everything in the Turan world is real. So the buildings in the territory, the tables and chairs inside, and the wall objects will also age and fall into disrepair. If there is a problem, it needs to be repaired and maintained. Abraham 40% of the territory maintenance is equivalent to directly reducing the funds required for the operation and maintenance of the territory by 1/3. Especially for such a huge god-level territory as Su Yu, the maintenance cost in the later period will also be a huge sum of money. What surprised Su Yu even more was that he had never heard of anyone who could set up a counselor in the Lord's Hall in his previous life. I remember that the Lord's Hall in my previous life was just an ordinary building and decoration. My Lord's Hall can actually set up a counselor. It shouldn't be 3 books. Su Yu's eyes flashed with inspiration, looking at the god-level architect Jin Shoer in the distance. Is it her? Yes, there is no other reason to explain it except Jin Shoer, the god-level architect. And Abraham, the 6th subordinate, is a great devil from the abyss purgatory. Jin Shoer's bloodline is succubus, and it seems logical that the great devil discovered the succubus. In addition, the first-level territory in the previous life can accommodate a limited number of refugees, let alone more than 1,500 refugees. Ordinary, normal territory lords, they can't bear the food, drink, defecation and urination of 50 refugees. What about me? There are more than 1,500 refugees. It seems unreasonable not to have some special NPCs. I even suspect that there are other special talents among the refugees. But no matter how special they are, they should not be as special as Jin Shoer. The value of this god-level architect is almost immeasurable. Too strong. On the other hand, it is the influence of the dwarves. The northern dwarves drove a large number of refugees here. Thinking about it this way, I am really a bit blessed. Su Yu laughed. The 20 free attribute points were a surprise brought by the 3rd level council. He took out 2 3rd-level building drawings. Level 3 material warehouse blueprint requires 6,000 gold coins, 400 stone materials, and 200 wood units. Level 3 tavern blueprint requires 18,000 gold coins, 5,000 stone materials, 5,000 wood materials, and 400 mercury. Su Yu was surprised. Tavern. In the past life, few lords could successfully build this thing, because with a tavern, they could recruit exiled heroes from the territory. The taverns in the Turan world are completely different from those in the game, and they require a lot of resources to build. Once built successfully, resources are still needed to recruit heroes. So even before Su Yu traveled through time, he had never seen anyone build a building like a tavern. I don't have enough resources to build a tavern now. The game prompt sound of Turan world suddenly sounded. Cthulhu, the evil god, old ruler, lord of Luan Yan, Cthulhu, as the true god worshipped by the territory, is paying attention to the development of your territory. He will use his divine power to grant you the right to build for free twice a month. The Shrine of the Gods will randomly solve your territory development problems. What? Free construction again. When Su Yu announced it globally before, it was the god-level building Shrine of the Gods that exempted resources from construction. As a result, the 2 drawings are free again now. Su Yu laughed directly. The Shrine of the Gods is indeed a god-level building. Now he can build a tavern directly. So Su Yu immediately called Jin Shoer. The extremely beautiful succubus lord looked at Su Yu and said, Lord, the placement of the tavern and the material warehouse still needs your planning. If the tavern is placed in the south, it is likely to attract dwarves and other forest creatures from afar to drink. If the tavern building is close to the nearby foreign portal, it may attract lords from other planes. If it is close to the Shrine of the Gods, there is a probability that heroes of the Cthulhu series will appear. Please make a choice. There is such a saying. Su Yu's face is full of question marks. This is a bit like feng shui. The porch, window orientation, and layout will all have an impact. But Jin Shoer is an expert. She is a god-level architect. Su Yu listened to her analysis. Then choose to place it next to the Shrine of the Gods. He did this, but he was not afraid of the heroes in the tavern making trouble. At the entrance of the temple of the gods, two guys with fish man scales on their heads stood like sculptures. Looking up, one could see, seventh order evil god followers, signs of Innsmouth people. Even if Su Yu did not believe in the camp of the Old Ones, before he believed in Cthulhu. There was also a protected by the 5th level shrine guards. So he is not afraid of the heroes in the tavern who get drunk and make trouble. Once drunk, people will lose their reason, and he can use the 7th level evil god's followers, the Innsmouth people and the two secondary Old Ones leaders, Hydra and Dagon, to help them sober up. Help them sober up. In mythology, Dagon and Hydra exist as servants of the Old Ones Cthulhu. They are the leaders, father gods, and mother gods of the Deep Ones. That is to say, even if they solve the 7th level Innsmouth people, there are still demigods and the more terrifying evil god Dagon behind them. This way, we are not afraid of the situation where the heroes in the Territory Tavern go crazy. Some drunk heroes always cause some trouble and chaos, and this time it is perfectly solved. Hee hee. Su Yu couldn't help but look forward to the scene where those heroes went crazy and were subdued, with a confused and horrified look on their faces. At worst, let Abraham and Europa solve it. Su Yu didn't know what impact it would have if he put the tavern in the shrine of the gods. The farmers in the territory soon started to make fire and cook again. The first late night in the Turan world. The bonfire burned. The farmers were chatting, and the three castle-like parliaments stretched Su Yu's profile into a shadow. The sacredness and majesty of the god army, mixed with an ancient evil god camp called the Old Ones, formed a special temperament. This temperament can make the most sacred angels fall, and can also make the big devil succumb to his silver power. Lord Europa is back. Great Lord Angel. Oh my god, it's really an angel. Many farmers who have never seen an angel were shocked. That's right, they have been promoted from vagrants to first-class farmers. After finishing their work, farmers have to eat and sleep. They can continue to work after replenishing their physical strength. Otherwise, they will work 24 hours a day. The Turan world is a real world, and these farmers are not robots. Sleep is still necessary. In addition, there is a lack of light at night. The torches in the Parliament Hall are also included in the maintenance fee of the City Hall. Burning requires oil and wood. Su Yu can't light up the entire territory in the middle of the night. Asking the farmers to work in the dark will cause morale problems on the one hand, and low efficiency on the other hand. So it is better to let them rest at night. Su Yu felt a little sorry when he thought of this. They didn't get any night vision treasures from the territory. But even with night vision, these farmers can only work for a few more hours, and they still need to rest and sleep. Europa. Su Yu took a breath of cold air. It's been less than a day, and Europa brought back so many troops. 125 first-level thieves. 42 cavemen, 50 big-eared monsters. Nearly 300 surrendered first-level species, and 5 second-level wolf warriors. Let alone these arms. Su Yu's territory in the early stage was something that other ordinary lords could not afford to provoke. At the same time, this also brought another problem: food. The food in the territory might be very expensive. The new king of the country will be in trouble. First Counselor. Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon III, the territory has received counselors. Blessing. Productivity plus 40%, territory maintenance minus 40%. Second Counselor. Jin Shuer, farmer labor demand minus 30%. Su Yu was looking forward to it. It would be great if the counselor attribute that could reduce the food consumption of the territory appeared. Productivity plus 40%. Farmers should start plowing the fields and cultivating the land as soon as possible from tomorrow morning. Europa led a large number of first-level soldiers. Su Yu clearly saw the injuries on the big-eared monsters. Many of them were seriously injured, but the Archangel had the ability to resurrect and heal. They were not dead. As for the skeletons and the undead, there has never been one. Angels cannot carry this kind of undead army. Healing is also a fatal blow to the undead. The damage should be considered purification. Thieves and bandits are neutral troops. They can get along with the farmers in my human territory. Big-eared monsters are orc troops in the stronghold. They have low intelligence and do not affect the morale of the territory. Cavemen have degraded vision and are also considered neutral troops. Su Yu was a little surprised. Europa was very considerate. Now, the first batch of defense forces for the territory are available. The combat effectiveness of farmers is very low. Su Yu looked up and looked around, wanting to see what Abraham, the sixth old man, was doing. As a result, he found that he was still studying the evil god statue, so he didn't think much about it. He didn't visit the forum before because he didn't have the resources to sell on the forum. As a rich man with free attribute points, Suyu now has 60 free attribute points, and how to add them is also a problem. However, the most urgent thing is not the more than 300 basic species harvested 300 laborers who are waiting for food with their mouths open. Instead, it is to see the harvest of Europa's battle. Suyu opened the battle diary. Europa encountered throng, large group, 100 to 249 cavemen, and won a brilliant victory. The cavemen fled in all directions, and 25 cavemen were willing to surrender and follow the glory of the angels. Europa encountered horde, many, 50 to 99 big-eared monsters. Europa found a treasure house and obtained first-level weapons X-46, first-level armor X-32. Europa knelt on one knee and held Suyu's hand. Suddenly kissed. Suyu was surprised by Europa's reaction. Seeing a pair of red marks on his right hand, he felt a little weird. Does the angel's hand-kissing etiquette require sucking your own capillaries to burst so hard? A strawberry was planted on the back of his right hand. Want a hug? Suyu looked at Europa with a smile, looking very handsome and gentle. Europa's eyes showed a glittering surprise. Can I? Suyu took the initiative to hug the girl, heavy, really well endowed. Europa is naturally not a girl, she is already 19 years old, her appearance is very stunning, plus the kind of wind and sun that makes her look a little tired, her chestnut long hair is a little messy, and there are still bloodstains on her body and clothes. Go back and have a good rest, then take a shower and have a good sleep. Angels should also need to rest, right? Thank you, Lord. Europa's face was unnaturally flushed. Suyu's breath just now almost killed her. She is a 9th level creature, an archangel in heaven, but why is it so hard to face the warm embrace of the Lord? She felt the world shaking in an instant, and the whole person was in chaos, even in heaven facing the inspection of the Archangel Michael, the Lord of Heaven. Facing the war and invasion of the evil creatures of hell, she was not as nervous as when she was hugged in Suyu's arms. She knew clearly that she fell in love with him. Love at first sight. Is this fate? The 19-year-old archangel, who looked like a girl, was so angry at the moment that she couldn't calm down at all. She said, My lord, I brought back a lot of resources and treasures, including 3,000 units of gold, silver, iron, and wood, 70 units of mercury, 250 units of sulfur, and 10,000 gold coins. I also occupied 3 copper mines, 2 refineries, 2 lumberyards, and 300 first and second level weapons, armor, and temporary luck blessings. Lucky blessing. Europa said, we encountered the territory of fairies along the way and received their blessings. Suyu asked, what are you seeing along the way? Have you met any players? Europa shook her head and said, no. Suyu nodded. The game map of Turin world is too vast and huge. The development in the early stage is basically quite harmonious, provided that the geographical location where you randomly land is good enough. Now the taverns and material warehouses in the territory are under construction. Suyu said, you should keep half of the first level armor and weapons for your troops, and I will sell the rest in exchange for some food and resources. We are short of food, and we can't last long like this. Yes. Europa looked at Suyu dimly and said, Lord, do you have a sword? Who gave it to you? Suyu inexplicably felt that the 19-year-old beautiful archangel in front of him seemed a little jealous. Illusion. Or was he really jealous? Suyu smiled and said, do you like it? How about giving it to you? Arachne, long sword black special, strength +2, agility +3. Slowness, -5 enemy creature speed. Sadness, -3 enemy creature morale. Life drain, friendly units absorb 10% of their blood. Europa looked at this special black weapon in surprise. My lord, you are the lord. This weapon has the blessing of friendly unit bloodsucking. It is better for you to hold it. Suyu was not stingy. If Europa needed it, he would directly give her this weapon. After all, Europa's loyalty is 100, not Abraham's old man. It's late at night, go to bed and rest, take a good bath, take a shower, and continue to be busy after dawn tomorrow. The whole territory fell into silence, the torches of the parliament were lit, and Europa inexplicably had an illusion that she had secretly descended to the mortal world to date a mortal. Can I live with you? Suyu was a little stunned. This is not good, right? He was not idle during this time at night. On the contrary, Suyu now needed to browse the forum to sell a batch of weapons resources obtained by Europa in exchange for food. Otherwise, he would have nearly 2,000 people under his command, and the amount of food consumed in a day was a number that ordinary first-level lords could hardly imagine. Let alone 2,000 people. Could a village in the past life gather 1,000 people for a big pot of buffet? There were more than a dozen waiters serving dishes alone, including the work of the cook. Now that he had a big family, he had to consider the problem of food shortage. Thinking like this in his heart, Suyu naturally had no intention of discussing any love affairs with Europa. He even went to this I didn't even think about the angle. When browsing the forum, Suyu's consciousness was immersed in the forum space, where players in the Turin world could interact with each other, even add friends and communicate. Suyu was busy all day and felt a little lonely. He thought that he still had too few friends. Especially a girlfriend. How great would it be if he had a girlfriend? Now he is so powerful, with 3 books and a god-level territory. But no one even watched him pretending. In the night, the girl gently opened the door and walked over on tiptoe. She felt the sound of her heart beating, and her right hand couldn't help but touch Suyu's handsome face gently. I like it so much. Lord. She sniffed Suyu's profile gently, showing an intoxicated expression. He is so stupid that he can't be more stupid. The old man was still asleep, but he was still alive. Suyu didn't know what the 6th slave Europa was doing to his half-sleeping body at the moment. He opened the forum and found that the players were even worse than he had imagined. The refugee problem can't be solved. There's nothing to eat today, and more than a dozen refugees are rioting. They want to overthrow my territory. I should be the first lord in the world to be overthrown by refugees, right? My companion was killed when he went out to collect resources. The 2nd level centaur warrior died so miserably. The difficulty of the game Turin world is too high, infinitely close to reality. My 2nd level slave, the slinger, was killed by a sneak attack by a 1st level thief because of fatigue. Suyu looked at the forum message and shook his head. If players regard the Turin world as a simple game, they are totally wrong. Humans and slaves are not perpetual motion machines. Even the 9th level slave Archangel Europa has a hidden physical value behind her. Sure enough, they still made a mistake. In the past, there were many Lord players who madly exploited their slaves, and finally suffered the consequences. A post appeared on the forum. Don't overexploit the refugees, otherwise they will riot. Slaves also need to rest. At first, the popularity of this post was not high, but with a lot of previous lessons, the popularity of this post gradually increased. How to get weapons. The expansion speed of the territory is too slow. It's always horde, a lot 50 to 99, or throng, a large group, 100 to 249. This difficulty is too terrifying. Yeah, I went out to see the lumberyard before, and there were at least more than 100 cavemen in it. I couldn't beat them at all. It's different from Suyu's Angel Europa's expedition. Under the pressure of the sacred breath of the high-level 9th level creatures, the morale of the lower-level creatures collapsed directly, and then there was a massacre, but ordinary players could not even solve the problem of refugees in the early stage, and they could not handle more than 100 cave dwellers at all. You said that the iron mine next to my territory also has more than 80 monsters. The refugees have not been solved yet. How to deal with them? Envy the big boss of the 3rd level subordinates. Don't envy the 3rd level subordinates, the one you should really envy is Suyu. He is a 9th level subordinate, a god level territory, plus a god level NPC. Many Dragon Country players, thinking of Suyu, are jealous on the one hand, and proud of being a Dragon Country player on the other. There is no Suyu boss in foreign servers. Suyu looked at this picture and smiled slightly. He was indeed far ahead of all the players in the Turin world. But he couldn't take it lightly. Once a person is proud, he will step into the abyss. He must take advantage of this advantage to continue to expand. Moreover, the 3rd level territory and the 3 base council brought a new problem. That is, too many resources are needed. Although Suyu has 2 free buildings a month, the Temple of the Gods, and although he has the special effect of -40% territory maintenance. But the resources required for the 3rd level territory are still extremely large. He roughly calculated that the resources required for the development of the 3rd level territory are more than 10 times that of the 1st level territory. If you want to upgrade to the 4th level, it will probably be more difficult. Suyu has not really unlocked the special features of the 3rd level. The object he covets most is actually the building Griffin's Nest. After the 3rd level building Griffin's Nest is built, you can recruit small griffins. The 4th level base recruits big griffins, the 5th level is the Royal Griffin, the 6th level Griffin Knight, and the 7th level Griffin King Knight. The subsequent arms are not within my consideration for the time being. At least get the resources first, and then build the Griffin's Nest. Because the 1,056 farmers in the territory have been busy all day and need sleep and rest, Jin Shoer, the god-level territory architect, also needs to rest tonight. Su Yu estimated that all 400 refugees would be able to be transformed into farmers tomorrow, and the construction of the tavern would have to wait until tomorrow. Once the tavern is built, we can recruit heroes. I wonder what the quality of the first batch of heroes is. The recruitment of tavern heroes is all random. In addition, Su Yu planned the location and set up the tavern next to the Shrine of the Gods, which greatly increased the probability of the appearance of the anti-hero. Thinking of his camp of the old ones, Su Yu is very curious about the heroes to be recruited later. Europa is not a hero after all. So he only brought back more than 300 cavemen, thieves, and big-eared monsters. If it were a hero, the harvest would definitely be more. Abraham, this old man, is a devil hero, and the Lord of the Silver Palace, but this old man doesn't listen to orders at all now, and often acts on his own. Su Yu also tried not to find this devil old man to be subordinate to him with the attitude of less trouble than more trouble. But many things really depend on him. I don't know what the Silver Palace is. What's the situation of Abraham's territory? The dwarf crisis and the extra-dimensional portal in the territory have not been resolved yet. It can only be said that Su Yu's current concerns and development space are still a lot. After all, the Turan world is still in the state of development. No matter how many ideas he has now, he still has to wait for time to put them into practice. But I have to exchange resources during this sleep time. On the forum, players are constantly discussing. It's too difficult to get weapons, the monsters are hard to kill, and now the refugees can't be overexploited or they will riot. A whole day has been wasted. I envy the players in the big guilds. They have other people to support them and resources, and they can recruit troops and horses. I also want to be a young master player. The president of the Longqing Guild, Longqing, looked at the news on the forum. The post he posted about purchasing weapons fell into oblivion. Jojo said, "Boss, we have information about Su Yu, but it has not been exposed yet. Do you want to sell this information?" Longqing shook his head and said, "We value long-term interests, don't do short-term stupid things." Jojo said, "But I have clearly seen Su Yu, and I am still his friend. He doesn't seem to have anyone else as a friend except me. He is so awesome, with a 9th level subordinate, a god-level territory, and an NPC who is suspected to be a noble supporting him. The noble is very handsome and oppressive, as if he met some big shot, but he ended up bowing down to Su Yu." Oh. This is the first time Longqing has heard of this information. As an elite player of the Longqing Guild, Jojo revealed unique information that the outside world does not know. As an A-level lord, Knight of the Apocalypse, Longqing's accompanying subordinates are 3/4 level plague knights in a 100-man cavalry regiment, and his strength is extremely terrifying. He is also one of the first players to establish a territory. At this moment, Longqing looked at the sleeping refugees in the territory and said, "My cavalry subordinates need weapons, armor and weapons. Since the purchase post was published, no one has sold weapons. At least 100 sets of armor and 100 sets of weapons are needed to have the possibility of defeating the centaur temple next to it. With the support of the centaurs, I will have a long-range archer unit. But the garrison is a unit of more than 200 elite centaurs. And today, an exploration team has been sent to harass my territory. I don't want the territory to perish, so I can only kill them in advance." During the day, the centaurs harassed his territory, and 4 refugees died under long-range shooting. It made Longqing feel distressed. He is now facing a life and death crisis. Territory construction depends on the environment. Some players have trouble next to their territories. If they encounter attacks from the demon plane. If the location of the territory construction is not well chosen, it touches the territory of the dragon clan, touches the evil ghosts in the ghost building, or is next to the monster camp, and it is 100% certain to be attacked by monsters. In the past, many players were wiped out at the beginning because of the poor choice of the location of the territory construction. In order to protect himself, Longqing needs a large number of weapons and equipment. Weapons can increase the lethality, and armor can increase the possibility of the knight's survival. Longqing would feel sad if one of the 100 knights died. So weapons and equipment must be collected. How to collect? Naturally, trade from the game player forum. At this moment, Longqing was browsing the forum, feeling helpless. The current players were too weak and could hardly protect themselves. It was difficult to take out any special resources for trading. Even if there were, most of them were hidden. It's only the first day. I'm afraid it's a fantasy to want to collect a large number of weapons. Longqing looked at the forum helplessly. Just when he felt desperate. A transaction information from the auction house shocked him. 150 first-level weapons, 150 sets of first-level armor, including hand guards, arm guards, gloves, armor, and combat boots. Each set of armor weapon can be exchanged for resources, 1,000 gold coins, or 800 various resources, and 500 scarce resources. It's so dark. Long Qing wailed. He looked at the selling price and felt overwhelmed. The auction house refreshed its information like a waterfall, and many other players also noticed it. Someone bought a first-level weapon for 1,000 gold coins. Long Qing watched 150 weapons suddenly become 149, knowing that he might have to make a decision quickly. With a population of 1.4 billion in Longguo, there are not many players who can take out 1,000 gold coins, but they are not too few, and friends can afford it by trading with each other. The key is that if one person buys 150 people will buy them all. So now he either grits his teeth and eats it, or can only watch this batch of weapons and equipment that are extremely important to him flow into the hands of others. The market reacts very quickly. Just like the stock price fluctuates up and down, if you don't buy, there are plenty of people who will. As the guild leader and soul, Long Qing gritted his teeth and said, "All guild members, send me money." Jojo B-level Dark Walker. Si Wooly A-level Vampire Baron, why do you send me money? Yi Lin A-level War Dancer, what, President, are you in trouble? The leaders of the elite groups and the guild elders under his command all sent all the gold coins to Long Qing without much questioning. Long Qing saw that he only had more than 80,000 gold coins, plus his own 100,000, which was only 180,000 gold coins. He gritted his teeth and said, "Send another 20,000 resources, and I will double it at the end of the month." Now he has to take this batch of equipment even if he has to borrow it. Otherwise, the territory will not be protected, and the battle with the Centaur elite will fail, and the consequences will be even worse. Now it's just a pain in the flesh. If he can't buy this batch of equipment, he might have to go to game over. Okay, I'll go over there, 2,000 units of wood. 1,500 stones, 500 food. Boss, don't default on your debt. Jojo said in the guild channel. How precious are the early resources. Seeing the guild members so united, Long Qing would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. The current resources are in the development stage, and everyone has enough and has to help the president to collect. Friendship between men is so precious. After collecting 200,000 resources, Long Qing started to buy 100 sets of armor and 100 sets of weapons in the auction house. 180,000 gold coins, 20,000 resources are gone. Long Qing felt empty all over, but looking at the 100 sets of weapons traded into his backpack, he also had confidence in his battle plan against the centaurs. Which black-hearted guy sells it so expensively? A first-level weapon, which will definitely be available in the later stage, is actually sold for 1,000 gold coins. Shameless, too shameless. Swindler. Lao Lu. Aren't you curious about how he got so many armors and weapons? How many monsters did this guy kill? I can't even get a set of weapons and equipment together now, how did he get these 150 complete sets of equipment? Too perverted. Here, Suyu was scolded as a profiteer by the players in the auction house, and suddenly looked surprised. Auction house news. Your 100 sets of armor and weapons have been sold, with a profit of 180,000 gold coins, 20,000 wood and food resources. Rich man. You bought 100 sets at once. Suyu originally thought he would sell them bit by bit. But more than half of them were gone at once. Looking at the 180,000 gold coins that arrived, Suyu smiled so hard that his mouth couldn't close. The current gold to food ratio is 1:5. There is too much food and it can be obtained at any time, so food is currently the most sold resource by players. The more you sell, the lower the price in the auction house market. If you want to continue to obtain food in the later stage, the ratio will gradually increase. Now 100 gold coins can buy 500 resources of food. I have to stock up on my 180,000 gold coins. This matter involves the principle of economics. Scarcity makes things valuable. Food is now sold by everyone. You lower the price a little, I lower the price a little, resulting in lower and lower food prices, while gold coins have strong purchasing power. Suyu is very clear that it is basically a dream to buy 1 unit of food at a price of 1.5 in the later stage. Even in special periods, 200 gold coins cannot buy 10 units of food. Suyu does what he wants. The more food he hoards now, the calmer he will be in dealing with crises in the future. 200,000 gold coins are all for food. Suyu began to buy a lot of food sold by players in the auction house. Food X 1 million units, 1 million. Su Yu looked at his food reserves, a full million, and smiled widely. In the future, if he resells them, he might be able to get 20 million gold coins. With food, we have confidence. How can we feed our troops without food? The remaining 50 sets of armor, protective gear, and weapons were also sold. Another 100,000 gold coins arrived. Su Yu looked at the auction house. Most of the Lord players in the Turan world traded materials and territory resources, and the trading of arms was still very rare. Su Yu suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. I am a 9th level Lord, plus a God level territory. Should I sell farmers? Sell cavemen and 1st level arms? This seems to be a way to make money. The price of arms is very expensive, and the auction house itself is like a divine artifact. The trading channel is guaranteed by the system, and Su Yu does not need to worry about it. But I don't need to be a human trafficker for now. I'm not short of resources now. Let's wait and see. He can still afford to support the farmers, especially with the 1 million units of food, which Su Yu can't finish for several years. Of course, with the subsequent expansion of the territory, the speed at which the 3rd level territory absorbs refugees will definitely be higher and faster, but it still depends on the specific situation. You bought 1,000 units of wood. You bought 2,000 units of stone. You bought 100 units of crystal. You bought 100 units of sulfur. Because the sellers in the market are different people, everyone has limited resources, so Su Yu can only buy goods bit by bit. As time goes by, Su Yu sees that all his 150 sets of weapons and armor have been sold out. This wave of operations not only improves the comprehensive strength of Dragon Country players, but also collects resources, which is a win-win situation. Compared to the market of 1.4 billion players, the 1 million units of food he bought did not cause any fluctuations in prices. The next step is to continue developing the territory. Europa has equipment, and we will try to build a tavern tomorrow. For others, building a tavern may take many days, even half a month or a month, not to mention whether they can gather enough resources. However, Su Yu has Jin Shuer, a god-level architect. Apart from other things, the construction speed is also surprisingly outrageous. This is also related to the number of his refugees and farmers. Can you bear more than 1,000 farmers working together? At this stage, the upper limit of a player's territory is 100 people. What about Su Yu? A god-level territory starts with 1,500 people. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes from a semi-sleeping state. He looked shocked. In his arms, the beautiful 19-year-old archangel, who was warm and soft, was sleeping in his clothes at this moment. The warm and moist figure curled up in his arms like white jade. She actually fell asleep in his arms. This. Before Su Yu traveled through time, he was an absolute little milk dog who had never touched a girl's hand. At this moment, the extremely beautiful and perfect-looking angel Europa was lying in his arms, and a faint fragrance of youth suddenly came to his nose. That fragrance, mixed with the Dharma image and a moving body fragrance, made people feel refreshed. What is it? Europa's sleeping eyelids trembled slightly. It was the first time that Su Yu came into such close contact with the beautiful 19-year-old girl. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be cast with petrification magic. He was completely controlled. The shoulders of the 19-year-old angel girl were very round. Her right arm was slightly bent, and her skin exuded a soft luster in the night, and Su Yu's Adam's apple rolled. These fragrant shoulders are thin, narrow and moist. Europa's jade white hand rested on Su Yu's shoulder. Master. She whispered like this. Her breathing was even, and it was obvious that she was sleeping soundly. Su Yu couldn't even close his chin, thinking, didn't he arrange another room? Why did she run into his arms? The angel was so soft and gentle that she slept beside him. Su Yu was completely stunned. The angel was so gentle and soft. She slept beside him with her breath like orchid. Her soft breath kept spraying on his face, making him feel itchy and even wanted to get up immediately, but he was tightly entangled by the angel's right arm. Master. A murmur and a whispering voice came into his ears. Su Yu couldn't help thinking, it must be because he experienced a whole day of fierce fighting during the day, so he was so tired. Thank you for your hard work, Europa. Abraham is really a loser. It seems that I can only trust you in the future. Just as Su Yu was about to get off the bed, he suddenly felt a little cool under his feet. He looked down and found that the ground was a little wet and had a smell of the sea. No way. Su Yu was shocked and pushed Europa away, then quickly changed into a new set of clothes. What on earth was going on? Su Yu's mind was full of confusion and shock. While changing clothes, he recalled what happened last night. Could it be that something unexpected happened while he was sleeping? At this moment, Suyu was getting more and more nervous. He decided to investigate the matter and find out what happened. At the same time, the female angel named Europa was still lying there quietly, as if she didn't notice anything. At this time, he just opened the door of the parliament's room, but saw someone peeping at him. Who? Jin Shower had her hair disheveled, the girl had a graceful figure, and her hair was spread out to both sides. Shower, why are you here? Ah, yes, it's the first counselor, Lord Abraham, who wants me to come and accompany the Lord. By the way, he can unlock my succubus racial talent. Succubus, racial talent. Jin Shower is the second counselor of the parliament and has her own residence in the three councils. Suyu had just woken up and was still a little sleepy. At this moment, he looked up at Jin Shower's panel. Jin Shower 4th level succubus bloodline, half demon, golden only occupation, god level architect, strength 2, agility 12, constitution 16, intelligence 11, charm 43, loyalty 100. The girl is not very old, but she seems to have grown up. Her facial features are very delicate and petite, exuding a thrilling charm. At this moment, she looked at Suyu timidly and said, "But the Lord has had romance with Ms. Europa, Suyu quickly covered her mouth. Don't say I didn't. But you were just changing, Suyu quickly covered Jin Shower's mouth, afraid of waking up Europa, and pulled her out the door to continue the conversation. I like Lord, if possible, Lord, are you willing to do something for me? Jin Shower panted and looked at Suyu with expectant eyes. The more innocent she felt, coupled with her succubus's seductive power, the more lethal she was to men. The charm of up to 43 points made Suyu lose his mind. Jin Shower in front of him was pure and innocent. There was no feeling of succubus at all. It was just the simple desire of an ordinary 18-year-old human girl. Are you also the sixth? What is the sixth? Jin Shower's smart eyes blinked. Suyu thought absent-mindedly that he was just sleeping at night, and Europa, the 9th rank archangel, and Jin Shower, the second counselor of the territory and the god-level architect, came to play with him. This was too outrageous. Suyu smiled bitterly and said, "Sure, you may not know." Don't know what? I am a saint now. Jin Shuer suddenly walked towards the room where Europa was sleeping. What are you doing? Suyu was afraid of disturbing Europa, so he couldn't stop her. Who knew that Jin Shuer picked up Suyu's clothes, returned to the door and said softly, I will be responsible for your clothes changing and washing in the future, Lord. Looking at Jin Shower's excited expression as if she had discovered a new world, Suyu really didn't know what to do. How old are you this year? Just turned 18. What's your wish? Marry the Lord. Hate Abraham. What is this old man doing? Suyu took advantage of the early morning night and strolled out of the parliament. After a noisy conversation with Europa and Jin Shuer, Suyu felt that he had matured a lot. After entering the saint mode, he took advantage of the fact that the day had not yet arrived to relax, and the visibility at night was limited. There were a few farmers who liked to stay up late, and the lights were not turned off. Suyu planned to make a rule tomorrow that the night owls who didn't sleep would continue to work for him. Don't be so sleepy during the day and don't sleep at night, just like a cat. What's going on? Respected Mr. Charles Louis III. Abraham smiled and said, Sir, look, what is this? What the hell is this? Suyu looked up, because it was still dark, the thick darkness seemed to wrap up everything in front of him, mysterious and diffused with the faint moonlight. The outline of the thing was like a statue, and it felt a little ugly. Even if you just took a faint look, it seemed to be tainted with evil. What an evil thing. Abraham smiled and said, This is the faith statue of the great Lord of Darkness, Grisite. As the Lord of the Silver Palace, we and all the demons believe in this great Lord of Darkness. My lord, since your territory has the belief of Cthulhu, why can't you have a new type of belief? Suyu was shocked. He was really shocked. The black maggot waterfall-like fluid statue in front of him suddenly lit up with a silver-white light, illuminating the pile of liquid and the indeterminate objects that suddenly turned into a statue-like scene. Congratulations to the player, your territory has gained a new evil god faith, Dark Lord, Grisite. Your territory has gained a constant effect, +3 leader charm, morale. Disaster. Luck of all enemy creatures -3. Source. +5 magic. Evil gravity. Human lion, sperm sucker and 6-armed snake demon favorability +50%. Dark Lord, Grisite is one of the most powerful demon lords, ruling 3 levels in the abyss. His words are gorgeous and eloquent, so many people often mistake him for a devil. This charm makes Grisite even more dangerous. Not bad. Su Yu commented from the perspective of a player. He now has the Blessing of Cthulhu, which directly increases his strength by +15, agility by +10, and charm by +10. He also obtained free buildings twice a month, 16 7th level guards from Innsmouth people, and now the territory has added a belief in an evil god. You don't want to kill your monarch through belief, do you? Su Yu looked at the old man in front of him with suspicion. Abraham von Heinrich Anatos smiled and said, Great Master, you have learned my true name as a devil. Once my true name is known, I will be subject to your many restrictions. The territory's worship of Dark Lord, Grisite will only benefit you and will not cause harm. I almost believed it. Old 6. This time, Abraham did not trigger the player notification for the entire server. If there was a cigarette at this moment, Su Yu must have handed Abraham a statue of the evil god. Another belief was added to the territory, but he vaguely felt that although Europa and Abraham in front of him were both 9th level subordinates, but the level, bearing, and majesty of the two were not on the same level. Abraham, who believed in Dark Lord, Grisite, was obviously stronger, more prominent, and more powerful than Europa, a 9th level subordinate. So if the two continued to clash, Su Yu didn't know how Europa should deal with it, so he had to take precautions in advance. How much do you know about Europa? Abraham smiled and said, Since ancient times, evil and justice have been incompatible. How could I know what happened in heaven? She was summoned by you, the master. As long as she doesn't block my way, I, as your loyal subordinate, will never do anything harmful to her. This is not good for the development of our territory. I don't believe you, Su Yu said coldly. The two of them were very close, but the two of them were very close. Abraham smiled and said, I am loyal to you, my master, but I may have my own difficulties. I hope you can understand me, my master. Su Yu smiled and said, but then again, I can be ahead by so much, it seems that most of the advantages are given to me by you. Abraham, although you are a little old, you are really good at making money. The 19th century nobleman beside him trembled his mustache twice, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. What do you want to say? Su Yu looked at Abraham curiously. Abraham said, If you, my lord, master the power that may destroy everything in the future, what do you want the world to be like? Su Yu, is this too far away for us? Abraham shook his head and said, It's not far away. Time passes quickly. One day, 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, are gone in the blink of an eye. I recall the scenes of my youth back then, as if I saw my past self in you. You still have this kind of sentiment of picking up flowers in the morning and picking up flowers in the evening. It's really strange. Abraham turned his head and smiled. He should have a pipe in his mouth at this moment, and maybe he would be more serious. He looked like an old-fashioned aristocrat in the 19th century. His tuxedo suit was extremely well-fitting. He was leaning on a cane in his right hand, and the single glass lens was shining with a silver luster. His collar was white and the decoration was very complicated. The buttons and patterns on the clothes were very particular. At first glance, he was an old-fashioned gentleman in the 19th century. Even Su Yu had to admit that his appearance was very stylish. No wonder Jojo thought he was an NPC from a noble territory when he first saw Abraham. He really looked like him. Abraham said, You won't have much time. But there are still 100 or 200 years. Abraham took a deep breath, exhaled all the cold air in his lungs, and smiled. When the time comes, we. What about us? Abraham said, It is very likely that we will face a joint attack from heaven and the abyss of hell, as well as your legendary evil god from the old ones, the enemy of Cthulhu. When Cthulhu descended that day, his divine power was extremely terrifying. It would be impossible to form such a simple and majestic divine power without more than 1 billion years of precipitation. The power of the ancient gods is no more than this, and his enemies must be very difficult to deal with. Your time is precious and you don't have much time. Su Yu never expected that Abraham would think so far ahead. This was also the first time they had a heart-to-heart talk in the middle of the night. That enemy is called the Wind King, Hastur. If you are willing, you can get some information about him for me in the multiverse. I know you have many subordinates around you. I have seen many soldiers looming near the territory. And when Jojo appeared, it seemed that there were other people behind him. Abraham smiled and said, Yes, I do control the Silver Palace, but please rest assured that although I am a devil, I have no ill will towards you. Su Yu nodded. Took a deep breath. Sometimes, things cannot be judged by appearance alone. Now it seems that he is rising steadily among the players and leading infinitely. In fact, from the perspective of the gods and the great devil lords like Abraham, his power is very immature. The offended enemy is too terrifying. Let's not talk about anything else. Just attracting the archangel to fall and summoning the archangel should not be a big problem. The material planes of heaven and the mortal world are based on mutual consent, but heaven cannot tolerate evil at all. What if heaven traces back to Europa through Archangel Europa after Europa joined the evil gods' territory? They are aware of this situation by heaven. What will happen? Will heaven send an army to invade their territory? Admittedly, Suyu's territory and strength are too small now, and perhaps he can't arouse the attention of the high-ranking beings in heaven, let alone attract the attention of the great king of heaven, but people who don't think long-term will have immediate worries. What about the future? What if heaven notices it in the future? This is a big hidden danger. The second is the movement of the evil camp, believing in the demon Lord Grisite, the Lord of Darkness. In the short term, the benefits are indeed not small. But the reason why evil is evil. It is because they are interested in all interests. Once they grow up, they will. It is hard to say what the consequences will be. So Suyu's enemies from the beginning are not all players. He naturally has his own advantages and disadvantages and troubles hidden behind. And it is very scary. Evil God, heaven, Cthulhu old ones. What terrible things are these? At this moment, Abraham took off the disguise of the old six and suddenly became an old man who saw through the world. Don't hurt Europa, Suyu said. She can't beat you. Abraham smiled, looked at Suyu, and said something that he couldn't believe. She is a fallen angel herself. What? Abraham left a word and disappeared directly into the night. Look at the third column on her right wing, there is what you want to know. Suyu took advantage of the night and hurried to the parliament. I don't know if it was because of the day of fighting. Europa was sleeping very deeply, unlike ordinary angels. She could retract her wings. If she didn't unfold her combat form, her wings wouldn't be exposed, which made her, a ninth-rank archangel, look exactly like an ordinary human. Europa, wake up. Master, what's wrong? Europa, who had just woken up, looked nervous. Did her movements get discovered by the master? She took out all of the master's stuff. She was discovered. She felt ashamed in her heart, and she didn't even dare to look at Suyu's serious, focused and handsome pupils. She was just curious, but she never expected. Suyu said, show your wings, let me see. Oh. Europa thought it would be great if she could not think about or talk about that matter. She was like a child who had made a mistake and was afraid of being found by her parents, and she quickly showed her wings. Suyu touched Europa's wings, and the face of the 19-year-old pure female angel became even more shy. Suyu, however, had no feelings of love between a man and a woman. In the third row of wings on the right wing, a black wing was indeed seen. Europa. What's wrong? I have a question for you. If a black feather appears on the wings behind your angels, what does that mean? What? Black feathers. Impossible, impossible, black feathers cannot appear on angels. She looked at Suyu in horror, her eyes flattened and dim, as if a thin layer of mist was steaming on them. Suyu didn't want to show his cards, but now the situation was very clear. The wings slowly moved forward and wrapped around the girl's upper body. She looked at the black feather in astonishment. I. Su Xing knew that he should comfort her at this time and said, don't worry, you are no longer in heaven. Now you are my subordinate. Whether it is now or in the future, you will always be mine. Master. Oropa rested her chin on Suyu's shoulder and cried bitterly. Pure black wings symbolize depravity. It turns out that she had the seeds of depravity in her body from the beginning. When she thought that holiness, kindness, and heaven were about to be completely away from her, a trace of fear appeared on her face. Heaven will hunt us down. Don't be afraid, develop the territory with me, we will have a way to deal with it in the future. As long as we become stronger, we can resist the pursuit of heaven. Master. Oropa cried, her eyes and nose were red, her temperament was beautiful, and there was a sense of purity and extreme holiness. At this moment, she looked at Suyu and said, I love you. Suyu's pupils widened in astonishment. He was kissed. The new supply was delayed. You lost 1,000 units of food due to improper storage of supplies. Please build a storage warehouse for supplies as soon as possible. Your 1,144 farmers are well fed and clothed, triggering the high morale effect, morale plus 15. 3 copper mines, 2 refineries, and 2 lumberyards provide you with some supplies. Copper x 220, oil x 285, and wood x 440. The parliament provides gold tax, 1,140 due to the characteristic blessing of the Jackal Lord. Your territory's gold resource output plus 10%, you get gold x 1280. The Parliament established the First General Europa territory attack rhythm plus 45%, movement speed plus 30. Su Yu woke up and saw the territory log. He laughed. Although the profits of these factories seemed small in the short term, they were all income after sleep. Is this the feeling of capitalists waking up and seeing gold resources arrive? In addition, Su Yu obviously found that the farmers' walking speed increased. Moving speed also affects work efficiency. The offensive rhythm should refer to the speed of assembly and troop reinforcements. Add Jin Showers, farmer labor demand minus 30%, and Abraham's first counselors, productivity plus 40%, territory maintenance minus 40%. The parliament's attributes are as high as 185% through the blessing of counselors and generals. Su Yu looked at the sleeping farmers, and they were obviously working much more efficiently than yesterday. Fewer people are needed, the output is faster, and the movement speed is also faster. A farmer walked briskly. Strange, why do I feel that my movements are much smoother? It's like I was blessed by the gods. Originally, it took 16 axes to cut down this pine tree, but today it only took less than 10 axes. It feels like the wood output has also increased. The farmers looked strange, wondering if the 3 council buildings had worked. Jin Shower was noisy for a while yesterday, and woke up during the day. Now she is working with the blueprint. She yawned, as if she didn't rest well last night, secretly looked sideways, and then summoned the farmers and farmer leaders to discuss the construction of a third-level material storage warehouse, a tavern, and a griffin's nest. He was very proactive and didn't need Su Yu to guide and command him at all. In this way, Su Yu became the most leisurely person in the territory. He didn't forget the conversation with Abraham last night. In the next 100 years, threats from heaven, the Old Ones, and the Dark Lord Grast, the evil god of the abyss, were all waiting for him, so Su Yu was not idle either. He began to control the cave dwellers, thieves, big-eared monsters, and 5-second level wolf warriors to sweep towards the north. This is the first time I have led troops since I traveled through time. Just when Su Yu was about to send troops to test his royal style, backstab, toughness, and other lord talents, the server-wide broadcast suddenly sounded again. Su Yu thought suspiciously, is it Abraham's old man again? He is elusive. It seems that I didn't see him during the day today. But this time it was not Abraham's trick. Server-wide broadcast. The world ranking function of Turin World is officially unlocked. Subordinates, hero lords, artifacts, territories, money, resources, and pet rankings. Su Yu saw the system prompt coming. Congratulations to player Su Yu for getting the first place in the subordinate rankings. Do you want to broadcast the announcement to the whole server? Congratulations to player Su Yu for getting the first place in the Hero Lord rankings. Do you want to broadcast the announcement to the whole server? Perhaps for some other reason, Abraham did not intervene this time. Su Yu directly chose to hide the exposure information of his server-wide broadcast announcement. If he remembered correctly, there would be no reward for him to announce it now. Abraham should also know that there is no reward, so he can only pretend to be cool, so he did not intervene. If there is a reward, even if it is 1 free attribute point, Su Yu will definitely choose to expose it. The ranking list will not start distributing ranking rewards until a month later. There is no point in exposing it now. Subordinate ranking list. 10th place, Gilstert de Guo 4th level demon hunting spider. 9th place, Margaret Jean Agnes Fogwo 4th level man-eating 2-headed monster. 8th place, Mysterious Man Yingzhong. 7th place, Mysterious Man Neon. 6th place, Long Qing Longguo 4th level Plague Knight. 5th place, Josiah Yingzhong 4th level Wood Spirit Master. 4th place, William Abigail Shungguo 5th level Unicorn Knight. 1st place, Mysterious Person Dragon Country. Players from various countries were discussing the rankings on the leaderboard. They found a strange thing, that is, the first place of all the entries on the leaderboard was a mysterious dragon country hidden identity. It is not difficult to guess the identity of this hidden person through the previous full server announcement. It should be the 9th level Archangel Su Yu. The 7th place in the subordinate ranking is probably the fool Amuro Namashima who lives a small life. It is probably because there is no reward for public information, so these big guys have hidden their information. If there are free attribute points, everyone will reveal their intelligence. But even so, we can peek out 1 or 2 from it. 2 abnormal. Big guy Su Yu is not only ranked first in the subordinate server. Hero lords, artifacts, territories, money, resources. The first place is actually a mysterious person from Dragon Country. There should be someone else in the money and resource rankings, right? The players of Buddha Kingdom roared in the forum. Dragon Kingdom has monopolized all the first places in the rankings. Except for the pet rankings, how come all the first places belong to Dragon Kingdom? At this time, many players who were curious in the forum called the players of Dragon Kingdom the first division. The other divisions were divided into the second division, the third division, the fourth division and so on. The pride of the Dragon Kingdom lords in the Turan world was also rising. Su Yu was looking at the rankings. The second or third hidden person should be the Behemoth King, scant of eagle sauce. But because I plundered his god-level lord resources. The Behemoth King with 125% power blessing is afraid that he will not appear again, so its 7th level subordinates will most likely be downgraded, or simply be abolished by other rankings. Because of his experience in the previous life, Su Yu is more familiar with the emergence of the ranking list. Subordinates, hero lords, artifacts, territories, money, resources. The 6 major rankings, the honor of the first place all belongs to him. The current ranking is not stable. It will take a month to settle the rewards, and then it will be big. Su Yu is now riding a white horse, holding the first artifact ranking, Arachne. More than 300 troops gathered beside him and marched north. This will be his first encounter. On the other side, the advanced troops of the Dwarf Kingdom, the dwarf leader of the Jinzun tribe named Armand, were fiercely on the top of the snowy mountain, blowing cold mountain fog, with a long brown beard dotted with wine. Before the drops of wine fell, the water droplets had condensed and frozen on the brown beard. The enemy was in chaos, and the enemy was in chaos. Armand's Adam's apple rolled twice, wiped his mouth, and looked at the musketeers in the distance. The subordinate dwarf scout reported. Lord Armand, most of the humans have been driven out of the northern mountains by us. Now the open pit copper mines, coal mines, stone mines and gem mines here are all ours. The dwarf Lord Armand asked in confusion, how many human lords are there around here? Several cunning human lords have been defeated by us. The dwarf rangers are riding on snow wolf sleds to sweep away all the enemies around. The Turan world is a real world. The human race and the dwarf race are not the same race, so when they meet, they either negotiate, and those who are not qualified to negotiate are directly expelled or killed. There is no need to say more about encountering lords. They are all different species. Who cares whether you live or die? Therefore, the 3 or 5 lords in the nearby forests and snow-capped mountains were expelled and defeated by the dwarf advance troops of the Jinzun tribe, and became exiles who lost their territory. A strong dwarf, a dwarf general wearing armor, said, Armand, I found the traces of human lords. Armand asked in confusion, there are also traces of human lords. General, Red Hammer, Baduan said, we have learned a lot of news from the Empire territory. A large number of gods chosen have appeared in the dwarf territory. Those guys have successively established territories in the major territories of the dwarves. They are all people who fell from the sky. The same is true in the northern mountains on our side. A large number of elves, humans, half-elves, goblins, and even gods chosen lords of the undead tribe have appeared. Where is the imperial order from above? The dwarf empire is vast and the territory it rules is extremely large. This forest is just a small part of the dwarf empire. Their mission is to occupy the center of the dwarf metal mines and mine the ore to provide a steady supply of materials to the Jinzun tribe and the empire. Contribute to the construction of the dwarf empire. The empire's order requires us to disperse and destroy all nearby chosen alien lords. As for the chosen dwarf lords, we can provide them with appropriate shelter. Currently, there are 23 dwarf lords under our command who seek our alliance and shelter and want to apply to establish territories around us. I have approved their territory construction. The fortress is rising, and the glory of the dwarves will extend to all corners of the material plane. General, Red Hammer, Polden looked a little excited and said, most of these dwarf lords are very eloquent. The leader is a gray-bearded dwarf named Loar. Although he looks a little ugly, he speaks very well and is very good at flattery. Dwarves are short in stature, so it is difficult to distinguish them from the same kind from a distance. Therefore, their biggest characteristic is not their eyes or their dress, but their iconic beard. There are all kinds of red, white, and black beards. Each dwarf's beard has subtle differences and distinctions, which other races cannot see, and think that dwarves are all the same. In fact, dwarves can tell whether the other party has noble blood and worth by distinguishing the style of beard from a distance. Some special dwarf beard knots can only be used by the big clans and nobles of the dwarves. If other ordinary dwarves use them, it will be considered as crossing the line and will be severely punished. Armand Everest, the lord of the northern fort, thought for a moment and said, "Since the chosen one has come, he is eloquent and likes flattery. Let them fight with the chosen one, lords of the human race, elves, goblins, and undead. We just need to tie their ropes and provide them with corresponding assistance." At this time, another dwarf lord, Apt Bodu, walked over from the Iron Frost Gate. He was full of frost and exhaled a white mist. "We found a large army at the foot of the mountain, about 300 people. The noble lords of the human race seem to want to retake our northern fort." Human army. Regular army or ragtag army. The so-called regular army refers to the orthodox griffins, sharpshooters, cavalry troops and members of the noble knights brought by the lords. Those brave knights can easily defeat 10 people alone, especially those knights who have been awarded titles, who are much more ferocious than knights' followers. Random army, composed of 125 first-level cave dwellers and more than 200 thieves. Big-eared monsters, and 5 second-level wolf warriors, an ordinary ragtag force. Do you need to worry so much about ragtag forces? Just over 300 people. In terms of organization, swarm, large, 250 to 499 range, but 300 people, not taken seriously by Armand Everest, the vanguard lord of the northern fort of the Dwarf Empire, but what can 300 people do? No, their lord is very powerful. More than a dozen of our scout teams were killed. The lord is powerful. How powerful? Not sure. The troops that encountered them have been completely wiped out. We lost at least 12 groups of scouts, and they are still advancing. It shouldn't take an hour or two to encounter the first chosen dwarf territory. Oh. The unusual incident aroused the interest of the dwarf leader. Keep paying attention. The northern fortress is built on the mountain. Our only goal and mission is to protect this rich mining area and drive all the alien lords and troops out of the northern fortress. Yes. Red Hammer, General Podden looked at the Lord Armand next to him and asked, "How about I lead the elite musketeers to meet him?" Armand did not mean to underestimate the enemy, although the opponent's organization was just an ordinary first-level force. Who knows if there are ambushes and ambushes? They are not afraid of delaying the opportunity and missing the opportunity. Instead, he showed greater caution for this abnormal situation. A powerful lord with a group of miscellaneous troops, from the perspective of Armand's many years of participation in war. There must be fraud in this. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Continue to explore. Let the group of dwarf lords sent by the chosen one to explore its bottom. Sooner or later, the scouts we lost will be compensated by the blood of the human race. Kill a group of miners. They have been working for 46 hours in a row, and they are exhausted. Some frail old people, children, women and children are dying of exhaustion. Kill. Humans want to survive, but they don't work. How can that be possible? Red Hammer, General Bodden immediately went to give orders. Armand Everest chewed on the information from Abbot Bodden. He had a keen sixth sense that told him that the situation might be very troublesome. But the worry of lack of intelligence for no reason is meaningless, which is something that any calm ruler should understand. More than 85% of the worries will not happen in reality. I hope you don't mess with us, despicable human race. The gray-bearded dwarf lord player, Lovell, is a Czechoslovakian. At this moment, more than a dozen dwarf lord players gathered together. On the dining table, the aroma of ale and beer gathered together, and the topic they discussed was naturally related to the situation around them. There are about 100 lords of other races around here, including humans, dwarves, orcs, goblins and forest elves. General Red Hammer Polden has just issued a mission, asking us to intercept and attack a human lord. Human lord, how many troops are there? More than 300. The strength of our current dwarf players alone should not be enough to defeat the opponent, so we are going to join forces. So fast. What about the reward? What is the reward? The reward is very high, with a large amount of Lord experience points, more than 5,000, and corresponding resources and gold rewards. As long as we defeat the human lords nearby, we can hire stronger dwarf third-level musketeers. Hearing this news, the morale of many dwarf player lords was boosted. At this stage, all players are in the state of pioneering. The group of players in the Turan world are racing against time to catch up with the progress, but they don't know that they have already surrendered to the Great Dwarf Empire. And joined the Red Hammer, General Podden and the Lord of the Northern Castle Armand Everest. Became their subordinate lord. In the ancient Middle Ages, the lords were independent of each other. You ruled a castle, I ruled a city, and the castles echoed each other. The huge dwarf empire is vast, so it is natural to divide the land to the dwarf nobles of the major clans and tribes. Thus, interest groups composed of clans and tribes were formed. Loar Brag and 23 dwarf players. It was in the Turan world. First found a backer. Haha, what Su Yu, what dragon countrymen on the artifact rankings, Eagle Sauce people, Europe is the best. Most of these dwarf lords are players from Europe. The leader, Luval Brag, naturally attaches great importance to the unity of interests and said, it should not be difficult for our 12 territories to gather troops. According to intelligence, the Lord's subordinates are all first-level monsters. Cave dwellers, thieves, and big-eared monsters. Cave dwellers. Big-eared monsters, aren't they all first-level garbage soldiers? Ha ha ha. The dwarf players in the Turan world couldn't help but laugh. Luval Brag was even more confident. When he created the character, his companion subordinate was a third-level dwarf organ gunner. The Lord's talent is, Mad Attack Rhythm, Lord Attack Speed plus 25%. He is very confident, and his strength is also leading among many dwarf players. Since the opponent is all first-level miscellaneous garbage troops, there is no need to be polite. Although the game has been open for less than 3 days. But Luval Brag has already begun to gather his own deployment, collecting troops from all around, especially from the first day. They united and killed many hostile player lords from other Turan world countries. Players from the territories of elves, humans, orcs, ratmen, etc. have all been plundered by them. So their strength is definitely a gap and crushing posture compared to ordinary pioneering players. So they felt very funny when they heard that the opponent was a first-level miscellaneous army. At this moment, Luval Brag looked at the 10 second-level dwarf heavy hammer warriors and 3 second-level dwarf crossbowmen who were recruited at a high price beside him, and a smile appeared on his face. Redbeard, prepare to assemble and meet those human guys. The third-level dwarf organ gunner said in a muffled voice, yes, Lord. Luval Brag laughed. Everyone, prepare for battle. Kill the human race. The dwarf players were all excited. They believed that with their dwarf alliance, they would be able to kill the opponent without leaving a single piece of armor. Su Yu led his army to start the sweep. He was the only great ruler of the whole world of Turan. It would have been fine if he hadn't sent troops. Once he did, he felt really strong. You have achieved a historic victory, defeating Throng, large group, 100 to 249 orcs. 32 orcs were intimidated by your majesty and wanted to surrender to you. You have achieved a brilliant victory, defeating Pack, a group 10 to 19 dwarf empire scouts, and obtained the second. 4 first-level armor, first-level weapons, first-level armor x13. You obtained. However, Su Yu also felt that something was wrong. Europa, do you feel that the number of dwarf scouts nearby has increased? Europa has long chestnut hair and a very graceful figure, but she is very powerful. After all, she is a 9th-level archangel. My lord, do you need me to use detection and prophecy to explore the map? Not for the time being. Su Yu looked at Europa's pretty face. After the archangel in front of him became the general of the parliament, the attack rhythm and movement speed of his troops would increase by 45% and 30% respectively, so the troops under Su Yu's command could not be called first-level troops at all. The cave dwellers who look like first-level soldiers are almost as powerful as second-level soldiers. Even with the 75% speed blessing, their lethality is higher than that of ordinary second-level soldiers, and their attack speed is faster than that of second-level soldiers. Royal style, hero leadership morale plus 5, defense plus 2. Backstab. The side attack damage of our soldiers is increased by plus 15%. Arachne long sword black special, strength plus 2, agility plus 3. Slowness. Minus 5 enemy creature speed. Sadness. Minus 3 enemy creature morale. Life drain. Friendly units absorb 10% of blood. With 2 powerful military talents and the artifact Arachne's ability to reduce the enemy lord's speed and morale. What's more terrifying is that Su Yu's subordinates can also suck blood. Angel Europa is an all-round 9th-level mage, with skills such as assistance, divination, resurrection magic, evil detection, reading magic, teleportation, healing the wounded. As a result, it is basically difficult for Su Yu's troops to suffer high-level casualties. And Su Yu is the lord of the godly order. The loyalty of his subordinates is constant at 100%, which means that this group of troops are all dead warriors who will fight to the death. I'm really lonely. Watching his subordinates busy collecting the spoils and carrying wood, he couldn't even count the number of enemies he had defeated. Command. Tactics. Su Yu often won as long as he gave an order, launched a flank attack, bypassed at a high speed, formed a double snake head formation A, and passed through. The so-called double snake head formation is a kind of pincer attack. In his previous life, he had participated in the Lord War in the Turan world, so he had some understanding of various formations. The double snake head formation formed a long line in the middle, with heavy troops piled up on both sides, like a pair of scissors, or a pair of pliers. As long as the enemy cannot break through the middle line of defense, make an interspersed attack to break the snake body. The two snake heads will bite them back, and form Suyu's innate advantage of backstab. Under the blessing of flank attack and backstab damage, those troops without the command of the Lord are simply frightened and flee. Come on, let me see the strength of you enemies. Another batch of first-level combat dwarves died. Just as Suyu was sweeping resources and waiting for Jin Shuer, the tavern and the material warehouse in the territory. Europa suddenly whispered, Master, there are signs of high-level enemies nearby. Suyu's eyes, riding a white horse, showed a sharp look, and smiled. Oh. How many people? He was leisurely under the protection of hundreds of first-level soldiers, tightening the reins. Outside the forest, an empty plain suddenly opened up the sight. You are ambushed by the dwarf lord, and you encounter swarm large 250 to 499 enemies. If the hero is invincible at this time, there will be options to fight or escape. But Suyu just pursed his lips slightly, and a smile emerged. The flags of Europa and the territory beside him fluttered. Suyu tightened the reins, raised his horse's hooves, and waved his hand. Attack. You want to attack after encountering an ambush. You are looking for death. Loar Bragg looked at the handsome white horse lord with a smile, red beard, as he entered the range of the organ cannon. The range of the dwarf organ cannon is 350 meters. After adjusting the parameters, he squinted his eyes and smiled. I'll give you a big gift first. The gears and rudder-like angles of the organ cannon began to adjust, and then a thunderous sound and 4 barrels like an organ resounded through the sky. The huge shells were thrown at Suyu. Loar Bragg didn't think that he could kill the other lord with just one shot, but the Lord General of the White Horse didn't dodge at all. He looked like a dragon country or a neon country. An eastern face, he also came here to cause trouble. Another dwarf player lord named Dong Sifu sneered. Bombard. Boom. Many dwarf lords were scattered in various corners. They all watched Loar's organ cannon fire first, and the location of the bombardment was very accurate, which was the location of the White Horse Lord. The shells whistled in the sky and pulled a cloud of dust. A large number of miscellaneous troops charged at them from the mountains and forests. Hit. The gray-bearded dwarf lord, Dong Sifu, looked stunned. Several dwarf scouts of the empire were also watching the battle from the side. A war with nearly 1,000 people was already a small-scale battle. What's going on? The shells landed on the White Horse Lord with the cannon of the third-level organ gunner. The gray smoke exploded. The White Horse Lord took a blow from the organ cannon. After the gray fog dispersed, he was not hurt at all. His skin was still white and delicate, and he stood proudly on the horse with an unparalleled domineering figure. The unique face and majesty of the human race seemed to flash with killing and a certain calm light in his brown pupils. Unscathed. How is that possible? Took a hit from an organ cannon. There was no reaction at all. Could it be a high-level NPC? War is ruthless. Even a level 4 or 5 creature would be injured if it took a siege-level organ cannon. Dong Sifu's eyes were dull. The dwarf scouts not far away were faithfully recording the information. The dwarf who was a member of the supervisory team behind him said, there is indeed something wrong with this guy. Did you see it clearly? The smoke was too thick, so I couldn't see it clearly. But don't you think the formation of this group of ragtag troops is a little too regular? In theory, their understanding of the ragtag troops of the human lord should be a sparse and messy charge. But the White Horse human lord in front of him, the cave dwellers, humans, thieves, humans, big-eared monsters, orcs, and half-orcs under his command are supposed to be neutral troops, or even non-human troops. There will inevitably be conflicts in morale. It is understandable that they would misunderstand the orders of the lord or even not understand them. But the guy in front of him could command the troops as if he were his own arm. The miscellaneous troops of the first-level troops were commanded to have the aura of the third-level elite troops. He must be a great noble of the human empire. We will have made a great contribution if we catch him. Apt Bodu stood together with the supervision team and the dwarf reconnaissance troops, frowning. As the leader-level lord of the northern fort, he said, no, they are a little too fast. Yes, aren't the first-level troops all slow? Such a fast marching speed. Before they could react, the first batch of dwarf warriors, the first-level dwarf soldiers and 2 chosen lords, had already led their troops to collide with the group of miscellaneous cave dwellers. The advantage of ambushing on the high slope, and the dwarf crossbow arrows flew towards the group of first-level troops. But the damage caused by long-range attacks was extremely limited. The long-range crossbow arrows, hitting these sloppy cave dwellers, actually made a crackling sound like metal. Armor. This guy put armor on all the first-level soldiers. Now on the player forum, a set of first-level armor costs 1,000 gold coins, but the densely packed cavemen in front of them are all wearing rotten silver armor. Although the strength of the armor is estimated to be limited due to corrosion and rust, and it is not shiny, but even so, it flashes with cold light as the battle occurs. This guy is too rich. If we defeat him and take away all these armor and weapons, we will definitely make a lot of money. Looking at the picture, Lovell Bragg knew that the situation was a bit troublesome. First, the organ cannon aimed at the White Horse Lord, and the bombardment failed, and then the long-range shooting was blocked. Now the army collided with each other. It actually made a sound like a torrent of steel. You know, the deployment of the second-level troops they led the charge was all. Henriette von Godwin and Dongsfu, as lords, also went into battle personally, but they couldn't suppress the first-level troops. Can't suppress a group of cavemen. Boom. Two steel torrents collided with each other. The army of thousands of people could already be called a small-scale battle. Su Yu laughed. He had collected more than 300 sets of first and second level armor before, and sold 150 sets to others at the player trading auction house, earning 300,000 gold coins. Now there are nearly 200 sets of protective equipment, 50 sets just looted left, which he wears on his body. Now the caveman is probably at the level of a real second level elite. He is not afraid of losing the battle. The archangel can fly. At worst, he can abandon this batch of miscellaneous goods. The troops are there, not to mention that once Europa, the 9th level subordinate, appears, the morale of the opponent will collapse. That would be too boring. So the battle in front of them is an extremely difficult battle for these Dwarf Lord players. As soon as the battle started, the human enemies showed some kind of indestructible characteristics. But for Su Yu, the great lord of the divine system, it was just a play. He rode a white horse and looked at the huge mountains above the plain in the distance. The mountains are easy to defend and difficult to attack, with only many narrow ramps leading to the top of the mountain. This fortress should be mine. In fact, Su Yu regarded this battle of 1,000 people as a game. But in the eyes of the dwarf player lords in the Turan world, this battle became a battle of evenly matched and extremely difficult. The dwarf organ cannon beside Lovell Jeke was quickly loaded, and the sound of mechanical gears turning came to his ears. The dense rain of arrows shot towards the nearly 500-man army of the human lord in the distance. A caveman's neck was pierced and the arrow sank into it, but what made people feel terrified was that even the first-level caveman, facing death, still held the steel fork and took away the life of a dwarf warrior. Dong Sifu roared, "Kill them!" Henriette von Godwin and 4 other player lords also joined the first batch of battlefields. Suddenly, Loire Jake said with a gloomy expression, "Something is wrong." The supervisory team of the Red Hammer, Holden of the Dwarf Empire was also standing in the distance at this moment. After executing several rebellious dwarf soldiers, they strangely discovered something. Why didn't the troops of this human lord have any rebellion? All fighting to the death. Just now, a first-level caveman in armor took away another dwarf warrior even when he was dying, which made their scalps tighten. And at this moment, it seemed to be to show his strength. The human lord rode the white horse leisurely, raised the horse's hooves high, and walked forward leisurely. It was as if he was not here to fight, but to watch a human drama. The dwarf organ cannon is loaded again. The leader of the war team, the brown-bearded dwarf abbot, who is known as the successor of General Red Hammer, Baduan, said, "Are you going to attack that human lord?" "Sir, do we have to cooperate as well?" Abbot said. "Now things are very simple and clear. The enemy and us have dispatched a total of nearly 1,000 low-level miscellaneous troops. We have nearly 23 lords, while the enemy has only 1 lord. As long as we hit the human lord riding a white horse, injure him or capture him, we can directly win this battle." Abbot observed the situation on the battlefield and said, "There is also a beautiful chestnut-haired woman next to him. Shouldn't he be a hero? Not sure. As a supervisory team, they should not participate in the battlefield, but these 20-odd lords are the chosen ones of the Dwarf Empire after all. They are also their possible successors in the future." Apt Bodu said, "Cooperate with the organ cannon, launch the hatred catapult behind us, and then try it on the human lord. If he is still unharmed, it is enough to prove that there should be more than just the so-called chosen ones, or the human race, behind him. It is the nobles of the human dynasty." Human dynasty. Boom. At this moment, the sound of heavy artillery attacks came from the dwarf supervisory team and Apt Bodu again. Loar Bragg looked at the human lord in the distance calmly. In fact, in a certain strategic sense, the third-level dwarf organ gunner is better than some fourth-level arms. This is a precious artillery. It is also a strategic level weapon, just like a catapult. The first-level catapult can kill dozens of first-level and second-level arms. Too hard. How come their morale is so high? The voices of the dwarf lords on the front line came from the friend list, which made Luval Bragg even more frightened. The human lord, even though he did not have an advantage in numbers and rank of troops, still chose to spread out his formation. At this moment, more than 450 cavemen, orcs, and first-level troops of the human race seemed to have turned into a resilient fishing net. It seemed that they were being pushed back step by step. But in fact, they were just being driven back by the inertia of the dwarf troops. The casualty ratio is 1:2. How is this possible? Loar Bragg watched the cannons fire at the White Horse Lord with his own eyes. What made him even more excited was that 3 heavy-loaded, hate catapults, were also launched at a position of nearly 400 meters to the south. If this was similar to the organ cannon, it could help them relieve pressure and establish a greater advantage in the battle. However, at this moment, the 3 hate catapults did not hit the troops in the distance, but hit the White Horse general who was very close. To catch a thief, should we first catch the king? The hateful catapults and organ cannons were aimed at the main target, the human White Horse Lord. The human White Horse Lord looked up at the white arc in the sky. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Catch the king first. Boom. The deafening 4-stage explosion and 3 boulders thrown with hatred were like stones thrown by the high-level Cyclops, or like the collapse of the mountain on the back of the Titan Atlas. Europa. Su Yu said softly. Holy barrier. A white half-moon barrier was like a meteor streaking through the night moon. High magic. It's the Empire, the nobles of the human dynasty Empire. Apt Bodu had a gloomy expression. He knew he was in trouble. But since the Dwarf Empire had existed in the material plane for countless ages, it was impossible for it to be scared off by the main force of the human empire. However, the human noble leader in front of him showed both terrible command ability and the protection of high-level magic. The woman next to him turned out to be a mage. North Fort is probably in trouble. After the failure of the second round of artillery fire, Apt Bodu was also very clear that the dwarf god-chosen lords had mistakenly focused their firepower on the wrong target. As a result, their head-on confrontation was almost completed in the form of absolute hand-to-hand combat. Because of armor, shields and protective gear, the lethality of long-range troops is limited. In theory, this would lead to the human noble lord's troops continuing to advance. But at this moment, Apt Bodu was looking at the caveman vanguard troops under the command of the human noble, and they were actually retreating. He wants to surround us. Stop him. Why are these first-level soldiers tougher than the second-level ones? The human army that had just assembled from the dense forest turned into a concave formation, and a half-moon-shaped encirclement gradually formed. Su Yu looked at the picture with interest. In his previous life, he was always crushed by other lords in battle. Now he finally encountered a slightly decent battle. The man's love for war boiled from his bones and blood. The time is ripe, eat them. At this moment, his subordinates, under Su Yu's superb combat command skills, were like a demon dragon with a bloody mouth open to choose people to devour. With the arrival of Su Yu's new charge order, the first dwarf player lord also suffered casualties. The battle was over, and the enemy was in a mess. Ari Steiner, the lord player who won the kingdom, had his black beard tangled in blood. Is this human lord an NPC or a player like us? How could he be so strong that he could command a first-level unit into a second-level or even third-level unit? The soldiers beside him were hit by a storm, and their dwarf's slashing movements seemed to be 1/3 slower than those of the opponents. Ari Steiner swore that their physical strength had not yet reached the point of exhaustion. But the battle situation made them surrounded. Located at the outermost direction of the front 4 o'clock of the battle, Ari Steiner felt like a raging wave hitting a huge rock. Blood and corpses flew everywhere. Lord, we seem to be surrounded. A second-level dwarf hammerman, carrying his own lord's battle flag, formed a smaller force among more than 20 battle flags. At this time, a dwarf player lord roared, Ari Steiner, the human troops beside you have strangely gathered into a spindle shape, be careful. Ari Steiner looked at the resilient human lords in disbelief and turned into a concave formation. Swallowed all the troops of their vanguard lords into it. On the right, 2 second-level werewolf warriors holding steel knives performed more bravely than the third-level hero lords, and their silver second-level armor flashed with strange cold light. Under their leadership, the cavemen behind them seemed to be bloodthirsty and launched some skills. It was like a steel knife falling on the ribs of the dwarf troops. Fiercely, a knife was poured into their ribs. Ah! Blood splattered on the ground, and Ari Steiner covered his bleeding chest. All the dwarves around were being slaughtered. With the completion of the encirclement network and the formation of the spindle formation, their vanguard troops on the flanks have been surrounded by the enemy. Battlefield area notice. Player Lord Ari Steiner was killed. 7 second level dwarf warriors, 15 first level dwarf fighters were demoralized and are fleeing the battlefield. Battlefield area notice. Player Lord Ali Anison was killed. 12 second level dwarf shield warriors were demoralized and are fleeing the battlefield. Battlefield. Donsev Oleg looked at the 3 white flags in disbelief. Defeat. Weakness. Weakness. We must break through their mesh defense line quickly now, otherwise the encirclement on both sides will continue to take shape, and he will launch a larger encirclement operation against us. Everyone knows that after being surrounded, in addition to friendly forces behind, there will be enemy forces on one side and in front. The point is not these, the bigger trouble is that the morale of the troops being surrounded is rapidly declining. And the enemy army seems to have a tradition of fighting to the death. None of their monsters retreated. At this moment, Su Yu was riding his horse leisurely, looking at the dwarf troops whose flanks collapsed on the battlefield. Is that all? It's really a group of players. De Guo, Fogo, or Italy. The modified concave formation of the double-headed formation began to take effect, and Su Yu's Lord characteristic, Backstab, the side attack damage bonus of our own troops plus 15%. The effect was activated. He didn't even activate the artifact Arachnes, Slowness, and Sadness, to slow down and reduce the negative battlefield effects of morale. Instead, he chose to keep a hand. Similarly, with the death of the caveman and his subordinates, Su Yu also did not give an order for Europa to use healing. Boom. Boom. Su Yu heard the explosions of catapults and 4-pipe organ cannons, but if they had chosen strategic weapons against soldiers at the beginning, there would still be a slight possibility of repelling Su Yu. Now it's too late to make up for the loss. 7 or 8 cave dwellers were blown to pieces by the boulders thrown. Su Yu rode a white horse and headed towards the front of the battlefield. Europa admired the handsome and extraordinary Lord of the Gods, admiring his back with an ecstatic look. It's really perfect. When an angel describes a human's good looks, he will not use the so-called handsomeness or beauty and ugliness to describe it, because heaven itself is a collection of the most beautiful things and light in the world, sacred and exists as an emblem. At this moment, Su Yu's back seemed to be branded with a pure white sacred seal. The special majesty and sacred aura formed by the S-level top profession of the gods began to spread around. The aura of the Lord of the Gods spreads, your subordinates morale plus 10. The battle log records everything on the battlefield truthfully. The details and small battle data, the number of casualties of the cavemen, formed a sharp contrast with the dwarves. Especially after the spindle formation formed an encirclement, the offensive intensity of the Su Yu tribe increased by another 15%. Counting the fear of the enemy brought by the siege, the trembling escape effect. The accumulation of morale seemed to be the last straw that overwhelmed the opponent. The dwarf troops on the front line began to retreat like a wheat field blown down by the wind. Lovell Jeke. Defeated. Friend Dongsif Oleg roared in the communication, "We have to retreat, they are about to completely surround us." Henriette von Godwin. Retreat, Lovell, we are not the opponent of the human lord in front of us. This guy should not be a high-level dwarf empire, not the chosen player mentioned by General Redhammer, Bauduin. Lovell Jeke looked extremely unwilling. This was a trust test of them by the upper echelons of the dwarf empire, the lord of the northern fortress. After passing, you can have a deeper understanding of the rare mineral veins and various resources of the dwarf north fortress. People who have played the game know that there are many treasures that can be exchanged in the camp. Lovell Jeke covets the high-level equipment and elite troops above the third level of the dwarf empire. Their ability to build territory blueprints, as well as iron forging blueprints and master craftsmen in the blacksmith shop, especially the backing and camp effects provided by the North Fortress, are enough for Lovell Jeke to establish an absolute advantage and lead over other players in the early Turan world. But he never expected it. Before the battle was won, he encountered Waterloo directly. If Napoleon of the Buddha country knew that he would be defeated, he would probably not escape from the prison and island. He is a European, so he knows Napoleon's deeds very well. Lovell Jeke said, "We are defeated, let's retreat. Tell all the brothers in Europe that we will not forget this shame." The sound of the horn of several players gathering came from the communication. The horn made of ox horns formed a rattle-like sound. A lord player in front, Nikita Pandok, led a third-level dwarf long-bearded hammerman, and was surrounded by a sea of people, like a sharp knife piercing cowhide. Break through the weak concave array encirclement. Nikita Pandok rushed over. He is also a third-level subordinate dwarf lord. The chosen one of the red beard is very powerful. A dwarf from the supervisory team stood on the hillside and sighed. The defense line of more than 300 cavemen and big-eared monsters was broken, and immediately more than a dozen dwarf warriors, followed by the dwarf long-bearded hammerman and Lord Nikita Pandok, launched a desperate charge against the two white horse lords alone. Well done. The dwarf lord, Dongsif Oleg, who was supposed to retreat, did not retreat at this moment. The morale of his dwarf soldiers also surged, and they actually formed a reef of determination among the white flags of retreat and defeat. Nikita Pandok, good job. Henriette von Godwin roared. Break through the encirclement. The strength of the third-level troops is indeed powerful. Su Yu held the reins and lazily looked at the red-bearded dwarf lord who rushed towards him. In the picture, under the leadership of Nikita Pandok and the dwarf long-bearded hammerman, they finally faced the terrible opponent, the white horse lord, in this battle. The old man was so angry that he was beaten. No. Impossible. How could this happen? Redbeard, Nikita Pandok looked at the head of the third-level elite, the dwarf long-bearded hammerman, soaring into the sky in front of the white horse lord in disbelief. He was shocked. Lord's log, your subordinate, the third-level dwarf long-bearded hammerman, has been killed. This is impossible. Henriette von Godwin and Donsev Oleg, who were just in a state of joy and morale recovery, went crazy. Nikita Pandok, be careful. The white horse of the white horse lord raised its iron hoof, and the horseshoe flashed coldly in front of Nikita Pandok. Then, Henriette von Godwin looked at the regional war communication in shock. Regional battle broadcast. Dwarf player Lord, Nikita Pandok has been killed, and the morale of his 7 dwarf warriors has collapsed, and the morale of the whole team is -3. How could this happen? Nikita Pandok just died like that. They looked at the picture in shock. The warriors who had already broken through the siege of the enemy cavemen, Nikita Pandok, and the third-level elite troops led by him. And the dwarf long-bearded hammerman who was also wearing armor was killed by the white horse lord. Who is he? After this change, the morale of the dwarf troops who broke through the encirclement collapsed, and the scales of victory completely tilted towards the human lord player. On the hillside, a dwarf scout captain sighed. We lost. Apt Bodu said. It's confirmed. It must be a noble lord of the human empire. Should we take action? Apt Bodu shook his head and said. The supervisory team has the responsibility of the supervisory team. All these dwarf soldiers who retreated with white flags must be captured for me. In the real battlefield of the war, the supervisory team will execute the soldiers who defected, but the chosen one will not die completely after one death. So these remaining soldiers, according to the instructions of General Red Hammer, Baduan, can be returned to the resurrected chosen one as a favor. Retreat. Luval Jeke issued the order to retreat unwillingly. A total of 6 dwarf lord players died in the battle, all of whom were elite player lords in the European theater. Dongsif Oleg was stabbed in the abdomen, and that was the wound caused by the werewolf warrior. At this moment, the wound has been bandaged and no longer bleeds, but even so, the blood still stains the bandage red. His beard trembled for a while, and in the end, he said nothing. Luval Bragg said, we are behind the dwarf empire. We will definitely benefit from their conflict with the human dynasty. This guy must be an NPC noble lord of a human empire. Donsev Oleg barely got a little comfort from Luval's words. The enemy is like an iron barrel, without any weaknesses. Even if the last breakout happened, Donsev Oleg saw the third-level elite soldiers, fully armed and wearing bronze armor, hammer hands being casually executed by a sword. At this moment, his heart was still extremely shocked. Not being a player makes me feel better. After all, as the chosen players, we have only been in this game for less than 2 days. Yes, he is a human noble lord after all, and he can't be a lord player in our spiritual world. It's normal to fail. With less than 100 people retreating, Dongsaifu Oleg watched the human lord in the distance complete the encirclement. The remaining dwarf troops and 2 lord players were already dead. But they had to retreat. Continuing to fight would only add to the results of the battle for the white horse lord. And what made them even more disgusted was that the people who died on the opposite side were all those low-level first-level cave dwellers. First-level big-eared monsters, first-level thieves and farmers. That's right, their lineup is very cheap and rubbish. But it was such a group of rubbish and miscellaneous soldiers. But they defeated the player elites of their dwarf empire, which made Dongsaifu Oleg feel extremely ashamed and angry, but he couldn't express it. You have achieved a brilliant victory, defeating 438 enemy troops, dwarf zounds large 500 to 999, and 120 dead soldiers, and obtained 12,540 gold coins, 522 wood, 97 first-level armor, and 45 first-level weapons. You have obtained Lord Experience X 7500. Su Yu's eyes flashed with a halo, and he was upgraded directly. Lord's Log. Due to the god-level occupation of the Lord of the Divine Influence, your free attribute points per level plus 5. It is very difficult to upgrade the Lord level. Su Yu already has 60 unused free attribute points, and he is not in a hurry to add points. Too much power will easily lose control and become disconnected and uncontrollable. So Su Yu is still adapting to the feeling of 20 plus attributes. But now the level continues to rise, and his unused free attribute points have also changed from 60 points to 65 points. Name: Su Yu. Occupation: Lord of the Divine System. S level God level Lord the Only One. Faction: The Old Ones. Blessings: Yellow Seal of the Snake. The Only SSS level Evil God Blessing. Cthulhu Followers. Blood of the Old Ones. Mark. Health: 485, Magic: 310. Strength: 29, Agility: 23, Constitution: 20, Intelligence: 19, Gnosis: 10, Charm: 22. Free attribute points: 65 points. Treasure: Life Amulet. Soldier Life plus 1-5, Life Recovery Speed 10%. You should know that the current Turin World Lord players basically have no single attribute over 10 points. Su Yu's attribute is unimaginable for the world's top players such as Eagle Sauce, Buddha Country, Dragon Country, etc. In addition, his intelligence is about to break 20. Su Yu directly continued to increase intelligence to 20 points, increased spiritual knowledge to 20 points, and then broke through 30 points of strength. A total of 13 free attribute points were consumed. Because the intelligence broke through 20, you get the Lord Talent, Sea Chart Wanderer. Your movement speed on the sea is plus 20%, and your action power is plus 30%. This talent is not bad. Mobility is linked to the physical strength of soldiers and subordinates. What many lords lack most is not ambition, but mobility. Once the mobility is insufficient, they must rest and sleep, or go to night, otherwise the soldiers may rebel and escape. Because the intelligence has exceeded 20, you get the Lord Talent, Detection Eye. Your detection range of the map is plus 10%. Interesting. Su Yu can feel the foggy area on his map. The fog of war suddenly expanded by 1/10. Don't underestimate this 1/10. At the critical moment, his ability to search for the enemy is stronger than that of the enemy. He can find out in advance that the enemy has set up an ambush outside this 10% range and be alert in advance. Of course, the Lord's map control ability and intelligence ability are more related to the scout's detection. Seeing that all attributes have reached the watershed of 20 points. Su Yu is full of accomplishment. There are still 52 free attribute points. Pull all the attributes to 30 points. Su Yu smiled knowingly. Name: Su Yu. Occupation: Lord of the Gods. S level God level Lord, the Only One. Alignment: The Old Ones. Blessings: Yellow Seal of the Snake. The Only One. SSS level Evil God Blessing. Cthulhu Followers. Blood of the Old Ones. Mark. HP: 585, Mag. 510. Strength: 30, Agility, 30, Constitution, 30, Intelligence, 30, Gnosis, 30, Charisma, 30. Free attribute points, 3 points. The more points you add, the more you will lose. Other players in the Turin world would go crazy on the spot when they saw Su Yu adding points like this. Whether it was the leader of the Dragon Green Union in Dragon Country or the God-level Lord Scant, now A-level, in Eagle Sauce, they would be extremely shocked because this was definitely a hexagonal warrior. It was hard for them to get a little free attribute point. Su Yu added 49 points in one breath. What kind of rich man is this? What's even more outrageous is that after Su Yu's full attributes reached 30 points, there was still a surplus. The advantage has become stronger again. Every time I level up, I will get 5 attribute points, and ordinary players can only get 1 free attribute point when they level up. Su Yu also had to sigh at the charm of the God-level Lord profession. For every Lord level upgrade of the Great Lord of the Divine System, 5 free attribute points will be converted. With Abraham, the 6th old subordinate, the ranking system will be updated in a month. Then a large number of free attribute points will be credited. He felt that his strength had expanded by at least 1/3, which was very good. With a 9th level subordinate by my side, I am the biggest weakness of the entire army, so I have to become stronger. At this moment, Europa was commanding the troops to clean up the mess. Su Yu pulled the reins and looked at the retreating dwarf troops in the northern fort in the distance. He knew that there would definitely be a larger-scale battle with the dwarf troops in the future. This war was just a subsequent test with the dwarves who occupied the resources of his northern territory. He laughed, looking forward to it. And at this moment, because of the upgrade of the Lord level, 3 options appeared on Su Yu's system interface. Your Lord level has been upgraded, please select the Lord skill. 3 options appeared on the screen. The first is ballistics. You can manually control the catapult to attack the target, and increase the number of attacks, damage and accuracy. The second is archery. Plus 10% damage to ranged troops, including crossbows. The third is diplomacy. Increase the chance of neutral troops joining, and reduce the cost of surrender and the level required for heroes to visit the Library of the Wise. Monsters that can escape have a 25% chance of joining your army. The cost of surrender is reduced by 20%. I choose diplomacy. Congratulations to the player, you have obtained the Lord skill. Level 1 Diplomacy, the probability of neutral troops joining has increased, and escaped monsters have a 25% chance of joining your troops, and the surrender fee of surrendered troops is minus 20%. Haha. Su Yu laughed, this is simply double happiness. I almost forgot that when the Lord level is increased, you can also choose Lord skills. Su Yu's harvest in this wave is not small. On the one hand, the Lord level has risen, and on the other hand, the points of all attributes have been broken through by 30 points. Secondly, he tested the strength of the dwarves and completed the first battle since crossing. What he has to do next is very simple. Return to the territory. There is a new batch of refugees who need to be accepted and joined. He looked at the territory log. The number of refugees joining your territory today is 1,652. Your territory has completed the construction of third-level houses. Your territory has completed the construction of third-level houses. Because it is a third-level technology, Su Yu's houses are directly built at the third level. Although it is very expensive, he is not short of money now. Su Yu's real focus is not on the collection of refugees. His counselors and the parliament have reduced labor consumption by 30%. Now he is most concerned about the construction of taverns and third-level free blueprint material storage warehouses. As a lord, of course, he must quickly develop his territory. I don't know when the 4th book will arrive. This is only the 2nd day of the Turan world. In order to avoid the future war with the Abyss and the Old Ones, I must develop the territory quickly. At this time, Su Yu's expression was dull. Lord's log. Because of the transformation of a war, your 12 cavemen were inspired by the Lord of the Gods and promoted to 2nd-level blind warriors. The cavemen have almost completely lost their vision because they have lived in caves for a long time. Will the blind warriors be stronger as a 2nd-level soldier? That's fine, the soldier has been promoted. Shouldn't it be the 2nd-level caveman leader? Blind warrior. Interesting. Su Yu's expression was surprised. Looking at the 2 black cavemen not far away, they's eyes were covered with black bandages, and the muscles of his arms became thicker and tighter. Su Yu now has 4 werewolf warriors under his command, 1 died in the battle. With these 12 2nd-level blind warriors, it can be said that the army has begun to take shape. Haha, my subordinate 2nd-level troops are close to the level of 3rd-level elite troops. The White Horse of the White Horse Lord raised dust and took the lead in leading the troops to retreat. More than 300 troops followed Su Yu and returned to their territory. The jungle was full along the way, and the towering ancient pines were towering into the clouds. The clouds were light and the wind was light. A ray of fine sunlight shone through the leaves onto the lake in the distance and Su Yu's sword Arachne. It reflected a cold light. Huh. Su Yu casually broke an arrow of the dwarf scout. Europa's figure flashed, and the bodies of the 2 dwarf scouts were dragged back. Apt Bodu rode a snow wolf and looked at the scene calmly from a distance. Su Yu smiled at him. This group of dwarves in the empire was obviously organized. Su Yu could tell from their armbands and sleeve badges that the status between superiors and subordinates was strict. This group of dwarf scouts clearly exuded a special, military, atmosphere. Hee, what, do you still want to keep me? Apt Bodu said. In any case, don't invade the dwarf's territory. Today's failure is just a test. Enemies who offend the Great Dwarf Empire and the Jinzun tribe never have a good end. The White Horse Lord raised his head without even looking at the Dwarf Lord. He didn't seem to come here to simply make harsh words, but wanted to see what the enemy in front of him looked like. A dwarf scout reported. Lord Abbot Bodu, they collected all the bodies, not only those of the dwarves, but also 120 of their own bodies. Abbot Bodu was curious about Suyu and his subordinates' actions of collecting bodies, and was angry and ashamed, so he chased them. However, the White Horse Lord's formation was obviously flawless. He was in the dense forest and could not mobilize the dwarf army to attack them now. Before the Dwarf Empire gave the order, their highest goal was never to send troops to attack the enemy, but to defend the northern fortress and mine and refine a steady stream of precious metals and rare minerals from the empire. No matter whether they compost the corpses or use the magic of the dead to revive ghosts, the human race is a group of cunning guys. Let's go. Yes. Suyu watched the dwarf troops disappear and shook his head. Europa. My lord. After they leave, pile up the corpses and prepare to use the resurrection spell. Yes. Suyu's brown pupils looked at Europa with interest. He was very curious about how many troops this 9th level Archangel subordinate could revive with the terrifying resurrection spell. So many corpses, as long as the death time does not exceed 1 day. Once the Archangel's resurrection spell breaks out, Suyu will have hundreds of troops out of thin air. And this is the real horror of the Archangel. As a symbol of holiness, the temple can not only treat the troops. As a top-level temple unit, Europa, the 9th level Archangel, although the status is not high, the resurrection spell can revive a large number of dead subordinates and join the battlefield again. The dead bodies were spread out, and the godless dwarf soldiers, dwarf warriors, and the unusually strong, dwarf long-bearded hammer hand, were all placed flat on the rotten leaves. Through the delicate perspective, you can see the earthworms and ants in the forest crawling on these corpses. If someone who doesn't know walks into the depths of this forest, he might think it's a sacrifice of some evil god. Think it's a burnt sacrifice. But in fact, this is the scene where Suyu witnessed the resurrection of the 9th level Archangel. A second-level blind warrior said respectfully, Master, everything is ready. His voice was muffled and his IQ was limited, but Suyu could indeed feel that he was more than 1 level stronger than the first-level caveman. Let's get started, Europa. Yes. To some extent, Suyu also has some tendencies to be a bit of a fool. There is no one around here, the troops will not reveal information to the outside world, and they have just sent away the dwarf scouts and the guy with brown and gray beard. Suyu immediately began to prepare for the secret resurrection ceremony in a foolish way. Clang! The wings of Archangel Europa came out from behind, with a strong white light and a sacred breath, as if praying to heaven. If you ignore the black fallen feather in the wings behind her, the 19-year-old girl in front of you is definitely a symbol of perfection, elegance, and classiness. The long chestnut hair was blown by the wind under the sacred light column. Suyu was also forced to raise his arms to block the strong light in front of him. Sharp and scorching pure white beams. It is almost impossible to see what happened in the forest. For this reason, Suyu can only turn to the Lord's log. Lord's log. Your 9th level subordinate, Archangel, Europa has activated the resurrection spell, and all 120 soldiers killed under your command have been resurrected. The dwarves have resurrected 152 units. Nearly 300 people were resurrected in one go. Europa looked at Suyu's admiration and even amazement, and a shy look of joy appeared on her face. Because the holy light was too scorching, Suyu did not notice Europa's expression. At this moment, he reluctantly opened his eyes, and saw the violent, holy, white light sweeping, as if the light and shadow overlapped. Large pieces of corpses were touched by the white light, and the fatal injuries disappeared. The white light was like the most effective adhesive, gluing together the cuts on the neck, the piercing wounds on the back and the bites on the abdomen, and countless other injuries. First-level dwarf warrior. It was the Archangel, the holy Archangel who saved our lives. Second-level dwarf crossbowman. We are mortal enemies with the human lord, but if it is the temple, I can consider it. Suyu's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, looking to the right, that is the key position of resurrection. The third level, dwarf Longbeard Hammer, killed by himself is there. Ahem. Under the illumination of holy light and great resurrection, this third-level elite dwarf Longbeard Hammer has been resurrected. The holy light gradually dissipated. Suyu stepped on the soft ground and asked, Are you willing to join our territory? Suyu thought it was a bit troublesome at this moment. Now his territory has no official name, and he has to think of a more domineering name when he goes back. Otherwise, he can collect it from the player forum, at most he can give them some gold coins. He was wandering in the sky. Although he had expectations for the third-level troops, it was not necessary. The third-level soldier, the dwarf bearded hammerman fell silent. He was able to lead the dwarf player lord to break through the siege from the heavy siege, which proved that his strength was still very strong, and had good value. Of course, Suyu didn't care much about the racial identity of the dwarf. Because he was not the general of the dwarf empire and the great human nobles imagined by the dwarf players. His camp was the old ones. The reason for the camp determined Su Yu's camp, which could accept the surrender of dwarves. This is another key point that must be mentioned. It is impossible for ordinary human lords to accept dwarf soldiers as subordinates and surrender to join the territory. Their morale, love of alcohol, and special talents and hobbies such as mining and forging will conflict with the soldiers of the human race. The two are both in opposition and have a feud. But Su Yu is different. As long as he joins his camp, the power of the Lord of the Divine will maintain 100% loyalty. Even if the morale is lost, the morale of Su Yu's original territory is very high. Don't mention one or two things that will lower morale, and don't pay attention to the dwarves. Humans, orcs and other races. Just one, old ones, camp can wipe out all conflicts. Su Yu has 2 ninth level and 1 great devil, Silver Palace Lord Abraham von Heinrich Anatos. The other is the Archangel Europa of the Temple. Su Yu has formed a lineup of angels plus great devils, so the lineup of humans plus dwarves will naturally not fail. I don't know what Abraham, the 6th old man, is doing in the territory now. Don't brew another big one for me. The gray-bearded dwarf long-bearded hammerman said respectfully, I am willing to surrender to you. Su Yu smiled and said, very good, it's worth it for me to give you a second life. With a thump, the dullhorn armor hit the ground, and the 3rd level dwarf long-bearded hammerman hit Su Yu hard. Su Yu respects warriors very much. At least these elite dwarves who charged into the battle formation were not afraid of death. Lord's log. Affected by the high-level pressure of diplomacy, resurrection, and the Archangel, 154 dwarf units chose to surrender to you. Su Yu smiled and said, I accept your surrender. 154 dwarves join your territory, including 32 second-level dwarf warriors, 15 dwarf crossbowmen, and 107 dwarf warriors who pledge allegiance to you. In the forest, the dwarf troops who had fought to the death before all knelt on the ground. Get up, and get ready to go home. Su Yu glanced at Europa, thinking that the young archangel was still the best. Europa said absent-mindedly, I'm sorry, master, there are still nearly 200 corpses that have not been resurrected. My strength is somewhat lacking. Su Yu laughed heartily and said, not at all. The 120 troops who originally died, plus 154 dwarves, my current military strength has exceeded 650 people. This is all thanks to you, Europa. Without you, how could this battle have such a high harvest? Look at other chosen lords and players, where can they find such a virtuous, beautiful and elegant female archangel to be their adjutant? They are probably fighting for more than a dozen arms. Ah. Tilde tilde tilde. Europa listened to Su Yu's joyful praise from the bottom of her heart, and the whole person was satisfied, and a strange blush appeared on her face. Lord, Lord's log, Europa's feelings for you have deepened. Su Yu thought to himself that the loyalty point is 100 points, and the feelings are still deepening. This is good, this is to establish a bond, a life and death relationship. Just when Su Yu led the troops back, there was a new problem in the Lord's log. Your territory has completed the construction of 3rd-level civilian houses. Because Jin Shuer presided over the construction, you have obtained 4th-level civilian houses. Your territory has completed the construction of taverns, and the 3rd-level taverns have been promoted to 4th-level taverns. Your material storage warehouse blueprints have been completed, and the 3rd-level warehouse has been promoted to a 5th-level material storage warehouse. Su Yu looked at these news and was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. He had vaguely felt that something was wrong before. Logically, in a territory presided over by a god-level architect, the civilian houses should be 4th-level buildings built from the 3rd book. After all, Jin Linger is a god-level builder who can increase the building level by 1. But the previous civilian houses did not happen. Now look again. Su Yu finally understood that Jin Shuer was busy building taverns and material storage warehouses. Now I have a place to store the 1 million units of food I bought, and they won't rot or get damaged. The tavern is built, and we can recruit heroes. Abraham is a loser who doesn't want to lead his troops to fight, and he shirks responsibility all the time. He is just a loser. Europa is not a hero. Now that we have one more hero, it's like opening 2 bases directly, and we can start 2-line development, or even 3-line development. Players who have played those territory games in their previous lives, such as Age of Empires and StarCraft, all know how much advantage it would bring if there were multiple bases at the beginning. The value of heroes is actually not inferior to that of bases. If the 3-line development really takes off, Su Yu will be forced to take off even if he doesn't want to. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.